It could be worse, Brimstone. Instead of working together, we could be facing off. Or maybe you'd prefer that.
हाँ ऐसा भी उठा लिया टर्न डॉज करना है कि डायरेक्ट फाइट लेना है
Yeah, sure.
Grenade!
Is it B?
No idea.
I got flash, call it. Flashing now?
Bomb buddy out. Bring them down. Reloading.
Get drop flash.
मैं ड्रॉप देख रहा हूँ
Enemy spotted B.
No more.
Sorry.
Jet C.
मैं छोड़ रहा हूँ तुम्हें
Planting
A
B.
bit.
बी प्लांट कर रहे हैं हम लोग
Jet is
Spike
running now. Jet. I have stun.
Ini stun tower. Stun tower.
Mark one.
Stunning now, stunning now. Wait, 3, 2, 1.
Enemy spotted B.
Bridge side.
Stun है
Stun tower है.
वन टावर वन बी में
One enemy remaining. There.
टिक इट
There.
Talk, talk.
Flawless.
Nothing's perfect. That's what perfection.
Nice work, Lung. All of you. Let's start this party.
Yeah, man, I'm starting.
I cannot do anything
It's okay.
Enemy attacker on spawn. Gun here.
roller in close
One enemy
Last
remaining.
Maroon.
Enemy B.
Team Ace.
Phantom B man, Phantom B man.
Ah, meus amores, we live another day.
Spike B.
Brimstonezinho, you sure I can't listen to music? You're really bringing me down here, man.
Here. 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 Right here. Here.
maybe you can
Let's
save your
make some chaos.
Yep.
There.
Smoke's down.
might be near smoke I don't know is drop no idea drop तो एक था
Hey,
main
main.
one they are coming main
Stunning main. Drop. I'm stunned.
Brimstone minus 65
Go get it. Spike down A.
Smoke yeah, smoke.
already jump किया रह सकता है no idea take it
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Open up the sky.
Let us see what they have planned for us this time.
हेलो 1 2 3 1 2 3 अबे स्क्रीन दिख रही है अभी अबे गेम दिख ही नहीं रही है क्या हाँ अभी दिख रहा है ना सही अबे अपना बायस ऐसे जो है हाँ
That breach is
can you send main
Okay.
तो तुम इधर ही आ जाओ ना
लेट हूँ मैं
ड्रॉप क्लियर
बाहर का रिकॉन दूँ कि नहीं दूँ
नहीं नहीं मत दो करते हैं पुश
Arcade. Many arcade.
या हम पुशिंग आके अब आ क्या
You watch arcade? I watch tower.
Oh, watching arcade, watching arcade.
वॉक कर रहा हूँ
I'm blind.
फ्लैंक
I'm blind.
हाँ
One tower.
जा सकते हो भाग
Spike down B.
वेट आई जंप इधर से आओ
मैं इधर से आ रहा हूँ मैं नहीं आ सकता बेटा मैं रिकॉन दे रहा हूँ तुम साइड
I'll find you. Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
मैं नहीं
नहीं है
करो ना डिफेंस करो तुम ले ले ले
Someone track down their brimstone. Cut off the head of the snake.
Why so dark? Dark?
No, ETC.
Oh,
should I recon
Drop you.
drop for you
request.
Gone here. There.
We main clear.
main sound
भागता
reason
ही है brimstone.
not your best.
We are first flank.
Nice. Thanks. Breach is ult क्या?
Spike down A.
Spike's there. My ult's ready.
Smoke's down.
There.
Go get him.
double dink मारा jet minus 80 I think so both there killjoy also there might be coming drop
होना जाओ भाई बाबा सेम लगा के मिट्टी हो जाएगी
jet के पास गन है killjoy के पास sheriff
One enemy remaining.
the breach where you going
I'm DC.
Doing over
Sorry.
there.
When the play's not working, calling on him. Generous.
brightness is screwed your क्या अरे ये क्या हो रहा है भाई मेरे गेम के साथ डिस्प्ले कैप्चर नहीं चल रहा है then
Teşekkürler.
Attack us,
देखती
come
हूँ यार
on.
एक सेकंड रुको
Drop. Oh, stun. In.
yeah you can
I found
Mid,
flash.
fuck one okay
Spike planted.
can take roofs
Tip.
nice
Bring them down.
You want default?
Find you.
Brim B mid.
I'm ready
Last player standing.
एक शेरिफ था रे बोले इस पे मैं नूब हूँ भाई
Come on.
शेरिफ क्यों उसके
Give me
पास
the
से
light
जाते हैं
fire.
the fuck does he have a sheriff
अभी आया ना 5000 तो पहले पता नहीं था
नहीं नहीं पहले ही थे अभी
क्या बोला
हाँ इससे पहले भी थे आई थिंक थी उस पे गन बट शेरिफ से मारा उसने
मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ तुम एमएन चलो ना मैं ड्रॉप का इन्फो लेता तो
ठीक है,
उसके
ठीक है।
स्टन वगैरह के
फिर
अभी
वो
मल्टीपल
contact
अल्टी है
stun।
केयर करना
हाँ
Okay.
I'm playing anti-stun first if he dashes
Here.
on me just
Get
stun
out of my way.
Okay. I'm leaving.
Bomb buddy out.
Off your feet!
You should run.
That's my ult. Hello.
I'm dead.
Are they planting?
Spike
I
planted.
have ult.
Breach ult.
Ult.
Yeah.
Breach ult.
Waiting
Breach
for
ult.
it. Outside?
Outing now. Outing close side.
Yeah.
Anyone?
Oh, one main. Yeah, one main.
One main, one out.
My ult's not
In
ready.
and tower.
One tower.
Blind.
One enemy remaining.
What? You go. You take this.
Last player standing.
Yeah, how is the red shot, bro? Breach.
Shoot the bad guys.
How's that for a plan?
Why is the darkness so much? I think I'll add a new game capture.
Let's make him dance.
Right here.
Idea.
Aim in start. I'm standing.
120. Raise. नहीं मिला है भाई पागल की तरह. Many.
Don't die, Krish. Don't die. Don't die.
Yeah, I'm low.
Spike planted.
Raise is 20 HP.
I can't
Out of here.
flashing
LT
myself.
side, okay?
Open up the sky.
One enemy remaining.
Oh.
नेक्स्ट वन सीजनल करते ना मैं
चलेगा करते हैं. मैं जाऊँ. अरे ये क्या है पता नहीं भाई. डिस्प्ले ब्राइटनेस गेम की बहुत कम है. एज इफ लाइक यू अंधेरे में लग रहा है सब ऐसे. क्या बोल रहे थे अभी?
सीजनल करते हैं मेरे ख्याल
ये मेरे पे.
Aston, you can just hold stuff.
Can you open the door?
There.
Just drop down and open the door.
Okay.
Don't stun. Just come and open
Don't.
the door. Yeah.
Okay.
Instant करो.
Nice. Whoa. After this, can you flash D?
I'm gonna stun first. Flashing now.
One enemy remaining.
Right
अरे
here.
इधर था हेलो.
Down. Attacker spawn.
बॉक्स के पीछे था वो.
I'm YOLO.
Yo.
I don't see. Maybe
Let's
arcade
show.
or
Let's
drop.
show. I show.
Spike is here. Spike, attacker spawn.
Hey, Brim Tower. अरे सच में थ्रो कर रहे हैं.
19.
30 seconds left.
Watching.
Low.
मत करो.
95.
10 seconds
क्यों मत
left.
करो.
Last player standing. So much for their
Stay in range of my stim beacon. We'll
Oh
mow them
no.
down.
थ्रो मत करो बोला खुद ने पिक करके उधर मार दिया. सही है. तुम्हारे एम पे आके मारा उसने.
अरे तो एडीएस खोल के टैप करेंगे. मेरे लिए वेट करो ना यहाँ पे.
मैं रिकॉर्ड करके आ रहा हूँ बस रुको. अरे ड्रॉप पुश करना बोल रहा क्या सीन.
Push drop. Okay.
मैं एम होल्ड करती हूँ.
मैं रिकॉर्ड करके देखता हूँ कोई नहीं देगा तो आ जाऊंगा.
Fire in the hole!
Just go maybe.
Both you on raise and breach.
Spike planted.
Bomb buddy out.
अल्टीमेट करने का ट्राई करते हैं राउंड भाई ये देखा
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Breach default.
Last player standing.
the fuck
क्या हुआ
दीवार में बच के सैचल मार के मैं
Remember to talk to each other out there. We communicate, we win.
अबे क्या है जल्दी कोई जमना
एक को ही करना पड़ेगा मिल जाएगा अल्ट ऊपर से उनका
filters
Let's flush them out.
आवाज इतना कम क्यों आ रहा?
इधर
Remain again.
नहीं,
इधर एक है. Right already.
already एक टावर आ रहा है
Spike planted.
-110
You should run.
Ah, canteen. Canteen another pass.
he gone canteen I think so
Last player standing.
Teleport's ready.
भाई ये राउंड हम लोग जीत रहे थे
हाँ अल्ट मार देना किल जॉइन है क्या कर सकते हैं
मैं तो इको समझ के भाई W दबाने लग गए गन अभी ठीक है क्या गाइस ब्राइटनेस जो भी कम था
भाई मेरे को तो OBS का कोई सेटिंग पता नहीं है तो बता भी देता हूँ
क्या पता नहीं
मैं स्ट्रीमर
Last round in the half.
No
मैं
point saving. Spend it all.
क्या पता नेट बचा कर रखने का ट्राई करो ना
Right here.
हेलो
Right here.
क्या
बोला नेट बचा के रखने का ट्राई करो
Beacon here.
नाइस
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Satchel out.
Oh,
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Get out of my way.
सिटी में आ गए ऑलरेडी
बस किल जाने दोनों को मार दिया भाई
Switching sides.
Let's ruin their day. Reloading.
क्या लग रहा है क्या करेंगे वो
लोग के एम नहीं कंटेस्ट करेंगे और अपन भी एम पे खड़े फिर
डरते हैं क्या हर
मैं पूरा रिजल्ट नहीं लिया एक प्रॉब्लम है
Reloading.
पर बताओ ना डरते हैं क्या
Reloading.
तो मारेंगे सब
मैं रोक मेरी
Reloading.
Where are you?
I can start me. Call it.
Careful
ये
here.
हेलो
No,
dead now dead
Got one.
I'm taking self control can I smoke
Yes, okay.
yeah city out
Hey, drop no smoke, bro. We need to fight.
he went in city
Reloading.
No fight, I'm only city. Go away, class empty.
एक टावर
oh job
मैं
City can walk out, city can walk out.
kill
Oof, I've stunned
you
for
can pick up oh no man I'm smoked off I'm gonna drop
Okay,
on you
stun here on my call, okay? Stun here on my
Okay, okay.
Stun now.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, take a break, guys.
No more doubts. We're ready.
इधर देखते हो वो उधर रहो नीचे तुम
अरे एक तो मुझे डर लग रहा था भाई वो मुझे रस्टिंग कर दे
Smoke, keep it up.
गन चाहिए तो मैं ऑफिस से मांग लो
नहीं रुको wait for this
There.
need combo
I'll find you.
can you stun now
Stunning now.
Chill out. Chill out.
drop where
City out.
one drop
I've
Sure.
केयरफुल मैन
Enemy.
केयरफुल मैन
one.
where Amy
Python.
मैन
Okay,
मैन
okay.
मैन
the other one
पता नहीं
One enemy remaining.
ये सिटी वगैरह क्यों लग रहा है मेरे को
You're up. Stay safe. We're going back in.
मेरे को शेरिफ दोगे येलो शॉट
किसी का मार के
Okay.
can you guys come from B main I'll
There.
search the car gate you first flash
There.
here and then
There.
stun the entire tower
Okay.
flash
Stunning
now?
now.
Chill out.
Okay. One side. Kill the side. Go, leave me here. Chet, raise, brim.
Give me plum, give me plum.
Nice.
Yeah, babe.
Give me bomb, give me bomb.
Nice. One coming flank. One coming main.
वन टावर
One out. One
There.
CT.
Is anyone flank?
Yes,
No idea,
I
no
think
idea,
yes, brim
can't
is.
वन सिटी
Enemy remaining.
Carry, even. What plant is it? Even, right?
CT, amen.
I'm coming on his back. Nice, let me kill him.
Dreams are a funny thing. One little twist. all
I need a drop.
Reloading.
Can you wait for the stun and then
There.
flash stuns?
Reloading.
Alright.
Grim, I won't use this.
There.
मेरे कौन भी दे रहा हूँ उसके फ्लैश का
Watch and learn.
Wait for 2 seconds and then let's do it. You know?
Satchel out.
Oh, shit. Nice.
No, wait.
One enemy remaining.
I go side, you stay here.
We'll catch them.
Yeah.
Ready.
Was he blind? I mean, second year.
These guns are okay, but I will also bring my own. No offense.
इग्नोर कर रहा है मजा आ रहा है कि नहीं तुम्हें
Wait, was he blind?
Who? Eli's blinded. but
There.
No enemy.
Yeah, I think you flashed here,
There.
not inside that.
Reloading.
No worries.
Right
I want
there.
this orb.
There.
Can you stun this?
Reloading.
If they
In
can
front?
test
Aim
him,
it? Okay.
yeah.
I'm ready.
Where are you?
Smoke. Stun.
Here side. Main. Nice.
Satisfied.
Looking, bro.
अरे पूरी क्लास लेके भाग रहा है इसे
किसी
क्या हो गया?
कुछ तो वजह से ना मेरा सचल फूट गया बीच में
इसके नेट के वजह से फूटा रहेगा
हाँ और मैं हवे में इधर आओ काफी लोग बैठे अरे पता नहीं यार क्या सीन है What do they have? Can you show beam in presence?
Sure. I'm gonna flash it. Stunning.
Breach stun Devin. Breach and Raze.
His turret and mollies are active.
Let chamber contact top.
Care sense.
Going sense?
Okay, we don't need to go sense. Come there. Okay, go sense.
Bring them down.
CT.
One CT out.
Kill him.
Dead.
Out of charges.
Enemy remaining. Spike down A.
I'm
I can break it.
Cannot come. There's a molly CT. Molly CT.
I broke it. Healing.
Think that's it. Out of charges. Where are you? Reloading.
Match point.
Breach do the same on arcade. This time I will ult from
There.
the arcade lane.
Okay.
मैं इधर से ये अल्ट मारता हूँ तुम्हारे टावर हो गया कोई अगर साइड पे ये हार्ड काम मेरे को दिया है सामने 4 अल्ट है
किससे बात कर रहे हो भाई तुम हिंदी में
अरे वो स्किल स्पाइक देके चल गया सामने ब्रीच का अल्ट है और उसका अल्ट है तो
Oh! Okay. He's full blind.
Tower. Enjoy tower. One arc.
Nice.
Arcade dead. One tower. Tower.
वन सिटी रोटेशन
Towards you guys. Tower.
Last player standing.
ओके ही किल
Spike down B.
क्या हो गया तुम्हारे साथ? Ouch.
पहले मेरे को मार दिया पीछे स्मोक में
Teleport's ready.
Surrounded by minha família. We won't.
मैं भी आता हूँ फिर से वही करना है तो मेरी कौन देता हूँ क्लोज
Okay. Ruler करो, recon मत दो.
I need a drop.
Thank you.
Let's do the same. This time let's face problem.
Oh, I can instant flash. I delayed my flash last round.
Oh, okay.
अपना
Right
प्लेयर
there.
में होते हैं
Is that good?
Bring them down.
I think
Hold
one is
stun.
metal. Can you stun? Turret. Is it tower? Yeah, one tower, one tower. Nice.
Watch one.
एक
Grenade.
CT.
Planted. My
Tower
ult
CT.
ready.
Spray.
Let's go charge it.
Oh my god.
Off your feet! Here for hellfire!
Oh, what
Oh,
the fuck?
it's 3 kills, right?
Yeah.
3 stun.
Nice.
Two side. One side.
हो सकता है.
Teleport ready to go.
कितने रेस में कर
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
वाह वो भी पूरा स्टिक करे ऐसा स्टिक करेगा बाप रे
You saw the jet? He was
Block the
looking
enemy's
behind.
line of
There.
sight.
Yeah.
They're blind.
भाई वो जेट है ना, ऑफ लगे पीछे देख रहा था क्राउच करके, भाई इतना फनी लग रहा था लूप।
भाई मैंने एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया ऐसा वो डिफ्यूज कर देगा, बाप रे माय गॉड।
बहुत बहुत
Let chamber contact.
Find you.
KB main push, KB main push.
I'm nothing.
He close open door and oh.
Yeah.
You need any
Can
util
you
just
stun
call,
him?
okay?
I can kill him.
Stun where?
Prowler and stun. Prowler close.
Stun.
Stun.
Oh, stun.
Probably again.
Nice.
Oh, can come flash.
After shot there, right?
रोबोट से मारूं फिर। अरे यार मैं अपने ब्रीच के स्टन से स्टन हूँ यार, वरना फ्रीकिंग टावर।
Attackers win.
तुम कैसे मर गए?
भाई मुझे सेम ब्रीच चाहिए भाई टीम में।
क्यों?
भाई बहुत बहुत अच्छा था वो। बहुत कम चीजें बोलनी पड़ी थी उसको। ओ भाई, अबे रॉसी और स्किल्स थे। रॉसी एलो में कैसे आ रहा है? जहाँ ओह फाइन। और मैं बॉटम में क्यों? ब्रह्मांड के अपने टीम के ब्रीच से तो ऊपर से होनी चाहिए थी कि नहीं मैं?
कुछ फर्क पड़ता है उससे?
तो क्या watch party later on. ये कैसा इफेक्ट क्यों आ रहा है? अरे पता नहीं यार क्या हो गया ओबीएस का मेरे को। आई हैव नो आइडिया व्हाई इट लुक्स लाइक दिस बट somehow it does and I'm not able to fix it. Capture mode, is this supposed to be enabled? हर्ष तुम्हारी कौन सी स्क्रीन एम लैब बोल रही कौन सी ओबीएस यूज करते हो?
ओबीएस स्टूडियो नॉर्मल।
वही तो प्रॉब्लम है ना फिर तुम्हारी लाइफ में।
क्यों? सेटिंग्स का देखने का था।
और नहीं तो क्या। अरे यार नहीं हो रहा है यार, फक। दोनों डिलीट करती हूँ और दोनों वापस बनाती हूँ, होपफुली हो जाना चाहिए। क्या भाई ये ओबीएस का तो प्रॉब्लम ही बहुत है। या तो
ये
ये या
बहुत
तो वो,
गंदा
या
दिख
तो
रहा है
ये या तो
लेकिन
वो।
वो यार।
क्या करूँ मैं बताओ? I'm trying to fix it but it doesn't fix it. ने 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 गेम कैप्चर सबसे नीचे होता है राइट? विंडो कैप्चर बंद, वेबकैम चालू रहने दो, लोगोस चालू है। ओके ऑल जी। नाउ लेट्स चेक। गेम दिसत नाही आता वा। अरे हाँ मैंने ही बंद करा है। ओ रन एज एडमिन करके देखती हूँ। एक सेकंड गाइस, सिर्फ लाइक 1 मिनट के लिए स्ट्रीम बंद हो जाएगी, वापस ऑन करती हूँ। बाय। शारी कम गिव मी अ लो 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 वो 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 वो। ओ भाई सब तो ले लिया है। अस्त्रा
I am on a higher plane, Charlie.
पुरुल।
Literally.
I am on a higher plane, Charlie. Literally. आ गया क्या लाइव? You need to change with your resolution. Cool. I'm back live. मुझे तो लगता है मैं शायद तेरे दिल की दुआ हूँ। हाँ। अबे ये मैंने ना क्या कर रखा है पता है? ये मैं दूसरे इससे आई हूँ, ओबीएस से आई हूँ। मेगुमी घूमी घूमी never mind
क्या लगता है लाउड वर्सेस एडवर्ड
loud तानी भाई एडवर्ड
Yo, let's stop these guys. For
Please.
real. No one gets past me again.
अगर पता नहीं हो सकता है चांसेस तो है देखो कुछ भी हो रहा है
I need a drop.
मुझे तो बहुत फीलिंग आ रही है इस बारी ये लेके जा रहे पेपर एक्स
Okay.
हेलो
Hello.
मेन तो अभी समझा है कि ऊपर कौन आ रहा है फैनेटिक आ रहा है कि लाउड आ रहा है उसके बाद समझेगा
कोई
Because
भी आए
CG
भाई
अच्छी खेल
वो
रही
मेरे को
है।
लग रहा है ये आएगा अभी पेपर एक्स से जीतने वाला है
लेट्स सी 4 दिन बाद इजी वर्सेस वो है समझेगा
Sir. I got aim in, I got aim in.
okay
I'll go away.
I think they
I have a pull star at art
Table's down out.
Yeah, many art. Full art.
pull
Two aiming.
पिक अप कर रहे हो ये स्टार तुम्हारे सामने का
Need that back.
They're coming in.
Pushing.
Spike planted.
One
Last
secret
player standing.
flower.
Buried.
Hey, Phoenix, chuck it with all this aggrandizement.
Turret out.
गेला सिल्ला तेतर
Placing sentry.
हम इतने मागे
I got yous, okay?
Checking the situation.
In the gun. Wait. In the flash.
nice I'll pull him
Got
Left side,
to
left
target a star.
Pulled
Pulling
him.
them in.
Wow, 80 jet.
On top mid. Last player standing.
I think so we should have just come back this
143 मुझे भी यार आना चाहिए था फाइट करने
Killjoy's toys. Look at Sarah's
अपना
jacket.
2 रुपए का प्ले साइड पे रख
क्या
के
कर अच्छा ये
और
हमारे पास था क्लासिक
हाँ
क्लासिक था क्या लेकिन
Turret out.
क्लासिक नहीं भाई अजय नहीं है शट
फिर कैसे फाइट लेते आपके भी कैसे फाइट लेते
पर कर ही लेते भाई बेटी हो जाते तुम लोग मार देते उसको स्टन करना चाहिए था और मुझे जेट को
I'm going above. Right there.
Hey.
okay I can pull in front of you
Pulling them in.
ये अकेला क्यों फाइट ले रहा है ज्यादा
Recovering it.
Smoke
Obscuring
main.
vision.
वन मेन
nice shot
Going up.
In B?
Not yet. They can be.
Okay.
I'm playing for Ethic.
Ban karo.
Fuck.
Spike planted.
क्या प्लाट और बहुत लो है वो. Walls
One
pull और stun करने वाले.
Really?
Pulling them, knocking them. Just
On hold.
एक और. एक link है -120.
One enemy remaining.
Beside.
भाई मुझे रैप कर रहा था क्या ये? तो
क्या
भाई वो किलजॉय भाई नूब है क्या थोड़ा? भाई वो किलजॉय बहुत ज़्यादा नूब है, हम लोग इसे हार ही नहीं सकते, मजाक भी नहीं. यहाँ बैठा था ना ये. What the fuck भाई.
ड्रॉप दे सकते हो?
Yes.
2 स्टार बेचना पड़ेगा मत.
We'll have to take mid up.
बुलडॉग वगैरह मांगो.
मैंने मेरे को गार्डियन दे दिया.
Can you drop me, Gilja? Thanks.
going astral, guys.
उसके जेट के साथ ही खेल लो ना, वो क्या अकेला कर रहा है.
If you want to fight him, I can come with you, bro.
Okay, let's go.
I am gonna keep a star here if you want. बोलना क्या करूँ उसका?
No B step. Probably mid top or A main.
Let me take.
I can pull on the double door.
Say Prowler ult.
I need a star.
Mid.
Placing swarm grenade.
Art आ रहे.
आर्ट पुल कर सकते हो.
My ultimate's ready.
Pulling them in.
पुल. दोनों है क्या?
Two more.
हाँ.
Taking that back. Need that back.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Art.
I can stun him.
Blast
Stun.
them.
नहीं है
I'm not gonna pick. Kinda low.
Stay out of my head, weirdo.
Their tech is only as good as their skill. And that I get
Hello.
this.
You are blinded. Killjoy. Sorry, bro.
Do I save her or? You want something, Gilja? That's why.
I can fly. So you can take the problem.
Heading to the above.
They have Gilja ult.
I'm gonna start रखा है
Be
मैंने.
careful. हाँ, be careful.
Get out of my way.
No B step.
A multiple.
Zero forward sir.
Yeah, they're gonna ult Phoenix gonna take out.
Yeah, let's wait for our Phoenix. Play for retake.
You should
Chase the
run.
out. I think one out.
Concealment. Pulling them in. Taking that back.
Are they in?
Window.
3 in.
Yes.
हाँ, this way.
Nice. Wait.
80 Gilja.
Jet -74. Both half HP.
Both low.
One enemy remaining.
I'm going main.
Gilja 80.
ये पूरा आर्ट पीछे गया कनेक्टर.
Side.
Side.
Squad.
The punishment's on them. We got
भाई उनका
तुमने
किलजॉय.
पुल किया था क्या?
अल्लाह. हाँ.
I get this?
इसलिए तो डिले आए नहीं इस टाइम पे.
Oh fuck, मेरे को पता ही नहीं था. मैंने तो
Can you
खेल लेते ना close.
हाँ.
Red ult और ये ult और Phoenix ult.
मोस्टली यही आएंगे मेरे को. एक सिर्फ स्मोक देख रहा हूँ ना इधर.
Let's
हाँ.
see now.
Prowler at B.
Enemy spotted.
Nice.
उनके स्मोक नहीं है इनके वजह भी.
They don't have smoke still. They have 2 ults though. Are they coming forward?
Joke's over. You're
Lock
dead.
in.
One more halls. Fade halls.
Recalling my bot.
Fade minus 80.
Face your fear!
Spike planted.
तुम किससे मर गए?
Go, go, go.
Fade से.
Placing bomb grenade. Bomb grenade out. Turn out. I'm amped. Let's go. I got things to do.
We force.
I can buy next.
I think we can wait. It's only 3-3.
Up I go.
You want to push mid?
Rise and bring glory. Alarm bot out. Without it, knocking
Spike down
Phoenix.
mid.
One more. Nice.
Finished.
3v2, easy. We have kills well soon.
One enemy
That's
remaining.
done.
Yeah, art.
Oh, wait. Art.
Enemy
Nice.
Last player standing.
Oh.
Okay, nice.
मजा आया तुम्हें?
नाइफ निकाल के डॉक किया था
मजा तो
इसलिए
आया
मेरी
होगा.
गलती है.
मजा तो आया होगा तुम्हें, बाकी वो ना हो.
यार नाइफ निकाल के क्यों डॉक किया मैंने?
I'm going up.
Nah, nah, bas. They have astral ticket complete.
Akan someone drop me short.
यार.
Can you dash out of here and then break the gate?
Heading to the above.
Reveal. I'll keep sitting here. I can pull.
सीज भी किया उधर, मॉली भी किया.
Obscuring vision.
Fuck, ये क्या smoke किया मैंने?
पुल कर दो उधर ही.
Pulling
Hold
them
in front
in.
of you.
Concealment.
I smoked Amen for you.
Last player standing.
You're a noob.
Bro, can you just smoke top mid?
Yeah.
This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of
Wait,
here.
wrong कर रहा है Panash.
Let's see now. About there.
आजा मिडी फाइट करते हैं.
Without a star, I can concealment. Feedback.
Nice. One more. Nice.
No, you don't.
3v2 again.
Pull out.
Just come back maybe.
Going up.
Last player standing.
जा रहा है यार.
I think we should fight a little and then fall back.
Okay, we know the drill.
Advantage मिलता है
Stick to your
पता नहीं
roles and we'll
बाद
crush
ऊपर क्या होता है.
अभी नहीं जा रहा मैं मिड पे वगैरह फाइट खेलने बाबा.
Checking the situation. That should work.
Reevaluate tactics.
leg. Phoenix leg.
नहीं हार रहा हूँ क्यों मेरे पे फाइट चल रहा है
Got it. Pulling them in.
Full क्या 8 मिनट.
Phoenix very low.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Turret down.
Covering it. Need that back.
Finish out.
Spike planted.
If I get the side control, I can divide.
I need a stack. You are divided. I'm blocking vision. Passing it.
फुल हो रहा है
यार full हो रहा था. Let them come in the killjoy.
Right there.
We can fight on the entrance.
Right there.
क्या पता नहीं अलग desperation है भाई इसको fight करने की जा के. वो भी गलत fight कर रहा है.
अरे डबल डोर्स पे फ्लैश डाल रहा है जैसे उसको लग रहा है कि सामने वाले पांचों फ्लैश हो ही जाते हैं उधर से हर बार
स्टार भी रखा है इसके नीचे मैंने तब भी.
That'll work. Woo! Let's start.
Maybe.
मिल जाएगा एक और
Concealment.
You should run. Last player standing.
हाँ ये करूँगा
अपना फिनिक्स इतना अजीब है भाई कुछ
Spike planted.
नहीं कर रहा है.
No charges left.
Can you play B? तुम A पे खेलो तुम A पे खेलो
Last round before the switch.
Don't save anything. Last chance to use
Killjoy just set up double doors and not.
Going astral, guys.
एक राउंड वो जेट अपना B पे गया नहीं है. एक राउंड गया था उसमें मारा उसने वो रन अपन हार गए.
Need that back. That should work. Hawk out. Get out of my way. Face your fear.
Heal ले सकते हो पीछे से.
अच्छा.
One part.
Give me those back.
One enemy remaining.
स्टार ही डाल रहे थे यार बॉल करने के लिए.
तुम्हें हिल देते तो उड़ा दिया उसने.
Switching sides.
मजा आया. मेरे लिए मर के.
I'll outshine all their radiance.
मजेदार.
I need a drop.
मैं 12 बार मरा हूँ मैं.
Checking the situation.
Where we go?
Can we fight B?
Let's
Just
do
fight
what they
B,
do,
come.
bro. Let's do what they do. You just take mid.
अरे इसको तो भाई मिड से प्यार है भाई. स्पाइक रखो ना
चलो
प्लीज.
चलो.
Someone play with me.
You want dog? I can dog for you.
Can you take kill? Just take kill. Take kill. After you kill someone, we run away.
Turret out.
Recovering it.
Hawk out.
They will be. But I'll pull him.
They have a sheriff, bro.
Need that back.
Kill Jay, kill Jay.
Concealment.
तो भी इनको मतलब.
Someone's mid.
स्पेस क्यों ले रहा है?
Healing over here.
Someone's mid.
I'm reloading.
Smoke clear, no smoke for her. Come connected.
Yeah, only one. One more.
Enemies pulling them in.
Player standing.
भाई चल क्या रहा है?
नॉक क्या चल वो फिनिक्स को तो देखो डबल डोर से पसंद है फिर से डबल डोर पे जाके मरा
क्या है भाई? इतना क्या प्यार है उसको डबल डोर से और क्या जेट वगैरह डॉक्टर से क्या क्यों नहीं रहा है?
Reports.
I'm going above.
क्या ही फोर्स भाई?
मैं भी कुछ यूटिल्स वगैरह नहीं चाहिए इनकी फ्लैश है मेरे पास
अरे इधर मार्शल रहेगा रे के मार्शल के वो मर जाएंगे बाबा
Enemy spotted.
wait just wait smoking
Blocking vision.
हमारे सामने एक स्टार दिया है
हां ठीक है
Covering it. Placing alarm bot.
एक बंदा सीवर्स गया सिटी गया एक सिटी आ रहा जेट
ठीक है
With blocking vision.
One heaven.
Found them.
अच्छा नहीं है तेरी
Enemy remaining.
जेट भी उधर है
Pulling them in.
Crush them.
Reloading. I call you Charlie because it means you're my friend. But maybe I should call you Tasia because you fool need a drop.
there you go let's play together
Up I go.
मार्शल है ना तुम्हारे पास ना तो भी आ जाओ
इस पे भी हो सकती है इस पे
दो स्पाइक
ये लोग सिर्फ शॉट पे खेल रहे थे भाई
Keep it cool. That's how you survive.
मेरे को टैग पड़ गया
Enemy spotted B.
go here wait can we not go here can we go back just come back
65 bro. Take my gun, someone take my gun.
One less. तुम्हें देखा था ना
फिर से जा सकते हैं
Reloading.
इधर पुश
You can go. Okay, just go B.
You can read. Phoenix still B hole.
8 Phoenix.
Alarm bot out.
Flash it.
अगर मैं प्लांट करते करते मर गया ना
नहीं मरोगे होपफुली
Spike planted. My ult's ready.
flank
Hawk out.
kill so can you flank okay never mind you have turret
है उसका turret।
स्मोक तो कर सकता है देखो जेट
Enemy remaining.
इको खाएगा मतलब बोल के तक गए भाई जाते हैं नहीं
We can bully B. Just bully B. Just flood.
क्या बोली भी what do you want to do
Just go B.
okay I'll watch
Let's see now.
break the recon okay picking up
Need that back.
kill जो है
Seek them out.
स्मोक करो
very smoking drop मैं कूदी हूँ
Got it. Obscuring vision concealment.
me.
Pulling them in.
Can you come? Oh, can you come here?
I'm blind.
Spike down B.
One link.
On the walk, you like.
Last player standing.
Concealment.
I'm twitchy here. Let's go already.
Mango, drop.
Need a drop.
Maybe let's flood mid, bro. Okay, Killjoy, turret, and alarm bot can stop. Okay, 5-1 push bro.
Go.
Taking that back.
Sky, you have spike. Careful.
Sit here. I'm gonna pull him. You can push.
Go to target and start pulling them in.
Ice.
Blocking vision.
One night.
Come on.
Also line. Okay.
Smoking flat.
One behind.
Placing strong plate.
Yeah, wait and Phoenix will still care.
Face your fear!
Hey, one flank.
I double dead. Turn down. Bomb grenade out.
One enemy remaining.
Low, 80.
Got it.
Distant.
We move as a unit, okay?
Sorry,
Last thing I need is some
Yeah,
hero
but
messing things
our
up.
alarm board in turret is enough for flank. Sure. They don't have a goodbye again.
Heading to the above.
Think we can rush?
Their jet might hero buy, bro. He might buy ano.
I
The
am
fuck.
we are strong.
Let's
Be
not
back
go
extra
B
zone
then.
बस.
Yeah,
करो.
Leave that back.
I got the spike.
wait, Phoenix.
Okay.
Just
Maybe
let's
get my
go together.
OP.
Nice.
Obscuring vision.
Okay, don't let's go.
KJ, no, KJ.
Yeah.
40,
Fine, come.
Concussing it.
Concuss.
Recovering it. Well divided.
Arre na wo.
2 more there.
Placing alarm bot. Alarm bot down. Here.
One backside.
मैंने sound दी है.
Idiot.
Placing swarm.
Jet 40.
One dug out, jet dug out.
मेरे पे pull.
One enemy remaining.
Last
Last guy
backside,
40.
backside.
Hasan up.
Dug out. You can save that. Get up.
आ रहा क्या वो?
No, he is going.
हाँ,
this
he's
way.
going back. Saving.
He's at spawn.
Went towards heaven.
Going tower, I think.
उधर से सिटी से बस distract करो उसको मार दूँगा. He's going main.
Went long. Bilang.
Look out.
Fuck. Alright, go now. Get up, bro.
They look like us, but are they us?
My ultimate.
इतना भी खास भाई नहीं उनका भाई था शायद ये.
फिर से fake करो ना fake.
Going astral, guys.
Then the open might pick cart or
Right
double
there.
dog.
करो
Covering it.
दो बंदे तो है एटलीस्ट
Nice. Let's go.
It's okay,
Jet,
bro.
you come out.
I ulted for full 8. Two.
मैं डॉक कर सकता हूँ
Oh, in behind the box. Connector.
One in A.
Player standing.
Connector.
सही से यार वो बॉक्स के पीछे
अबे कोई ये क्या चल रहा है इन दोनों को मुझे समझ नहीं आ रही भाई दोनों पीछे एक दूसरे के घूमते रहते हैं
Now we go.
और कुछ नहीं करते पहला कांटेक्ट मैं क्यों ले रही हूँ भाई वहाँ पे मुझे समझ नहीं आ रही
अभी मेरे दो बंदे सामने खड़े मेरे को लगा भी नहीं कि रहेगा रह सकते हो तो बॉक्स नीचे में कुत्ते से चेक भी नहीं किया
मैं भी घाई में जा रही हूँ भाई
Out there.
मांगो ड्रॉप मांगो बुलडॉग देता हूँ
Need a drop. Hold that. Taking that back.
हाँ अपने पास किल जाए अल्ट है अपन किल जाए अल्ट नहीं कर रहे यार
kill the ult nice not gonna smoke art let's take art control
Blocking vision. Obscuring vision.
getting pulled oh shit what the fuck भाई मेरे पास भाई
आ जाओ
मेरे को heal दो
Two more. One here.
Planted. Can't use that yet. Pulling them in.
Oh no, wait. Art.
यार over
अपने दो बंदे डग आउट में ऐसे जाके क्यों मारेंगे
क्या
क्यों
पता भाई
Match point.
Just some good old hard yakka. Standing in between us and victory.
अरे ये अपना फिनिक्स तो मिड पे ही इसका कुछ तो भी है मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है
भाई भाड़ में जाए मैं 2 स्टार नहीं ले रही वैसे मांग तो नहीं रहे लोग कुछ
हाँ मत लो भाई प्लीज
Don't even brown.
अल्ट कह रहा है इधर
Right there.
फ्लैश दे रहा हूँ मैं
Hold out.
देखो उसने 2 स्टार डाल दिया डायरेक्ट नॉकआउट में वैंडल से डिंग पड़ा है मेरे को 10 एचपी कर दिया उसने
पता है
Need that back. Recovering it.
चाहिए तो नहीं और कर ले लिया तब
दूसरा बार वो डबल डोर्स पे ही मरा है
फेवरेट स्पेस है उसका
अच्छा उधर अल्ट बिल्ड अकेला मस्त मजा आ रहा है कि नहीं तुम्हें
और नहीं तो क्या भाई अबे वो तो बी गए they're going B
I killed
okay never
them.
mind one
कर दो
I need a
स्मोक कर दो
stop. Concealment. Concealment.
बहुत लेट आने वाले हो मेरे पास स्टार भी नहीं है इसके लिए
Billing.
हेवन क्लियर है क्या
Trade low. 113.
One enemy remaining.
डिस्टेंट राइट से
Oh.
इसको हवा में दे दिया है
Only bright enough for me.
क्या एंकर जितने गंदे हैं बता मजाक भी नहीं किल जॉय कुछ खास नहीं है बहुत गंदा है वो 3 किल्स मारे उसने इतने
अरे अपने दोनों
अरे
insane है
डुएलिस्ट
ना
तो
उनसे।
भाई फेवरेट है उसका, अभी भी जा रहे थे उधर ही।
वो देखो ना उधर ही वो
कैसे?
डिफेंस में भी इधर ही फाइट ले रहा था और अभी भी उधर ही फाइट ले रहा है वो।
अच्छा भाई,
उसको और वगैरह चाहिए नहीं बोलता है वो।
एक सेकंड ना, लेट हो थोड़ा।
Taking that back. Need that back.
अरे अरे अरे,
ऑपर हो सकता है, ऑपर हो सकता है इधर अभी।
डॉक
डॉक
करो।
कर रहा है।
Scout
किल जो
destroyed.
फाइट ले रहा है क्लोज।
कोई भी होता ना।
ऑपर भी है।
अरे एक ऑपर डेड।
Too easy.
Two more.
लेट्स गो बी, लेट्स गो बी। लेट्स तुम स्पाइक दो और ड्रॉप डॉक करो यहाँ पे।
Spike.
डॉक किया ना अभी और क्या, 10 डॉक तो
चल,
नहीं रहते मेरे
या
Fate Billy.
को। उसने मस्त साउंड देके भागा है पीछे और अपन पागल है जो वॉक कर रहे। अभी भाग सकता है।
अरे जेट का स्पेस देखो भाई, क्या घटिया प्लेयर्स है भाई।
फेक कर लो ए पे फेक कर लो फटक से।
ये मैंने ऑलरेडी चार्ज हुआ उधर।
I need obscuring vision. Blocking vision.
हाँ
Careful.
सॉरी। हाँ कदी
Alarm bot out. Alarm bot placing.
Plant for long, bro. Plant kitchen.
Face your fear.
लेट्स प्ले फुल स्टार है, डिले कराऊंगा।
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
अच्छा सिटी आ रहा है पर इतना लेट।
Pulling them
हाँ।
in. Swarm grenade.
नॉट ऑन, नॉट ऑन।
Half.
One enemy remaining.
होता है क्या? इससे होता है।
नहीं हो जाएगा, अभी तो प्लांट हुआ।
Defenders win.
अरे प्लान फॉर लॉन्ग क्या करूँ, एस्ट्रल है उन पे। छिरे गंदे प्लेयर्स, व्हाट गंदे प्लेयर्स, वेरी वेरी बैड प्लेयर्स, वेरी आथू प्लेयर्स।
फिनिक्स मार्ड्स नाम भी बहुत सही है।
करो गो करो, खेल रहे हो तो।
ओह, खेल रहे हो तो गो कर दो।
ओह शिट, मैं ओके लीडर, मैं हूँ लीडर, आई एम द लीडर। आई एम द लीडर। अबे इतना
क्या हुआ?
कुछ नहीं। फाइमन पूछ रहे रेंजर।
चलो खेलना है तो।
आ जाओ खेलते हैं भाई। आलू अच्छा, हम नहीं बुलाने क्या वो भी? कोई ऑनलाइन नहीं है? कप्पा है क्या? खीरे तो ना हो पाए, मफिन भी ना हो पाए। एक सेकेंड पूछती हूँ।
मैं 1 मिनट में आया, रुको।
हाँ अच्छा, ओ शिट, मैंने गेम में क्यों बुलाया? Nobody, 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 no. म्यूटेड. अरे मैंने नहीं करा है, वो खुद ही उन्होंने इन गेम म्यूट कर रखा. ओह शिट, मैंने किया है, सॉरी. आपके बहुत दोस्त हैं. बुलाओ आप सबको, दो को. सबको क्या होता है, दो होता है. और मैंने क्या बोला है, दास तो बोला ना अभी जस्ट. कुछ तो बोला भाई, तोतला है. जिस दिन मैं तोतला बोलना बंद करूंगी ना गाइस, जिस दिन, उस दिन होगा कलयुग का आखिरी दिन. मतलब बहुत टाइम है.
भाई साहब 6-9 चालू है.
किसका?
लाउड एडवर्ड.
6 कौन है? लूड.
6 यहाँ लाउड है.
नशा नशा. चार्जर लेके आई मैं, एक सेकेंड. ओह
ये आसपास कितना कंधे पे उठाएगा उनको.
baby, calm down, calm down. Oh, yo, this somebody a Gucci my ass for lockdown, for lockdown, oh lockdown. Girl, you sweet like phantom, phantom. If I tell you say I love you, no they for me younger, for me younger. No tell me no 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 no. Oh 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 oh. Baby come give me a lo 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 lo. अच्छा तुम सुन रहे हो क्या ऐसा हर्ष?
आदत हो गया है.
मजा तो आना चाहिए. देखो, इट इज फन. बोलो नहीं, बोल के दिखाओ तुम.
बोला क्या कुछ मैं अभी.
होना चाहिए ना फन, ऐसे कह रही हूँ ना मैं. अरे गाइस, मुझे चैट क्यों नहीं दिख रहा भाई तुम लोगों के? क्या सीन? हेलो जैप. फ्लैट रैंक चलेगा? हाँ जरूर, मुझे तो चलेगा. रैंक को चलेगा क्या भैया मेरे? ब्रिंग मी अ बॉटल, बॉटल आई मीन वाटर बॉटल प्लीज. सादा पानी चाहिए, पानी का बॉटल. वो जो मियो 16 की वाली बॉटल है ना ऊपर, जो तू जिम जाने लेके जाता था, जिम लेके जाता था, वो चाहिए मुझे. उसमें सादा पानी भर के दियो, बेस्ट चीज़ है वो. जानी जा. तूच तो धुतली नाही. यस. अरे ढक्कन, ढक्कन भी नहीं लगाने आता.
जिम चालू है तुम्हारा?
और नहीं तो क्या, जिमिंग डे में मैं जिम जाती हूँ. अरे यार, हर बॉटल ऐसे लीक लूक करेगी तो कैसे चलेगा बताओ. बट सादा पानी मांगो, उसमें ठंडा. हाँ मजा आ गया. हाँ सादा पानी था. चलो चलो
कभी सुबह
किधर
सुबह जिम जाते हो?
सुबह जिम जाती हूँ हाँ मतलब प्लान तो वही है सुबह जाने का
बट वो होता नहीं।
पर वो होता नहीं। सुबह उठने का ही टेंशन है रे और कुछ टेंशन नहीं है लाइफ में। लाइफ में जिस दिन मैं उठना सीख जाऊँ ना जल्दी से 1 सेकंड के अंदर उस दिन मेरी आधी समस्याएं हल हो जाएंगी। पानी यस। क्या करती हो जिम में? मैं जिम में ना मैं बताती हूँ तुम लोग को। मैं ना जिम में पिलाटीज करती हूँ गाइस। पिलाटीज करने जाती हूँ मैं जिम। जिम क्यों जाते हैं? क्यों जाते हैं? क्यों जाते हैं? तो देखो मैंने मेहंदी नहीं दिखाई ना। मेरी दीदी की कज़न की मतलब मेरी कज़न की शादी हो रही है थोड़े दिनों में। परसों थोड़े दिनों में परसों ही। सो कल मेहंदी थी वहाँ गई थी मैं इसलिए कल स्ट्रीम ना हो पाई। बताया नहीं ना मैंने तुम्हें ये सही। त्याच्यातच आहे ना यार त्या बॉक्स मध्ये यार। इधर इतना डिस्टर्ब करता है ना भाई मेरा भाई। इतना डिस्टर्बिंग है ना मेरा भाई क्या बोलूँ मैं। क्या ही बोल सकती हूँ। अरे भाई स्टीम चालू तो हुआ था अच्छा खासा। अभी लॉगिन क्यों मांग रहा है मेरे से? नॉन कॉपीराइटेड लगाती हूँ भाई। थोड़ा खाली खाली महसूस हो रहा है। खाली तो उसे महसूस होता। हाँ मेरा भाई मेरे स्ट्रीम पे ब्रॉल अलग खेल रहा है। अभी तो मैं इमलाप भी नहीं कर सकती जी।
तब तक मैच देख लो और क्या ही।
हाँ एरोबिक्स जुम्बा यस। अरे यार इकडे मागे मी लावले आणि आता नको काढू प्लीज. अबे
क्या हुआ?
कितना टाइम है उनको आने में?
Skills तो आ गए। वक्त भी आ गया।
करने का करूँ गो? मैं हो गया लीडर।
हाँ तुम आओ।
कर दिया भाई मैंने। मैच देखो मस्त टच हो रहा है। कौन सा भाई? ये सॉन्ग कॉपीराइट फ्री है ये। विच क्लचिंग? कौन किया क्लचिंग? Oh, so hot, man. Oh. म्यूजिक ऑफ कर दो क्यों? सच में कर दो क्या? भी यार ये कॉपीराइटेड म्यूजिक या नए या फिर बॉलीवुड कॉपीराइटेड म्यूजिक क्यों नहीं लाते लोग? I really want to know what is wrong with people.
This is the dream scenario for EDG. They've found solo initiator, the player that gets the information for this composition. And right now, Loud, they're going to have to take an absolute stab at this. They have no idea what's going on across the map.
Yeah, but you can tell Loud have a plan here.
They left the spike, though. Look where the spike is.
Exactly. Sadak just put the spike down. So remember, they faked the teleport to suggest that they're going back A. They've cut noise. And now Sadak is going to make some presence A.
Oh.
Given that they're down in numbers, given that they don't have an initiator, they have to try to manipulate this and try to marionette their way through the round. But can they do it?
Lesh just creeps his way forward, drops
It's on Smoggy. Smoggy.
Oh, he's got too many targets to deal with. He can't.
The player showers, Sadak finds it, and now we're in a 2-on-2. This is anyone's game right now, Doug.
Tui's just so weak. Sadak
Yo,
might be
yo,
close
yo,
with
yo,
utility.
yo,
You
yo.
gotta be careful. The timing's not on your side. Nobody drops him. 10 seconds left. Tui's left in a 1v2 with nothing but a sliver of HP. 11, and that's not gonna be enough. Nobody gets 4, and of course, we're tied once more.
For real, man. Tui to main se kaun pick karta hai smoke se bahar.
Up by 2 and you win type B, and they are not down. This is just going back and forth at this point. This is insane. The fights happening across the map.
Dude, you called that stuff out of Hookah too, and it was perfect. They couldn't find any space out of Hookah. They couldn't find any space out of Octagon. And that forced Loud into this disastrous situation where they were discombobulated and they were indecisive on it.
Watch party करने वाले हो इसके बाद?
Our final timeout of regulation coming in here. Fraud taking one
क्या हुआ?
for Loud. We saw what he was capable of in that first half. The adjustment coming in so quick. I am so excited to see what he's calling out of this timeout. I think the B site is shut down for business. If I'm being honest here, Doug. But here's the thing. If I'm after on EDG, I know that as well. And there could be a little bit of reverse psychology. There could be some mind games going on. I think what could happen right now is a potential A fake into a B pop. Just because EDG will believe this is going to be an A round. And they will rotate as if it were an A round.
इसके 5 रखे, इसके 2
something like
रखे,
that
उसके
is
3 रखे.
definitely in the cards, and it would certainly work really well right now for Loud coming out of this timeout.
देख रहे हो?
Les's pit.
पूछना पड़ेगा क्यों रखे.
Mentioned it before. This
तो ही नहीं
pit
लग रहा रात पर.
on bind is very difficult to deal with.
We got to take a look at the money situation too, as we're so near the end of this map. Les, we talked about his pit, and fortunately he has the pit, so he can be a little bit safer, but all he has is a stinger.
Some early hookah pressure going to come in right now from Kawanzin and Asus. I think Tui's single goal right now is if someone pushes longer, guiding light comes down, get hit by it, make a presence. Nothing does, so he's immediately heading back to this A site. Light hookah pressure.
भाई ट्रिपल कंट्रोलर में अभी देखा what the fuck.
Fortunately for EDG, they have 3 members A. That's where all of Loud seems to be headed.
I think at this point also EDG has realized Sadak is a solo showers lurker. I think they're going to take the fight to him right now in this mid round.
Dude, Smoggy hasn't been cleared either. Sadak gets the first to Paranoia. He somehow eventually dies. Nobody on the reaggress. Loud just crumble. Wow. They get obliterated as EDG find themselves on map point.
अबे कहाँ ये कौन सी कलर लगा रखी है भाई? Are we expect them to TV?
Right at the finish line. But Loud,
best color.
They played that smart. They left enough in the tank for a buy here on this last round.
Sure.
They purposely half-bought down right there. Kawanzin only with a Guardian. Sadak here missing a Paranoia, which, I'm going to be honest, I think that's a really big piece, as well as a Boombot.
Hong Kong में डाल
lack of a quick long peek. There's a lot of stuff actually missing.
Yeah,
You look at Loud's purchases right now.
Hong Kong भी रख दो.
Triple push short. The first sign of aggression comes in the last round.
Hong Kong gets an op. You hear it rattled off, sending a shiver down their spine. There's the swing out. Smoggy getting the best of less. And they take a step back. EDG looking to go for the jugular, but it's countered back.
I think that's a light win for Loud. The 4-on-4. That's going to spread EDG out, and they found the Brimstone. That's the stall in this comp. They don't have 3 controllers.
Sadak has to stay alive here.
इधर ही रख के जा रहा है, बीच में walk कर रहा है इसे.
और इधर करता है भाई, क्या करता है रे वो? मेरे को नहीं समझ आता. और वही टाइम पे बंदा आता है तो एम पे क्या करेगा?
और मार देता है बट वो फिर भी.
What is the play from Loud right
कैसे रे?
now?
नहीं रे.
They are just at a snail's pace right now.
कभी इधर करेगा.
They are slowly moving towards A.
Meanwhile,
getting so much space in showers.
Well, he's got to be careful though. He's by himself. You were mentioning Smoggy a moment ago.
अरे क्या है? नहीं क्या कर रहा है?
Sneakers come out. They're gonna know only one player is at this A side. They are gonna pounce so fast.
But can he do it again? Op in hand, no. Doesn't even get a shot. Aspas drops him and now he scoops it up. Loud in a position to take us to OT.
Smoggy showstopper.
Now भाई. अरे Sadak क्या कर रहा है भैया?
Aspas repositioning. 3v3, it's just the showstopper. Tui's 1 point away from the orbital strike.
Could be waiting for the guiding light coming in from nobody.
There's the ult. The first clear. Oh, the flash! Aspas with the clean movement, getting away, staying alive, potentially preserving. The round is nobody's on the flank. Tui's dropped, and they've got Aspas and Kawanzin corralled. There's nowhere for them to go. Smoggy with 4 and EDG take bind.
Oh my goodness, what a map from EDG. I can't believe it. After losing all of those advantageous scenarios, wasting ults, it doesn't matter. You get shot in the face, you die. You die, Doug. That's how this works. This is an FPS game.
Freaking A, Bren was right.
Wow.
Unbelievable. Map 1 going in favor of EDG. Ascend on the other side. We'll be right back.
हाँ भाई Fnatic को 2-0 डालने के बाद ऐसा
लॉस्ट लग रहे थे भाई बहुत ज़्यादा अभी. मैं जोन आउट हो गए भाई बैठे बैठे.
When you play an actual ranked game, it's 50 minutes, but how much are you actually shooting?
Sorry.
With Aim Labs, you can compete in over 1,000 tasks that will prepare you for any scenario in any game. For the new ranked season, you play, you get points, you can compare yourself to your friends. With Aim Labs' new 1-to-1 Valorant maps, you get instant feedback on how to get better crosshair placement, better peak efficiency. You can also instantly modify existing tasks with Discovery. Get started today by downloading Aim Labs for free and join millions of other satisfied players.
Thank you. जिंदगी जाता हुआ रेंज में पपी 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 उसको क्या दिन में क्या करता है भाई वो कि वो बोर हो जाता है भाई
भाई या तो तुम माइक कुछ तो भी ठीक कर लो या
चुप
तो
चुप
कुछ
चुप
बता दे
मुक्का ही मारूंगी तुम्हें एक दिन मैं सिर्फ और सिर्फ तुम्हारी पिटाई करने के लिए आने वाली हूँ पता है
आवाज अटक अटक के आ रहा है बार-बार
क्या गड्ढा बनेगा रे इतनी ब्राइट वाइट लाइट मेरे मुंह पे मजा ही आता है
Match found.
वाह
very much fun कौन सा माउस कर रहे हो म्यो कौन सा माउस यूज कर रहे हो मैं HyperX हेस्ट पल्स फायर
म्यो खेलना है रेस
नहीं खेलो आप यार
टीमसिक है तुम लोग के पास
हाँ है
एलओटी वाला
नहीं
हर्ष जो खेलने का खेल रहे हर्ष
LOT वाला नहीं है मेरे पे वो PM करो ना डिस्कॉर्ड पे ओए डेड नसा नसा तेरी अखां विच आवे मैनू When are you going to Tokyo? Why will I be going to Tokyo? Why am I going to Tokyo? Bido Compton. Bido Compton. वो बोलेंगे ये क्या कंप है इनका? Oh my God.
नहीं पता मुझे भी नहीं पता हेलो
हाँ किसको बोल रहे हो मुझे बोल रहे हो किसको बोल रहे हो हर्ष मुक्का मारूंगी
अरे टीएस पे बोल रहा हूँ
तो मुझे कौन आईपी देगा अच्छा उसने
अरे
अच्छा,
मेरे को आईपी का पासवर्ड नहीं पता वो लेकिन
ठीक है
मैंने बुकमार्क किया है
ठीक है मेरे को लगा तुम अकेले ज्वाइन करके बैठ गए मस्त और मेरे को बता भी नहीं रहे हो कि भाई ये सब आ रखा है आजा इट्स टाइम
भाई वैसा नहीं है मैं
तो कैसा है
कनेक्टेड
किधर है
पासवर्ड भेज रहा हूँ रुक जाओ
मैं तो आग
आउटसाइड हुक्का मल्टीपल
Can blind.
Spike down B.
Blind किया.
Target spotted. Throwing next.
दो थे.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah.
हाँ hello.
Reloading.
डिस्कॉर्ड म्यूट कर रहा हूँ मैं.
अरे भाविन बोलना यार, एक बार बोलना भाविन.
तेरी माँ का.
अरे भाविन बोलना. अरे क्या करता है यार भाविन, एक बार बोलता.
Fuck you.
अरे भाविन तेरे थोड़ी कुछ जाता भाई, बोल देना भाई.
Fuck you.
नहीं भाई, डिसअपॉइंटेड हूँ भाई.
मैं इधर खेल रहा हूँ ऊपर, शावर के ऊपर.
अच्छा.
शावर
बहुत दूर हूँ.
लेफ्ट साइड देखना मेरा.
Scanning ahead.
Nice. Smoke कर रहे हो.
मेरा चूमू कौन था ये? Skills.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
देना स्किल पैंटम देना प्लीज.
नहीं. क्यों दूं?
देना.
नहीं.
उस टाइम जब लास्ट गेम आए थे तभी भी अगर ये उठाया रहता तो नहीं देता था पक्का, इसलिए मेरे पहले उठाया था.
देना स्किल्स. देना. अरे ऑफ देना स्किल्स ऑफ देना प्लीज.
हेलो ग्राफिक माउस हाइपरेक्स
देना.
fuck सर तो मारामारी चल रही है भाई.
नेक्स्ट राउंड ऑफ.
तो ना सीरियसली खेलते हो.
Microphone
सीरियसली तो खेल रहा. भाविन खेल रहा. रेस देख सीरियसली हो गया.
मैं मार रहा हूँ भाई.
अरे हाँ.
अरे आप मारते हो भाई.
मारते हो भाई, आप ये कब नहीं मारते हो, मेरे को ये बोलना.
हुक्का के बाहर है.
फाइट करनी है क्या? आओ टीवी.
एक और है क्या उधर?
करो.
हाँ
एक और है क्या?
कहीं है भाई, डॉग कर रहा.
फ्लैश कर रही हो.
दो -94 रेस 94.
तो काट ले.
नाइस. स्मोक कर रहे हो.
पीछे जा रहा हूँ. सेफ जा. आप टीपी करके
हाँ मैं करती हूँ.
Spike planted.
हो गया इधर.
बेस गया वापस शॉट.
तू ऊपर रेस खेल रहा है.
अरे भाविन वेट क्यों कर रहा है? अभी भी सिटी में क्यों है?
बराबर.
एक कियोल से शायद.
पोपा मूवमेंट दिखाओ आपका. एक
सही स्टेप मारेंगे देखना पोपा.
सामने का.
भाविन आके थ्रो कर रहा है ये.
मैं. अरे ऑफ देना
Does anyone have
एक
fun?
सेकंड मेरे को आवाज कम करना चाहिए.
ये कौन सा रेस बी साइड खेलते हैं भाई?
Thanks.
मैं अब स्मोक कर देना, शावर स्मोक कर दे.
कहां पे?
कौन सा रेस बी साइड खेलता है? मतलब हुक्का कंट्रोल नहीं लगता है क्या रेस?
अरे नहीं भाई.
भाई क्या रेंज है?
तो भाई जा रहा हूँ, यही आ रहा हूँ.
ए नो साउंड है.
ये लोग कोई नहीं है.
हुक्का के बाहर रहेंगे.
अरे तू मत जाना, मैं जाता हूँ ना.
ऐसा कैसे चल
लड़ी का एक नंबर का.
एक बिलोंग.
आ रही हो. फोकस स्मोक कर रहे हो. फ्लैश आउट कर रहे हो. ब्लाइंड किया. नाइस. वो साइड जा रहे हो. मार रही हूँ.
को मार. मैं जाता हूँ भाई. इधर
भाई पांचों बिलोंग आए थे. लोग क्या है?
नशा.
ड्रॉप दे नाइस.
इसके रोसी ड्रॉप दो भाई. जल्दी ड्रॉप दो भाई, ऐसा नहीं चलता है.
जल्दी क्या पनवेल जाना है?
हाँ पनवेल जाना.
बिलोंग
रिकॉर्ड मार रहा मैं और
से चल आउट.
लास्ट राउंड डॉज किया था मेरा. मैं डीप मार रहा हूँ इधर.
कर रही हूँ मैं स्विंग वहाँ पे. भाई शावर आएंगे तो टीपी करूँगी.
हाँ मैं ट्रैप रख रहा हूँ इधर करते. मैं शावर साउंड.
शावर आ रहा है.
आ रही हूँ.
आ गया भाई. जज आ गया.
जज आ गया.
जेज
या पेरे. नाइस. दोनों रेस पे अल्ट है.
मेरे पास नेड है.
एक प्लांट कर रहे हैं डिफॉल्ट.
हेवन जा रहा हूँ मैं.
नेड करना पोपा.
एक बैक साइड
है.
यूल्स शायद से यूल्स गए हो.
यूल्स या बी साइड.
हर स्टोन कर लो.
बोल दिख नहीं रहे.
नाइस. सिटी.
Spike down.
1 HP, 1 kill. Nice.
आप हो गया मेरे को समझ में नहीं आ रहा।
क्या बोल रहा है?
वो सो गया था पापा, इससे बच गया।
कोई तो काला जादू किया भाई।
हाँ वो सो गया था, मैं तो बच गया। तुम खुद मार लो।
तुम खुद मार लो।
सॉरी पापा। आप तो टॉप फ्रेगर हो भाई हमेशा।
टॉप नहीं,
टॉप फ्रेग करते हो आप।
ये शावर से तो बताओ, मैं ड्रोन कर दूं।
हाँ।
Get out of my way.
Revealing area.
करना ड्रोन कर
रहा हूँ।
Deploying drone.
थोड़ा 1 सेकंड के लिए।
फेंक दे भैया।
हाँ ऐसा
एक यूएस चला गया भाई।
प्लांट करेंगे तो बताओ ना, प्लांट करेंगे तो बताओ।
बैक साइड है।
ठीक है।
नहीं आया
मैं तेरे को हुक्का बैकअप दे रहा हूँ अगर
हाँ प्लांट करोगे तो बताओ।
जाना मारना।
I've got
ए
your
हुक्का मल्टीपल।
अरे
हुक्का स्मोक दे रही दे पा रही।
जेट भी आ रहा है, हुक्का स्मोक चाहिए।
दे रही दिया।
एक हुक्का -120।
किसको नहीं मारा?
अरे अल्ट खा लिया भाई।
ब्रिमस्टोन -120।
क्या कर भाई?
ये बैक साइड कैसे मरे हो तुम? कहां से?
Spike planted. Last player standing.
चल के कौन जाते हैं बे? पोपर डिलीट फर्स्ट टाइम नहीं सर।
ब्रिमस्टोन 100।
लेग शॉट।
लॉन्ग एक। आयो यो।
भावेन क्या हुआ?
कर दो भाई बेटा
मत
मेरी।
ज्ञान सर, अपना गेम पे ध्यान दो।
पूछ रहा हूँ भैया क्या हो
हाँ
गया?
वही बोल रहा हूँ ना, आप अपने गेम पे ध्यान दो,
अरे
मैं अपने
भाई
गेम पे
नहीं
ध्यान
भाई,
दे
आप
रहा हूँ।
बहुत टिल्ट हो रहे हैं यार। ड्रॉप पकड़।
मैं ड्रॉप क्यों दूं भाई?
नहीं काची लपड़ा।
मांगो मेवा मांगो ड्रॉप।
अरे
बड़ा गन को डाल ना।
आ जाते हैं भाई, मैं इसको सेव करता हूं।
उनको लेग शॉट भी ऑफ ले लेगा था।
हां वही आके ले लिया भाई, कर लिया।
कोई ना मैं दे दूंगा ना भाई।
बिलोंग डालना, रिकॉर्ड
डाल। और नॉर्मली लग रहा होगा।
Right.
जंप स्पार्ट कर रहा है लोग।
करना है क्या कुछ आपको?
नहीं और लेगा।
ठीक है। क्या थोड़ा ऑपर है रेस तो स्मोक कर रही थी।
मैं हुक्का ड्रोन करके ले रहा हूँ। हुक्का रेस। रेस हुक्का है, 2 रेस। बाप रे, 5 इधर खड़े अपन।
यस।
ये भी लोग ऊपर आ गया।
फ्लैश है मेरे पे।
मैं जा रहा हूँ ये भाई।
जाओ।
खाली है भाई, हुक्का कुछ नहीं दिख रहा भाई।
तो ये और है। आई थिंक ये साइड आ गया वो लोग।
ये वॉक इन करके आया रे।
पता नहीं ये चेंबर क्यों छोड़ते हैं। एक मार्केट है।
स्मोक्स हो गए पे एक कमिट हो गया।
प्लांट करके तो बोलो ना, प्लांट करके तो बोलो ना।
कर रहा है।
शावर से मरा। एक और शावर है।
शावर के बाहर बेंच
ही है।
पता नहीं।
बेंच है।
मैं लेट आऊंगी शावर।
बेंच नेड कर रहा हूँ।
करो। ट्रिपल है वो।
One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
मरा बेंच।
प्लस यूएस हो सकता है।
अरे नाइस।
अरे पोपा क्या खेलता है बे?
पोपा आपका
ले लेन।
हां ना दे।
अरे रुको ना, मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ? रुको मैं ऑफ लेता हूँ एक सेकंड।
टचल मार के जाएगा क्या?
अरे मैं क्या बोल रहा हूं, पोपा आपको बहुत मजाक
कर लो।
अल्टी कर खोल के चले जाता हूं।
अरे जलता है रे।
अरे भाभी अल्टी खोल के चले जाता हूं मैं तेरे लिए।
चले जाता
ये शॉट पे
क्या चल रहा है मुझे कुछ समझ नहीं आ रही।
हाँ बरोबर, मैं सैचल मारूं और तू मेरे अल्ट मार के आगे रहेगा।
अरे क्या है भाभी यार, अग्रेसिव जाना भाभी।
क्यों भाई, यूटिलिटी है, किल निकल रहा है, राउंड निकल रहा है, क्यों चाहिए तेरे को
अग्रेसिव क्यों करना है?
यूटिलिटी ए भाई चेंबर रोटेट कर देता है भावेन। इडियट है भाई भावेन।
मैं ऐसा रैंक अंतर करके बैठूं। ये शॉट है, वन शॉट आ रहा है।
वो क्या कर रहे लोग पीछे?
एक यूल गया।
ए हुक्का क्या ड्रोन करना, अपन इधर मार
आगे नहीं देखिए यूल से
शॉट स्मोक करूं?
एक बिलोंग ये रोटेट कर रहा है अभी।
मैं टीपी के अंदर हूं, पता है?
मेरे को लग रहा है एक बिलोंग वॉक इन किया है।
बिलोंग देख रहे हैं।
हां
सारे में बाहर।
ये किधर था ब्रो?
One enemy remaining.
ये पता नहीं भाई किधर है।
Spike down.
बिलोंग
ये नूब है ये। नाइस।
भाई ब्रिम तो इधर क्या कर रहा है?
भाई वो अकेला ही आता है ब्रिम।
Microphone.
इतना सेक्सी प्ले करा और उसके बाद
Microphone activated.
एक्चुअली हुक्का आ सकते हैं। यूज्ड भाई करता हूं।
जज वगैरह क्या कर रहा है लेकिन।
हां नहीं इधर से खेल रहा हूं
फिर
भाई।
जाने वाला है इधर।
रिकॉन डाल मैं और लेता हूं।
ठीक है
तब तक हुक्का देखो ना पीछे से।
देख चुके हां।
टिप डाल रहा हूं अभी देखो। बिलोंग मल्टीपल आ रहे।
फ्लैश दे सकते हो तुम लोग को? मैं
ठीक है चेंबर फिर से रोटेट कर रहा है।
फक
Enemy spotted B.
डॉग कर दोगे?
ब्लाइंड कर रही हूं।
सर
लग गया मेरे। आए हुक्का। नाइस नाइस।
साइफर मैंने सिटी
देख लो
One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
लास्ट भी बिलोंग ने डॉग किया था।
राइट साइड
120 डैमेज 120
ए शवर से लीते थे शाह बॉक्स से टच को मोटे होना।
ये संभाले मेरा।
Sound sensor up.
120 है वो।
Microphone muted.
यहाँ पहले बार जाओ फिर जॉसी को स्पेक करो बस। वाह।
इधर नहीं है।
Microphone activated.
टावर से निकला हो सकता है ना पहले से।
बिलोंग
बिलोंग
नहीं वॉल अभी इंजस्ट किया था।
नाइस।
जयंत को देख के कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं आ रहा था कि मारना है।
अरे वो मार लो।
हां लो एचपी है इसके लिए नहीं आ रहा था। तू जैसे बैठा था ना मैं बोला मार खाने वाला है।
किधर भी बैठा है ये किसी गोली मार।
तो भाई मैं तो लगा मेरा पीसी बहुत गंदा है।
कैसे भी बैठा रहो।
बेचारा
कौन यू आल्सो डैश कोड बनाना अकला के बैटक पड़ाना
बैट छोड़ो भाई।
पापा आपके लिए स्टन मार रहा हूं। स्टन नहीं है भाई।
कोई नहीं देखा मुझे। शॉवर स्मोक कर रही हूं।
-70 है भाई।
नाइस।
नहीं दिखेगा पापा नहीं दिखेगा।
स्मोक करो शॉट कर रही हूं शॉट।
Prepare for hellfire.
प्लांटिंग
फ्लैंक कर रही हूं।
स्मोक में है।
Spike planted.
एक और स्मोक में।
नाइस।
-70 है भाई।
आ रही हूं फ्लैंक कर रही हूं।
मर गया -70 पापा
ए ड्रोन करो।
एक शॉट।
हां रुक जा।
प्रीम
ये साइफर किधर है?
करा
Enemy remaining.
क्या ब्लाइंड किया उसको? ब्लाइंड किया पुश करो। मुझे दिख रहा है। नाइस।
ले लो भाई।
यार किधर से ढूंढ रहे थे?
भाई मैं ऊपर से डॉग छोड़ रहा था। मैं बोला डॉग को दिख जाएगा तो अरे मैं नहीं गणेश दिख जाएगा
क्या स्पेक्सर पीसी का पता नहीं ब्रो बहुत पुराना।
अरे हर्ष तू खेला है क्या ये हीरो? राउंड पे उठा सकता है क्या? राउंड चालू होने के बाद उठा सकता है क्या?
नहीं।
Microphone muted.
ये हीरो बोलता है रे।
माउस ग्रिप दिखाओ ना आपका। ऐसा है।
भाई आप शावर में मरना बंद करो भाई।
अरे पापा वो जज लेकर आ रहा है।
वॉल के पहले डैश मार दे रहे हैं क्या वो?
हां वॉल के ऊपर मार रहा है डैश मारा भाई।
आ रही हूं कर रही हूं फ्लैश कर रही हूं। फ्लैश किया। बराबर
पागल के गाइड
शॉट स्मोक कर रही हूं।
दो टीपी
कर दिया भाई।
व्हाट द फक।
एक और एक शॉट है भाई रेस।
आ रही हूं उसके पीछे।
इतना ही
एक हुक्का।
पीछे गया।
ओके
हुक्का आ रहा है। हुक्का टू भी आ रहा है। एक और है साइफर।
मार्केट
एक और है रेस है।
Spike down.
स्पाइक
B.
दोनों हुक्का के बाहर दोनों हुक्का।
आ रही वक्त कर थोड़ा डिले। दोबारा मैंने 88 रेस लो। नाइस।
मेरे को लगा आप कंफर्म के लिए आपका मैं इसके अंदर दिखाऊं।
मैं आपको बचाने के लिए भाग के आई हूं पूरी दुनिया भर की आवाज देके।
भाई यार भाई अल्ट मारा दोनों ने टिपी कर दिया भाई
यार यार
आजा उसका पिक करते ना आजा इधर रिकॉन डालना हाँ
फ्लैश करती हूँ मैं तुम लोग पिक करो
हाँ रिकॉन के ऊपर फ्लैश करो
ठीक है
मैं सैचल करके पिक कर लूंगा रे
I've got your trail.
ए शॉट
अगर ट्रैप
करियो
माइनस 80 है जेट माइनस 80 है
अरे नाइस
तीनों
सिटी पुश हो सकता है ना
हां मेरे पास ड्रोन है मैं ड्रोन करता हूं
हां तू ड्रोन कर योर मैं मोड करता हूं
बस हेवन देख रहा हूं कोई
हां देख रहा हूं हेवन देख रहा हूं
एक क्लोज क्लियर है
छोड़ रहा हूं हेवन हां
ट्रिपल नाइस
कोई ना पुप्पा नेट है आपके पास
आ गया पीछे गया
शॉट डाल रहा हूं रिकॉन डाल रहा हूं क्लोज के लिए को ये शॉट है शायद
फ्लैश भी ऑन
Last player standing.
अरे क्या यूटिल डालते हैं यार बाविन
Bhavin best utility usage player in the house.
क्या यार बाविन
पापा सरकार से भी मजाक उड़ाना
ठीक है भाई क्या बात दो प्रेस ये चेंबर एक को भी नहीं मार रहे शॉट पे भाई
इधर जाना भाई
मैं ड्रोन लिया है
तुम लोग जाओ बी पे मैं शावर से लॉक करके आता
नहीं मैं तू के मैं भी आ रहा हूं तेरे साथ नहीं
मत कर
अरे तो क्या मैं ये शॉट जाऊंगा भाई जाना तू शावर सही है जाना सेटअप सही है
ना एक कंट्रोल स्मोक डालना है इधर रिकॉन उसके बाद रिकॉन करना
सामने एक का रिकॉन करूं कि ये वाला करूं
ये वाला कर जो बाहर निकलेगा स्मोक के बाद फिर इसके ऑक्टागन के अंदर मुंबोट डालता हूं क्लियर करते हैं
Scanning ahead.
शॉट है भाई गोल्स गया भाई
गोल्स तो क्लियर है
याइक मम्मी
ओ मैं
कोई नहीं इधर दिया
का देखो
जाना वापस
ए चले जाओ
ओके लोग ने हां
मैं
ठीक है
मुंबोट कर रहा हूं
भाग के जा रहा हूं
क्या
एक सिटी अरे
भाई सिटी में शील्ड कर दिया तुम लोग के लिए वो पुश कर रहा है बाविन थ्रो कर रहा था इधर जा रहा था अच्छा नहीं है कि नहीं किया बाविन बोलना तू ही है बाविन
मर गया ना वैसे भी थ्रो करके तू एक एवेन्यू छोड़ दिया उसके लिए उधर टीपी में भी कुछ डालना था ना यार जयंत यार
एक ए शॉट आ रहा है भाई मैं लो एचपी हूं भाई
दो शॉट है
एक हेवन
ठीक है
डबल टिक मार दिया इस माइनस 78
थ्रो कर रहे हो क्या 7 वाले को मार दूंगी
क्या माइनस 78
फ्लैश कर रही हूं
अरे नाइस रे पापा
नाइस यूटिलिटी यूसेज
One enemy remaining.
Last one.
Standing.
यूटिलिटी ऑन पॉइंट अरे ऑन पॉइंट बोलते भाई अरे ये ऑन पॉइंट
आसपास तू ब्रो
Let's not complicate it.
देख रहे हो हर्ष और म्याओ कैसे करते हैं बुली
मजा ही आ रहा है
भाई तेरे को कॉम्प्लीमेंट दे रहे और तू बुली बोलता है
तू रहन दे रहन के शाबाश रिकॉर्ड डालना
आसपास तू ब्रो
अरे रॉसी किधर है भाई
मेरे पीछे क्यों आ रहे हैं
हम शावर ले
वेट
तू आ रहा है
के ना वेट
एंट्री करना है वेट टू करना
भाई स्मोक कर दिया सीधा इसका तो
शिफ्ट ड्रोन कर सकता है जाना
अभी इधर स्मोक
कर चैंपियन
शावर स्मोक
चैंपियन स्विंडल
शॉट
ये
फ्लैश
What the fuck?
लोड कर रहा हूं
कर रही हूं नेट आई मीन
ओके नेट
ही वाज इट
शावर
Last player
राइट पे भी है
Spike down A.
Asus my god.
It seems these strangers won't be dead.
पांचों लोग थे।
हाँ अरे भाई ऊपर से पुश कर दिया बी पे।
ये अपना लड़कर देखना ना ट्रैप लगाता है ना कुछ करता
ना
है
कुछ
क्या?
भी नहीं कर रहा है भाई, कुछ भी नहीं कर रहा है भाई, ये किधर पीछे हाँ मैंने मारा है भाई, फ्लैंक को पहले मैंने मारा है भाई, ये एंट्री नहीं मारा है, वो खाया इसने।
हाँ हर्ष तू फाइट ले रहा है
बंदे
ये तो दे
पोपा मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ
अरे ले लो चाहिए तो मार रहे
नहीं ये उसका फ्लैश क्या पुश करेगा
फेल हो गया रिकॉन
फ्लैश दे सकते हो अंदर ऑफ द गन पे
पीछे से थोड़ा सा नहीं
मेरे को
हां मैं तो मेरे को
तू ले मैं नेक्स्ट राउंड आ जाएगा ऊपर साइड के ऊपर
Spike down B. Last player standing.
अरे भाई चेंबर
नाइस शॉट
चेंबर भाई क्या करता है भाई, बुलडॉग लेके वैंडल को डाल
मैं उक्का लेता तुम आओ ना चारों बिलोंग आ जाओ
अगर चेंबर चारों तूने बोला बाबिन मैं आता हूं बिलोंग, अगर ये शॉट पे गया मैं भी जा रहा हूं तब
अरे आता हूं भाई
कॉल नहीं सुन रहा बाबिन तेरा, ये देख बाबिन तेरे लिए फास्ट फ्लैंक के लिए
पोपा शील्ड डाल रहा है, ठीक है जो एक ही बंदा था आपके पास होता था वो था
क्या कर रहा है शील्ड डाल रहा है
हां पुश फ्लैंक कहां से क्या डाल दूं
पोस्ट
डाल दे तेरी
फ्लैश कर रहे हो
ठीक है क्या वेट हो जाओ बोल रहा है उनका बात है
ओए मैं कैसे कर आउट किधर है भाई नहीं बैक साइड
एक और बैक साइड
One enemy remaining.
नाइस
Match point.
एक और ड्रोन करना मैं सेशन करके यू ऑल लेता
अरे लवली
हाई स्ट्रोक देना
एक ड्रॉप
बाबिन इधर से ट्राई करो क्या रिबाउंड एट टेबल आया ना
करे ड्रॉप देना
पोपा मैं क्या बोलता है 5 मैन छोड़ो हम डुओ करते हैं
5 मैन इज द वे
पसंद नहीं आता मेरे को ये
डुओ में डू
अरे खेल रहे एक दो गेम
कर रही हूँ क्या फ्लैश उसको नाइस
मैं फ्लैश
One enemy.
फ्लैश यू अरे भाई
बाबिन जा नहीं पाया रे बाबिन अभी भी उधर है
अरे मेरे को दो
नहीं
थ्रो कर रहे हो
भाई तुम पॉकेट वाले को क्यों नहीं मार रहे दो लोग उधर मिलके
वो पॉकेट में डाल दे दोनों को
कौन मैं तो ड्रोन करके जस्ट आया तब भी वो दिखा मैं मार दिया उसको
अच्छा मैं भी मेरे पीछे ही टीपी की है
हां
अरे रोज वाले को तो मैं मार दूंगा ना और इधर से वो जो मार रहा है उसका क्या करूं
There.
यार
मार क्या तो अरे जाना है बस अरे देना करते ना
आ जाओ अपन ये कंट्रोल स्मोक डाल के हुक्का देखो ना मैं इन लोगों को छोड़ दो तो ये वाला रिकॉर्ड डालना
सामने वाला ही
हां स्मोक जाने दे
बाप रे मैं फुल फ्लैश दूं
डाल रिकॉन
कोई नहीं है क्लोज
यूएल से भाई ब्रिमस्टोन इवेंट से किल रहा है भाई
तीन लोग है पे तीन लोग है तीन लोग है
रुक से मारती हूँ
भाई क्या तुम्हारे पास में हो भाई क्या
बी पे
हां
कोई टेंशन नहीं है
बी पे तीन
तो आ जाओ फिर पे क्या कर रहे हो उधर
बाइक दे दो तुम्हारे बाद उसके बाद जो करना है
जेट भी है यहाँ पे
जेट भी है तो ये अकेला है रोशी जो
तो अकेला है वो रोशी मार उसको
नाइस
एक शावर
हेवन स्मोक दे रही हूँ
ये शॉट आ सकता है शावर से
हाँ शावर से शॉट आ रहा है
एक हेवन आउट एक शावर से और एक जंप शावर और एक बैक
नेड है
अरे
अल्ट मार दे
फ्लैश कर रही हूँ
एक पॉकेट में है
One enemy remaining.
अरे
Attackers win.
मजा आ गया यार
मजा नहीं आ रहा भाई
आरआर मत कर खेल चुपचाप
यार बिना आरआर के कैसे जिंदा रह सकता हूँ आरआर इज द वे
वो करो गो
कौन सा असेंडेंट
भाई पापा सामने खेल रहा है
पापा
भाई वो जम एसजी अभी भी है पार्टी में क्यों कर रहे हैं उन लोग भी चलो होपफुली फटाफट गेम मिल जाएगा
ये मैच बेस्ट ऑफ खेलेंगे आज
Microphone muted.
हेलो राजन क्या हाल है
लाउड 7-3
चोचू Dishant offer let me be your editor hello can you do me your work I just off fragging yes sir hello Hemant what's up with you man utility and paint hello Yash how are you doing यार मेरी ना कमर बहुत दुख रही है भाई बहुत No, tell me no, 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 whoa, 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 oh, 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 oh. Baby, come give me a lo, 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 whoa, 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 whoa. You got me like whoa, 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 whoa. Shawty, come give me a lo, lo. Cha, 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 cha. Baby, show me you can come down.
गेम दे दो भैया
Come down. Dance with me and take the lead now. Cause you're so high that you can come down. Don't you ask, you know you're allowed. When it's you, I can say no. Oh, 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 oh. आप महाराष्ट्रियन हो? Yes. कितने दिन के कितने घंटे ग्राइंड करते हो? सुबह 11 से रात के 11.
Aspus my god.
Oh bitch. Oh, there we go. Chalil ki. What? Oh shit. I also played against you in a scrim once. Hey, कब रे? नींद आ रही भाई. एक सेकंड ना मैं एक कॉल पे हूँ. किधर क्या भाई मेरा कैमरा.
Match found.
Let's go.
Microphone activated.
Hello.
Hello.
What you wanna play?
खेलो आप जो भी खेल रहे हो.
टॉप लाइन करते हैं भाई.
डेंजर फ्लैश चाहिए.
रेस खेलना चाहिए तो मैं खेलता हूँ फ्लैश.
अरे मैं खेलती हूँ ना. खेलो खेलो. आपके मुंह पे ब्लाइंड.
Alright, where's the fight?
वही लोग आए ना सामने.
Ah, I've always wanted to pry my way in here. Don't mind if I just leave some gifts to the guys.
Deadlock
one more
or
race.
Cypher भाई. One more. I got one more in me. फिर jumping कर रहा हूँ.
रेज पे.
टाइम मिड पे.
करती हूँ फ्लैश.
रोप्स मेल स्मोक करना और फिर रोप्स फ्लैश. पर अपन जाएंगे नहीं यार. मेल ही जाएंगे. मैं बूम बॉट करूँगा. करो रोप्स फ्लैश करो.
दो ए पे है भाई. साइफर रेज ए पे.
तुम केयर करना शायद पता नहीं मेरे को कैप है कि नहीं.
जा रही अंदर. डॉग है. डॉग कर दो.
करो. हेवन स्मोक कर रहा हूं.
राफ्टर है.
उसको फ्लैश करो. राफ्टर फ्लैश दो. ऊपर
साइड से मैंने ब्लाइंड किया. राइट. नाइस.
Spike down B.
हेवन है ना.
हां डेड ड्रॉप.
Enemy remaining.
And that's how we do it.
Microphone muted.
How are you? I'm good. How are you?
भाई गणेश माइक म्यूट करके बैठा है क्या?
अरे भाविन थ्रोअर है. उसकी बात क्यों सुनता है तू?
अरे हाँ ना. माइक म्यूटेड है भाई.
भाई बिना कॉम किए खेल रहे भाई. सही है भाई.
अरे तुम लोग बाय कर रहे हो कि बाय नहीं कर रहे हो भाई? बताओ फटाफट.
तू बाय कर ले.
हैड भाई भाविन क्या है यार. तू बाय कर ले बोल.
I am duelist. I will do whatever the fuck I want.
Yeah.
Shut up.
ट्विस्ट के साथ एंट्री करना भाविन यार.
ट्विस्ट में बोले तो सही रहेगा.
भाई गणेश के पीछे चलो भाई. फैंटम.
एक डिफॉल्ट.
दो ए साइड है भाई. दो रहे भाई लोग. ये तीन लोग हैं भाई.
फ्लैश दे. उसको फ्लैश दो. फ्लैश दे.
जाओ भाई. तीनों ये आप बाकी लास्ट तीनों ये थे. सिटी आ गया एक और. ये शॉट ही रहे. शॉटी था.
डरा दिया.
हाँ तो डरा दिया क्या?
ऊपर आपके पीछे.
भाई नो. मैं सिटी स्टेप्स चला गया था भाई.
अरे फिर उठाना.
You say something?
रैम फ्लैश देना हर्ष. मैं जेट लेके लेता. तुम लोग साइड जाओ ना डॉक करके.
अरे क्या कॉल है. क्या कॉल. अरे रेज ही खेल रहा है. रेज और साइफर खेल रहा है.
मैं नेड करता हूँ. उसका क्लोज ट्रैप रहेगा तो टूट जाएगा.
रेज इधर खेल रहा है.
साइड पे फ्लैश दूं क्या?
राइज ये डॉक कर सकते हैं ना मियां.
मैं ये विंडो फ्लैश दे रही हूँ फिर डॉक कर रही हूँ.
रैम फ्लैश कॉल करता हूँ मैं.
मैं सैचुल देख सकता हूँ. रुको जाओ.
हट. मेरे को ब्लॉक मत कर.
रेज साइड है. एल्बो किधर है. रेज एल्बो किधर है.
मत से ये क्या एक्चुअली
तीन लोग हैं
ये वॉल तोड़ो ना
तेरे को देख लिया भाभी उसने हील दे
ये डॉग नहीं जाएगा ना मेरा इसके अंदर तोड़ो 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 इसको
हील दो ना
कोई नहीं रहे भाई कोई भी बदतमीज अरे ले भाई
फ्लैश
दे दो
हो गया इतना हील था खत्म 130
2 HP का था भाई
130
एक
मैं आपको बोल ही नहीं रही है
सिटी और एक बीकाली और एक
स्पाइक कैसे थे लेकिन स्पाइक पे स्मोक करता ना
साइड अकेला है और वो 130 है 20 HP
मैं भी साइड बात करते
अभी तक जिंदा
हेवन को मारो हां बस प्लस 20 HP आई स्वेयर
एल्बो लगा
साइड
अरे मैं भी बात करते
और मेरा माइक में उठा हुआ है
क्या खेलता है रे भाभी नाइस एंट्री यार ड्रॉप चल बढ़िया इसी बात पे मैं ड्रॉप
अरे भाई 1 HP का हूं भाई क्या एंट्री करूं जज के साथ 1 HP में
कोई ना पप्पा ड्रॉप
नहीं दूंगा गांड मारा
अरे दो ना पप्पा ड्रॉप
मैं पूरे गेम में बाकी 3 लोग को ड्रॉप नहीं एक्चुअली 2 लोग को ड्रॉप दूंगा 2 लोग को नहीं दूंगा
ड्रॉप देना पप्पा देखना पप्पा ऐसा नहीं करते
मिल गया ना ड्रॉप आजा ना मिड लेते
करूंगी फ्लैश क्लोज पे
तो देख ले फाइन मेल स्मोक करना रोप्स लेते हैं
ठीक है करिए डॉग
रोप्स क्लोज क्लियर करके वापस मेल एक ही है अच्छा अलग ही चल रहा है
आप टू ब्रेक करना चाहिए फेरोसी मत मार
टॉप ब्रेक करो भाई टॉप ब्रेक
श्योर जा रहा हूं ये स्मोक कर और ये फ्लैश करना मैं जाता हूं सैचुरेट करके
अरे नाइस
कार
आई मीन कर
इंस्टेंट करो ना स्मोक
हां
ये रेस में से ए साइड खेल रहा है भाई बदीर कोई कोई ना अरे कोई ना मैं
मेल रूम कर ये स्मोक पे नाइस फ्लैश कर उसके बाद
बॉल है यार
सॉरी नहीं बचाओ मेरे को सच में बचाओ पक्का बचाओ नाइस
One enemy remaining.
मुझे मारा
और केसी
अरे कितना गोली मारी इसको तोड़ने के लिए
मैंने मारा ही नहीं उधर
और मैंने पूरा मैगजीन खत्म कर दिया फिर भी नहीं हुआ खत्म लाइक
ड्रॉप मांग ले हर्ष
वो स्काई तो बेचारा हर बार स्मोक में मर रहा है
क्यों खेल रहा है उधर क्या पता
है ना वो आए
सेंस वक्त दो
हां दे दे इरोन इंडिशन डॉग कर दो ना
ठीक है तो बॉल ही डाल दिया
साइफर का कैम है
तुम लोग का पीछे
कर रहे हो ओयो
अरे कुछ कर रहे हैं मारो
Reloading.
90
को मारता मैं जाके स्मोक दे के इधर
रोप
मैं
स्मोक
लेफ्ट
कर
में
रहा
नीड करो अच्छा
नहीं
पर
ओह सॉरी कर दिया
ओह मर गया भाई ये खाली है अभी
रोटेट क्यों
जज है B7
Spike down B.
दो बी
एंगल चेक नहीं किया पर भी अभी इसने एंगल चेक नहीं किया रहना ओके भाई
एक बंदा बी पे आ जाए दो लोग रोटेट कर सकते हैं
हां तो एक और B7 चार लोग जिंदा है
We know
ना
what we're doing. Trust each other and we'll be
ए
fine.
पे श्योर जा गया था ना इसके लिए
उसके था भाई
भाई सब लॉजिक बातें मेरे साथ मत किया करो
तो और क्या भाविन देख
हाँ।
क्या बोल रहा है भाई तेरे को हां
अरे ड्रॉप देना भाई घर पर रहना पैसा
Thank you.
तेरे को पसंद नहीं है भाविन उसने जैसे
10 सेकंड रख के मिड पे फ्लैश से हाइट रहना फ्लैश से हाइट रह
ठीक है
उसे स्मोक कर दिया शायद से, फिर से वो जज खेल रहा है उधर।
बॉल भी डाल दिया।
ये उससे रोटेट रोप्स रोटेट कर रहा है वो।
ये फेल है भाई।
एक रोप
एक रैंप है
कर रही डॉग। इवन पुश कर।
आउट किया नहीं रुका भाई।
मैं फ्लैश कर सकता हूं बट शॉट करने कुछ फायदा नहीं।
कर फ्लैश। एक राउंड
लेफ्ट में।
हां एक हेवन है और एक ये साइड है। वुमन अकेला है शायद, पता नहीं। वापस साइड गया वो।
एनएच यार
ये दूर गया।
One enemy remaining.
हाँ। अरे ये क्या है रे बाबा।
ये
अंडरवन बैठ जा।
Best play.
नाइस। गणेश देखा ना तू क्या हुआ?
देखा मैं पूरा देख रहा।
काई को मत मारो।
भाविन लास्ट गेम से 3 अल्ट मारा है, तीनों में एक भी बंदा नहीं मरा है।
एक मारा ना, जेट को मारा भाई, ऐसा मत।
अरे भाई दिल पे ले लिया।
मैं ड्रॉप दे भाई।
मेरे को भी ड्रॉप, मेरे को ड्रॉप
दिल पे ले लिया अभी।
प्लेसर क्या है?
मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा, हम रेना को अकेला क्यों छोड़ रहे? रुक रेना।
वो रेना लर।
हाय ड्यूड ले। हाय ड्यूड। ड्यूड
ये फ्रेंड्स कंकस है।
करेगा, मैं तो जा रहा हूँ।
नाइस।
मर गए। चलो नहीं सुन रहे रेना।
अरे एक ए पे वुमन।
भाई शॉट किया।
ए पीछे वीमेन पुश। हर्ष
इनसे बचाओ, मेरे को भी नहीं मालूम बट बच।
लास्ट ए पे -70।
हाविल अल्टी मारू कि नहीं मारे? तू हां या ना बोल दे बस।
नहीं।
Camera taken out. Take what's useful.
देख बाविन काम का आया ना, फिर जाके ड्रॉप कर दिया रेना।
मैं अल्टी इसके लिए तो नहीं मारने बोला, वो वैसे भी जाने ही वाला था मरने। तो उसके बाद तेरे को पोजी ऐसे ही मालूम पड़ जाता ना।
बाविन
यार तो मारता।
अकेला जा रहा है।
ह्यूमन ड्रोन है वो, समझ रहा है?
अकेला जा रहा है। अकेला क्यों जा रहा है बे? टीम के साथ चल। टीम के साथ चल।
नहीं रहना चाहिए।
चल टीम के साथ।
भाई टीम के साथ एफपीएस कम होता है भाई। अकेला चालू सच में कर।
कोई ना, मैं आता हूं ना।
फ्लैश कर रही हूं।
जा मुझे वो कंपटीशन हो रहा है।
रहेगा हां।
ठीक है
टॉक कर रहे हैं।
ठोक दे।
ऑलरेडी पुश किया है।
एक मेल रूम, एक वेंट्स, एक मेल रूम।
एक और ठोक दे। एक और है।
अरे यार स्विंग करना गांडू, कब से मैं स्विंग कर रहा हूं। एल्बो
नाइस।
ओके मैं जाता हूं। जय श्री राम।
पंच गोली।
कवर गोइंग आउट। चलो जय श्री राम।
एनटी बोलते।
उसको रुक के मारा और इस पे इसका पैरल दिख रहा है।
नहीं बाविन तूने कुछ तो ये
अरे
किया।
स्विंग का मैं करना चाहिए था, मेरी गलती थी बट
नहीं तेरे भी गलती नहीं है। ओपन है किया भाई, मेरे को लगा।
ए साइड चल रहा था।
अरे हां रेना आएगा तो मैं आऊंगा।
रेना आ जाना, फ्लैश डालना भाई।
क्या है? हां रेना लेके इधर-उधर जाता रहता है।
अरे सच में, अरे टीम के साथ रहता है स्पेस कम होता है।
रिजल्ट आने वाला है, सब मरने वाले हैं।
अरे तो क्या हुआ?
एरम फ्लैश दू की साइड दू।
साइड के डाल।
कोई ना
रैंप पे किट डालना भाई।
पहला सिटी स्मोक दे रहा हूं।
हां रोज नेड कर रहा हूं, उसका ट्रैप तोड़ रहा हूं।
साइड फ्लैश दे रहा हूं, रेडी।
ये साइड खाली है।
पर आप तेरे रुकेगा सर प्लांट करोगे
डरे जो
भाई तुम लोग ने प्लांट करके मर गया वो अभी
ओपन प्लांट किया है।
कुत्ता तोड़ो प्लीज।
My ult ready.
एक हेवन।
Enemy remaining.
क्या नूब है ये? जज
बाय बाय गणेश। इधर एम रख के जा है। जंपिंग करेगा।
Make sure to follow my pack in. They'll lead us right to the enemy. Help a girl out.
भाभी ये टॉप फ्रैग कर रहा है भाभी नहीं तेरे को टॉप फ्रैग करने नहीं दे रहा है। ए देना बे फेस को दे
टॉप फ्रैग करने दो भाई।
ड्रॉपिंग
Cheers, mate.
मैं आ रहा हूँ रेना किधर है मैं
अरे यार
Don't give them ground.
फिर नहीं कर रहा हूँ और ले रहा हूँ मैं
कार में तो बैकअप थोड़ा
What a shot player. Right side.
और
आरा प्ले रहता भाई उसको।
डैड भाई ना रेना से एक फ्लैश नहीं होता है क्या तेरा?
I know exactly where.
फ्लैश है मेरा अच्छा फ्लैश ले रहा हूँ
Player standing.
भाभी यार लेट्स गो यार वन साइड से
चलो ये राउंड
अरे भाभी तुमने इधर से अल्टी मार के जाना इधर से
नहीं उधर से नहीं मार रहा हूँ इधर से जा रहा हूँ मैं पर
अरे उधर से जा
इधर से मैं राइट जा रहा हूँ
रेना आजा भाई
मेरे अल्ट के पीछे जाओगे?
हाँ
मैं बाय कर रहा हूँ
मैं भी जज खेलूंगी
बैक ऑन बढ़ते हैं आज को बच गए भाई
हैंडल बाय
मैं नेड कर रहा हूँ
नाउ बाय
बी मैं नेड कर रहा हूँ स्काई अल्ट के पीछे जाते हैं
ट्रैप टूट गया
मैं कैसे
लेफ्ट में
एक सिटी आउट एक मारा अभी अल्ट से हर बोलना नहीं
दिल पे ले लिया
नहीं रे मजाक कर रहा हूँ रे भाई
मेरे को जानना है अपने दो बंदे साइड पे गए बट बियो इधर अल्ट कैसे गए
मैं तो राइट से क्या उड़ाया
मैं तो फीमेल पे रुका
रेना बेटर है ना
रेना बेटर भाई देख रहे हो ऐसे ही किल मिलते हैं उसको
लाना शाह रैंप पे फ्लैश एक्टर कापड़ा शाह ने दिया
इधर भी आएंगे मैं जाता हूँ भाग के
भाई ए पे जाने वाला है मैं अभी बोल रहा हूँ
भाई एस मार मैं ए पे आया था
मैं अगर लोग बी हेवन आते हैं ना तब फ्लैश यूज करते पहले मिड का इन्फो दो ना साउंड लेके
हां
कुछ नहीं है भाई
बी पे साइड पर है
राफ्टर्स खेल लो मैं यहां से फ्लैश लाइट के मेरे को फ्लैश कर लो
फास्ट बी है
नहीं अंदर मेल रूम खेल कनकस दो कनकस
हेवन एम रखा है
पीछे
तो आने
अरे अंदर
आ ही रहे हैं उधर
एक भी नहीं है
एक अंदर
हेलो
दोनों ओमन -78 ओमन -78 यार
इस आवाज करना उधर इसको किल मिलेंगे
स्मोक में रुक जा तेरे को चेस कर स्किल्स
Enemy remaining.
Last
Player
-26
standing.
स्विंग है मेरे को
Spike down B.
खेलना नहीं आता है इसको खिलाते क्यों नहीं
वो सिटी के स्मोक में लौड़ा स्मोक में थे मैं और क्लोज रहता
खेलना नहीं आता
स्मोक में ही था वो पीछे आया एक स्मोक से
हां
स्मोक से पीछे आया वो
इतना रिसोर्सेस वेस्ट क्यों करते हैं भाई स्किल्स
भाई ये रेना एक को भी मारा क्या उधर
हां एक मारा
मैंने भी एक मारा बस बात करता हूं चुप रहे भाविन आपने मारा एक
हाँ मैंने भी मारा।
नहीं मारा
भाई 3 लोग को नेट से 120 डैमेज दिया है भाई। तुम्हारा बंदा मर गया।
पकड़ इसको नहीं मार।
ये पे आ रहे भाई, ये पे आ रहे। साइड डॉग हो रहा है भाई।
डॉगिंग, अरे डॉग तोड़ो भाई।
फ्लैश कर सकते हैं हेवन से बाहर।
आए नहीं, एरम जा रहे हैं।
फक।
मिनी रैंप भाई।
आ रहे अंदर। नाइस।
एक बॉक्स।
कोई को देख रहा है। वेंट्स।
एक अंडर है, मैंने एक अंडर है।
2 लोग लो है।
Player standing.
गेम डिप।
तेरे को उधर सही पर डिप किया उधर आके देखा मैं।
अरे भाई क्लासिक है भाई, क्या
काय -70
कोसी था।
अरे अरे अरे
छोड़ दे मेरे पास, छोड़ दे।
उसके पास कोस था।
मैं B11 खेल रहा हूँ जज।
These parasites aren't going to take one step past this place.
B11 क्या खेल रहे हो?
जज। मैं इधर बैठ रहा हूँ, डॉग तोड़ेगी।
PS को 2 देखते हैं। भाई डॉग किया तो डॉग कैंसिल करो मारना।
There.
डिमेन कोई नहीं है।
नहीं पे डॉग आ रहा है।
मिड फ्लैश करके इनको ले।
मैंने स्मोक किया है।
कोई रैंप आया नहीं।
2 मिनट।
आए नहीं। राइट में इधर हो सकता है भाई बस।
आने दे, डॉग आएगा तो उधर।
कोई नहीं, सिर्फ डॉग आ जा। खाली है भाई।
खाली है।
एक मिनट जा सकता है राफ्टर जा।
अभी पे स्काई पे
डॉग यूज हो गया उसका, चलेगा। ये
46 हिट है।
थोड़ा नाइस ट्राई।
अरे मिस।
एक और हेवन। तेरे पीछे कर।
One enemy remaining.
आ रहा।
नाइस।
छोड़ देता हूं मैं।
करेगा नहीं ना।
We're here because we're the best.
भाई वो लोग पोपा डिफॉल्ट कर रहे, डॉग कर रहे, नीड कर रहे और इधर आ रहे।
कर रहे भाई वो लोग डॉगिंग कर रहे हैं, पोपा डॉगिंग।
जस्ट लाइक यू जयन।
अरे
Microphone
भाई
muted.
ड्रॉप दे दो कोई भाई मियाओ को भाई, बेशरम लोग। फुल आर्मर ले रहे भाई। हाफ आर्मर ले भाई जयन।
अरे क्या डैमेज ही नहीं खाया, किधर से आर्मर लूं?
नहीं रहा भाई, शर्म ही नहीं आ रही भाई।
किधर भेजो?
फ्लैश बेच एक।
मिड साउंड। नो माइंड। डिमेन साउंड। पर मिड पे भी एक है।
मिड स्मोक कर रहा है।
वेंस जा सकते हो तो बोल देना भाई।
हेडशॉट रुका है क्या?
भी कर रहा है भाई, कंकस कर दूं मैं। वेंट एक वेंट है। जज वाला हां।
Scout destroyed.
लेफ्ट में ही अभी तक। वेट करते हो।
हां। और एक मार्केट।
अरे नाइस।
और दो
बी में फ्लैश किया।
देख
रहा तेरे साथ आ रहा है इसके चलो।
हां अरे वो बैरियर में डाल दिया बे उसने, वेंट पे आई थिंक नहीं आएंगे।
फेयर जी देखना फिर
क्रॉस कर सकते क्या? नहीं ना।
नहीं
स्टेज नहीं आ सकते।
फेयर जा सकते,
बैरियर में टूटा भाई।
क्या भी
ड्रॉप स्किल्स।
One enemy
लास्ट
remaining.
का -80 था, अभी पता नहीं
Spike
है।
down B.
हील दे रहेगा इसका इन्हें।
ये मैंने देख रहा हूं।
ओके तेरे पास
हर्ष पीछे हील करते हो।
हां कर रहा हूं।
पहला नशा भाई। वो लोग खुद का ये मार रहे हैं, इधर डाल रहे, बैरियर में डाल रहे, बैरियर में।
भाई कितने लोग, दो लोग जज लेके मिड आ रहे, एक जज वाले को मारा तो दूसरा जज वाला मार रहा है। भाई हर्ष ड्रॉप स्किल ड्रॉप दे भाई।
क्या बोला था राउंड?
भाई दे भाई, हील दे
मेरे को पता था।
क्या करूं?
मैं हील दो मेरे को। अरे दे ना भाई ड्रॉप।
ये देखना भावेन। हां
साउंड चालू हो गया। 15 एचपी
मेरे को बोले
राउंड स्टार्ट हो गया कर सकते हो अभी।
हां वही बोल।
Healing over here.
बी 4 बंदे और नहीं 3 बंदे अभी 3 बंदे
स्मोक करो ना मौत पे
I know exactly
है वो साइड पर
One enemy remaining.
Spike down B.
time for a break.
मैं हूँ जज लेके हेल्प कूद गया।
अरे फ्लैश भी तुम इतना दूर क्यों फोड़ रहे हो जबकि इधर ही फोड़ सकते हो?
किधर?
तो फ्लैश ये
ड्रॉप मांग में
बॉक्स के पीछे फोड़ा।
अच्छा बॉक्स याद नहीं मैंने किधर फोड़ा।
इधर से इधर किधर तो फोड़ा फ्लैश।
क्या बताओ?
आप रीना के साथ पिक करना चाहोगे? रीना जा रहा है।
मैं अल्ट करूंगा। रीना को मरने दे।
रीना बोल दो। रीना।
ओए हर्ष आया। हर्ष!
अरे मरा पहला मेल एक।
Let's go ECT judge bro.
आएगा।
हां सेम मेरा भी सेम है।
ये डॉग आ रहा है।
Spike planted.
Yo this ये क्या टूरिस्ट है भाई फाइट नहीं ले रहा तब से देख रहा हूं।
नहीं देख रहा मैं।
फाइट नहीं।
क्यों फाइट लो भाई सेव राउंड में।
Last player standing.
ये देखो भाई ये देखो।
करना हेलो। स्कल्स भैया ऑफ देना स्कल्स भैया प्लीज।
वो अभी उसका रेस को थोड़ा सर के ऊपर मार दिया गोली बस।
अरे ऑफ देना बस
गंदे पहले
क्या चल रहा है?
गंदे मेरे को पहले करी।
मैं इधर बैठ रहा हूँ।
मांग अभी
मांगा ऑलरेडी।
एक्चुअली अप डाउन बैठते हैं ना मैं।
आ रही
डाउन
भाई
हर्ष सॉरी हर्ष।
अप डाउन नेट है।
आ जाओ। मैं बैठता हूँ तेरे पास। तो क्या हो गया रेस लेके क्या हो गया बहन चोद? हर एक टीम बैठ
भाई गाली क्यों दे रहा है भाई? बाविन क्या हुआ भाई? क्या ए सर लेट है कना बी में खाली क्लियर लेट है कना वो करा चाहिए।
इसका ट्रैकर 100 रहेगा ब्रो 100%।
मिड है।
मिड स्मोक करना।
मिड है और एक बी में
कर रहा हूँ स्मोक कर रहा हूँ।
पीछे क्या चल रहा है?
2 मिनट है भाई 3 मिनट है एक्चुअली। रेस का और साइपर
अपन रुकेंगे आएंगे अपने पास आएंगे।
होपफुली एक तो आए बस ओमन आना चाहिए।
पेशेंस।
स्मोक है रोसी मत स्मोक है इधर।
ओमन टीपी के पीछे।
ये डेड बॉडी है
लेफ्ट में।
रुक जा भाई मैं डेड बॉडी पर ये आ रहा है भाई। ये साइड
इधर है सिटी पे है क्या?
प्लांट करना पता नहीं किधर है।
Spike planted.
सिटी बुक कर रहा हूँ।
भाई रैंप में तो मल्टी कर दूंगा भाई।
दोनों किधर? एक स्क्रीन नेट कर रहा हूँ मैं।
फ्लैश दे रहा हूँ की तरफ।
अबे भूसड़ी के किधर दोनों है साइड। ये रैंप भाई उसका प्लांट है शायद इधर से स्मोक करते हैं।
अरे देख नहीं रहा
ना मैं जस्ट आया उसका अल्ट आया था।
वो स्किल्स वो साइड नहीं था। स्किल्स मेरा कॉल गलत है।
हां भाई
क्यों कैसे?
दोनों साइड है तो इधर है तो इतना जल्दी इधर कैसे आ गया?
चेक
हां
देखो ओपन किधर था। देखा ना तो स्किल्स का आधा रही है बस। तो पोस्ट के मेरे को मार के उधर नहीं जा सकता। किधर है?
भाभी ये छोड़ के आ रहे हैं ये सबसे पहले तो ये गंदा आदमी मिड से स्मोक है।
मैं ड्यूलिस्ट हूं ठीक है। हमारा ड्यूलिस्ट तो उधर फाइट नहीं ले रहा है।
हमारे वो फाइट क्यों नहीं ले रहे?
वो फाइट नहीं ले रहे भाई।
वो लोग ही डब्ल्यू दबा रहे हैं।
जाके चुप
मैंने भी एल्ट करा है।
B1 केयर कर लो कोई नहीं देख रहा है।
गए पीछे गए।
ये बैरियर मिस करते हो B1 आ रहा है स्प्लिट कर रहा है।
-1
स्प्लिट आ रहा है मोस्टली बी ये केयर करो।
डिलीट नहीं हो रहा है भाई।
I know exactly.
140 रेस 105
भूसड़ी के रोसी तेरे को क्या है दूसरे लैंग्वेज में बोला अभी।
देखना रोसी देख अभी बेंचर जब एक्चुअल में फाइट करने की बारी आती है बकरा बना के भाग गया। अरे हां जब लोग एक्चुअल में फाइट कर जो भी हेवन स्प्लिट कर रहे हो लोग।
हम 4 लोग पी पे, ठीक है? जब साइफर अल्ट मार के देखेगा 4 लोग पी पे, वो लोग कैसे जाएंगे? तो इसलिए मैं भाग रहा था।
तुमसे अभी क्या बोला? सेंस का बात मत करना।
सही है पापा। This one on. अरे
भाई मुझे नहीं समझ रहा, मैं सामने वाले स्काई का फ्लैश डॉज करूं कि अपने स्काई का डॉज फ्लैश
हमारी स्काई के काफी ब्यूटीफुल फ्लैशेस आ रहे हैं गाइस।
वो तो मैंने बेट करा था ना ताकि उनको ना पता लगे।
बराबर।
अरे पर मैं इधर है ना, तेरा फ्लैश खाया और अल्ट भी खाने वाला था मैं।
इवेंट ठीक कर रहे क्या वो?
बैठते तो यार बढ़ गई। ये देख आ रहे फुल फ्लैश
कैमरा थोड़ा
टॉप
My territory.
ऑलमोस्ट एक मिनट था हम यार।
भाई मिड देख लो भाई।
मिड स्मोक कर रहा हूं।
तो कैमरा एक्सेस में रहना पड़ेगा ये पे।
मैंने वाह वो हार गए भाई मुझे।
हां शायद
बी में नहीं।
3 भी में।
Spike down B.
एक मिड है ना, मिड है गाइस, एक मिड है भाई।
लोड कर रहा हूं।
ये मिड, अरे ये लोग मिड देखो ना यार।
सुनता कि नहीं सुनता?
Remaining. Spike down B.
हो जाता है ये
30 seconds.
अरे
ऑलरेडी
में नो सुपर है 2 एचपी में।
मेरे सामने केस किया उसने
Player
मेरे सामने।
standing.
दिमाग से
अरे भाई मिड है पर मेंशो तुम लोग देखोगे ना कोई तो जन।
तो कोई नहीं, मैं बोल रहा हूं मिड आ रहे हैं।
अरे तो बोलना मिड ओपन है। मिड आ रहा है क्या होता है वो तो मेरे को भी पता है मिड आ रहा है। तू नहीं देख रहा वो बोलना।
कितना नहीं देख रहे थे कोई ना
बोला वो छोड़ के एक बार नहीं बोला कि मिड नहीं देख रहा हूं गाइस।
किल इशू बेबी।
भाई मैं तो जो बंदा वो बी पे थे, इधर से इधर टीपी, इधर से इधर टीपी मार रहा हूं।
भाई ये बी पे ये मरे जा रहे भाई। रेना जाके फाइट कर लो। रेना
एक ही रोज बीच में खेला
नहीं आता भाई रेना को खेलना।
स्काई फ्लैश
टिप पे खाली है भाई। फिर
डॉग कर रहे हैं।
मार रहा हूं ना इसलिए
डॉग तो हर नो तरीका स्लो।
ए पे स्मोक
ये फेक है।
हां यार ये घुस रहे
ये पे घुस गया। मैं नहीं मार सकता।
नहीं
चला रैम चलना मुसरी के
क्यों मरने का काम।
एक ऑलरेडी सिटी हो सकता है रेस के।
मेरे पे ये डॉग है
भाई वो मन लो।
एक हेल्प मेरे पे जा मैं जाऊंगी हेल्प।
रुक जाओ तो पहले उनको ये
3 सेकंड में फ्लैश है।
अंडर में फ्लैश
58
भाई क्या देख रहे हो भाई।
स्किल सुनना क्या पता है। तो इधर रैप से तू गया ना उस साइड वाला मार के।
We're not done yet.
पता नहीं टीचर साहब।
अरे भाई गाय ने विमेन से डॉग किया था। एक तो उधर रह सकता है पीछे।
सब कुछ तोड़ रहा था कि सज्जन मर के आ गया।
पापा तेरा टीममेट आ गया तो उधर जगह होगा ना जाने कैसे।
अरे हां मैं अरे तो जज का एक की बुलेट से टूट गया भाई। क्या करना है
पापा क्या कर रहा है पता है वो पूरा तोड़ रहा है। भाई सीरियसली
मेल रूम फ्लैश आया और स्मोक किया पर कोई ब्लाइंड नहीं आया था मिड पे।
छोड़ दे
क्लियर है। मिड पूरा क्लियर था। विमेन का इन्फो ले रहा हूं।
विमेन लग रहा है मेरे को। विमेन पे पूरा मेन तक है इधर तक।
नहीं बी पे ब्लाइंड नहीं हुआ है।
मिड पे मेरे लिए वेट कर। अच्छा
डॉग कर रहे पे ये हो रहा है स्मोक करेगा विमेन।
नहीं ये 5 सेकंड
वेट करो तुम। अरे 5 सेकंड में फ्लैश है। 2 सेकंड में फ्लैश है। बाहर होंगी। अरे एक तुम्हारा क्रॉस आया तुम्हारे सामने। नाइस
भाई ट्रैप है। भाई अपने 3 लोग उतरे उनके 2 जिंदा
अरे कोई ना पुप्पा डिफेंड हो गया ना पुप्पा नहीं सुन बोल पुप्पा नहीं सुन अरे तू मत बोल ना तू तेरा नहीं सुन किसको चाहिए पुप्पा बोल नहीं सुन बोल
नाइस नाइस थैंक्स आजा आप पे डबल लगाते हो रेस आएगा
थैंक्स जज्जी टाइम अभी जज्जी टाइम
थैंक्स पुप्पा
थैंक्स अरे शरीफ देना
पहला मैं एंटी फ्लैश ले रहा हूं वो फ्लैश करता है
शरीफ देना
दोनों ही एंटी फ्लैश
स्किल्स देना वो को है
ये देख पकड़ डाल दे मुंह पे
मिड पे फ्लैश कर रहा मैं स्मोक कर रहा है
हां क्या है बे
स्मोक करना हर मिड डॉक्टर है
तोड़ती हूं मैं
तोड़ दे
अरे नहीं कर
मैं भी डॉक्टर
ये पे ऑन रेस अल्ट मार के आ
मार्केट तो
सकता
क्लियर है
घुसे तो मैं फ्लैश करूंगा अच्छा तुम क्लोज खेल रहे हो
मार्केट है
मिड
एक और नहीं मिड पे किया इधर एक किया
मिड पे ही है भाई मिड पे ही है जाओ
देर है बीमेन
ए पे भी कुछ नहीं है बीमेन
मैं बिहाइंड का फ्लैश खींच के रख रहा हूं यार
मिड पे भी आ
I'm blind fuck
बी
ठीक है ना कुछ कर
हर्ट कर रहे हो हर्ष बचाओ हर्ष
नाइस
हर्ष
Defenders win.
चलो मेरे हो गया
तू प्रे करते पुप्पा
नाइस यार पोपा नाइस बोलते
Microphone muted.
क्या बात मैम हेलो सप मैन
जीजी करना है
ये तो कर दिया जीजी
प्रथम
तो फिर जीजी
क्या बात है मैम क्या बात है
Microphone
बाय
activated.
बाय गुड नाइट
बाय गुड नाइट गाइस
भाविन कुछ और ये बोलना मेरे को
Disconnected.
अपना किधर है भाई हेलो हेलो चलो गाइस अभी वॉच पार्टी देखते हैं लगाती हूँ मैच कौन सा चल दूसरा चालू हुआ कि नहीं तीसरा चालू है इतने टाइम से
I feel like I'm getting tired.
ए काय करतो यार
He's just been so consistent.
He's so calm, like it's like
he's cold.
हेलो
क्या सीन
एक सेकंड ना मैं ये
another op in Kong Kong's hands, and he's already
पार्टी
spammed
लगा
the
के
17
नेट क्यों थोड़ा फ्रेश होती हूँ
So much importance
फिर आते हैं।
invested. So much power put in the hands of their star.
मैच देखते हैं
It's a difficult position to play from for the rest of the round. But alas, he is alive. And there's an opportunity here for EDG. It's just a turret towards B right now. But the thing is, you've got Sonic's pit, you've got Les's lockdown too.
I don't think they're going to get anything on this peak at C-Link. You can see, Chichu and nobody have moved their distraction over towards A. The Trailblazer sees both of them, which honestly might keep these 3 people on A, and it does. So the spike will go down here. TP out from Hadong, so clean round right there by him. And here comes the lockdown.
And here comes Kong Kong.
Beautiful
There,
shot.
yeah, there it is. Finding value on the attack side with the op. But here's where this becomes a problem. Yeah, you have an op, but when you have all these walls in your face, how do you circumvent that?
Oh no, the cove.
Les is pushing his way forward too as he's already gotten a kill. He's still healthy, but he was fall line. He had no shot. Aspas now with the op. Kong Kong, can he find more? Tui's is left by himself, a 1v2, and that op's still in play. Tui's, can he deliver? No!
There we go, Doug. That's our star player, Kong Kong, right there, coming up with the operator.
Okay, we know
Who would have thought? The op saved them with 16 HP, finding 3 frags that round.
Into a Harbor Viper comp.
Into a Harbor Viper comp with the lockdown, with the high tide front B. Aspas guarding everyone from top sight. That looks so improbable, but this man is so quick. Look at these shots.
And the pop-off from EDG, you see it on your screens there after they had been quiet for a little while. Showing signs of life, showing that there's still fight left in them. A couple of key ultimates to work with here too, including Smoggy's Rolling Thunder.
The value of the Cypher cam is shown right there, right? The dart broken at long, but Chichu knows. No one swung with that line. He's going to trip his short push. He's going to put the seed of doubt. Someone's peeking long with this cage. have a breach ult to work with, but first you have to make sure someone like Les isn't walking down B. I think this might be the first time they've tested the C side. I think Hadong might ult back site here. Spot, take Aspas, force him off the line.
Get the tag.
This could very well.
Wait, Kongkong's going
the
with the
pace. Oh no, the breach ult's down!
He's going aggressive. He wants to get Aspas, but somehow stays alive. He's
the
still
dart
looking
from
for
nobody.
him.
The dart from nobody was so good.
Where do they go from here? The neural theft invested. EDG looking to get the spike down and should succeed as Kongkong gets another.
What?
That's all of them. That's a 4K for the star. And he is alive and he is online.
Last round before the switch.
And heading into this last round, Loud are broke. The script has just been ripped to shreds. EDG rallying. Once this op got in Kongkong's hands, things really turned around.
What a shot.
Insane. Oh, the breach ult's still in pocket for Smoggy, and that will be worth its weight in gold. A Judge close garage. You've seen the Judge really pop off this event, Doug.
2 ults for Loud. Important ones. I feel like Sadak has had that pit for a while.
Oh, didn't spot Aspas top left line.
Are they going to push him? Nobody's the one who would do it. There's a Rolling Thunder in the face of the pit. And you instantly see the pit goes up, the wall goes up to try to protect what resources they have. They've dropped the Seekers too. You've got to be careful here. There are only 2 members out on site. Kongkong just now arriving. And they've taken the site.
It's 44, but the pit down short. He's going to pretend like it's not there.
They throw the brakes on the round. Finally commit to the plant.
Oh, he could potentially lurk out. So you can see Hadong now has to be aware of that. They ping it.
I mean, they can also use that ult to try to get info on what's happening in the pit.
Not a lot of util though from Loud. How do they enter this site? The timing needs to be immaculate.
Such a tense moment.
Oh, they split it in half.
You see Les up in heaven, seeing what he can find, but he's smoked off for now. And he's just so patient. He's still up there waiting out the smoke.
No.
There it is. It subsides. Smoggy now from in hell, looking for another one to take.
The ball is so good.
Oh, it's going to be perfect. He spots the first, but Sadak goes unchecked. Out on 1v2 in the pit, looking for them, and they're there. But Sadak turns at just the right time.
No time.
But there is no time. You're absolutely right. What a round. What a half.
EDG come out of the half with 6. I don't know how they did it. I do not know how they did it. But here we are, even game. This is anyone's series right now. The loser goes home.
Dude, what a play.
The hero plays from both of these teams are off the charts.
Howard on getting the kill and the diffuser secured the round.
You could see how much it means to Kongkong screaming.
Unbelievable. A 6-6 half. 1 half to decide it all. Yinsu, take it away.
Oh, what a map this is. We were a little bit worried about what EDG are going to do against this Viper Harborcom, and they pulled it back, Mimi, despite some of the incredible retakes we saw from Loud.
The first part of this half, I thought Loud was just going to run away with this. It was going to be the same story as that EG game for EDG, but that was not the case whatsoever. Still, these retakes were incredible. Loud started off with the read that they were going to play these really fast flood retakes against EDG, and I thought EDG was punishing them quite well. Then they went for these slower, more structured retakes that were working great. The thing is, though, look at the number at the bottom. It ended up with only 2 out of 7 because of these last few rounds for EDG that were utterly ridiculous, Brent.
Yeah, and I think that there was those adaptations, the hero plays by EDG. It is insane that we are here at a 6-6 half. I'm starting to be a bit of a believer. I'm starting to have hope. I really thought that Loud was just going to take control of this one if EDG didn't come in with a prep, but it is 6-6 in an elimination game. I mean, Sean was going on about it for good reasons. There is so much on the line here with these two teams, and I cannot believe they managed to pull it back to this point. it is still anyone's game for that top 4 spot in champs.
But the second half changes a lot. It's again this question of how can EDG contend with this composition? How have they changed their ideas on this half to be able to deal with the Harbor Viper, a style that they're not used to playing against? If they could win this though, it would be massive. It would be the reigning champions here in 2023 going home in the top 6 so early.
I'm starting to be a believer for EDG that they can do this because they've already shown evidence that they can adjust. They adjusted in the second half of that first one, and I'm just looking forward to this series, man. I mean, I just want to see more here. This is going to decide our top 4.
Yeah, potentially the most important pistol round in both of these teams' careers here. I can't wait to see what we're going to get, Doug and Sean.
Thank you so much, Jinsu. Yeah, just a couple of moments away from kicking off this second half, and I've got to very quickly remind everyone these two teams have danced before with everything on the line, and it was EDG who came out on top.
We haven't been to map 3 before yet, and this is where Loud, the championship pedigree, comes to life. Oswas with a sheriff on this opening pistol, the wall cutting across to allow alert come into A. Cascade to deny info long, but nobody's dart triple pings, and that allows this stack C to exist.
Sadak is taking so much space with the fall line and the paranoia. Do they fly out behind it?
That's a one-way. If that goes down, they push Loud off.
Dude, meanwhile, Sadak, all the space that he had down long gets denied too. He's got to take a step back.
This is rolling to A though, and nobody is all alone.
But he's ahead of it, and he's healthy, and he's got a frenzy. No armor on any of the members on the attacking side.
This is very bold.
Do they dare challenge? Oh, they do. Aspas, though, the sheriff is better. How much more can they find? The spike is going to flip once more.
Oh, God. This is where the Harbor Viper reigns supreme. Doug, look at this. They've manipulated the rotations everywhere. The only thing EDG have going for them is this cam on B. The high tide comes in, locks EDG out of the sight. Smoggy does have a fault line. The 2 cloudbursts onto Kang will allow potential defuse to come in, but this lurk from less.
Yeah, the timing on that is mad.
Oh.
There's a shot at it, though. It's just that the 2 of the members of EDG that are still up are so weak. 59 and 20 HP, Aspas spotting the first, and you see that ping pong swing. First it's Aspas, then Kawanzin on the flip. He's already gotten 3 on the round. The 4th is there, it's up for grabs, and he finds it. Pistol in favor of Loud.
The manipulation of the rotations. Once nobody fell in that A site, it was like Sadak knew exactly what to do to just rip EDG to shreds on this pistol, taking the C site with that high tide, locking them out, the orb onto spawn. The likelihood of this retake at that point just collapses. EDG now. That was a super important pistol, and Fraud definitely knows that.
But still the opportunity at something.
A little bit of a trap play here. Fault line peek for nobody. Here we go.
Sadak's stunned, but there is a little bit of help. You've got less. Watching over his shoulder. The Trailblazer towards A.
Do they come in here? That Trailblazer saw 3 to 4 people.
I don't think they want the heat, man.
Oh, they're gonna...
Look at that. They've set the line of scrimmage in short.
This could be a bit stubborn by Loud.
Are they going to be punished? It's tough to say.
They are pushing them.
Yeah, they are. They're so weak, too. That flash should have hit everyone. I mean, it should just be open season on members of EDG, and that's exactly what it is. Kong left by himself. Tui's gets the 3rd.
Woo. Look at the HPs remaining, though. 18 and 19 on Tui's and less, respectively. Jeez, that got really scary for Loud.
So you see the gun difference on full display.
Yeah.
And you just imagine if EDG had a little bit more to work with in that situation, what could have happened?
Would you look at this, Doug? Kawanzin, because of that pistol, he already has Seekers online. And with this double control, with Harbor Viper, manipulating the rotations, using the Sky Util to know if people are in front of him. So you can see right now, we have a triple setup towards mid. The Viper lurking down with this wall on short A. There's a trap play with Smoggy, but it really won't even matter, right? The Harbor wall cuts across Garage as well as left side B. That combines with the Viper wall. So there's a lot of pressure on B right now. And Garage. And Sadak has lurked up short A.
I thought for a second there, Kong was just going to peek
on the other side of the harbor wall, but he waits a little bit, and they actually invest the paranoia for him to take the line.
No, dog, Seekers are definitely going to be popped right now. And this site, I don't know how EDG can hold it. The Cascade comes into spawn. The Orb is likely going to go into spawn. The Snake Bite also to lock them out.
Oh, and the spam out, Chichu falls.
God.
Are you expecting Smoggy here? He saw his full utility. Saw his fault line, saw his everything. Yeah, they do. I mean, they expect it all. Aspas is so aware. He's so ready for it. Looking for another challenge. They're just cutting their losses, Sean.
Indeed, they are. And I mean, even this is literally dotting your I's, crossing your T's. I mean, Tui's threw a cove down back sight, ready for the potential flood. Just so that way he doesn't get home and blinded, darted, you know, breach, aftershock, breach, flash. There were so many things that can go wrong on these floods into the A site. And that cove really, really puts a wrench in things. Loud with a massive bonus win here, but keeping 3 guns in it for EDG means they will be able to buy into the next, and that is a light win.
Yeah, they've got a shot at this. It's not much of one, but there is a shot. I mean, Aspas up here, understanding that Chichu is there first and then expecting the second peek.
So taking Cloudburst, that dart, and you can see Kong was not at all ready for the player in the open. Just fell right into that. Timeout taken here by EDG. Coach After understands this is really where they need to put a stop to this run by Loud.
This is their year.
Yeah, 9-6. Tournament lives on the line, year on the line. And Kong, would you look at that, Doug? We are privy to some info.
Hey, he's gonna have to find so much value out of it. You can hear you can imagine the conversation taking place right now. One of settling, one of calm. They're still in this fight, EDG are. But you can see, actually, perhaps feeling the stress of the moment are the members of EDG.
And there we go. We get it, Doug. The glass cannon up. 9-6 in favor of Loud. They don't even really need to invest. Look at the buy here. This is the 4th round of the half.
They're so bonusing.
Yeah, so they're running it back with another bonus.
What a comfortable situation for them to be in.
There's a trip front B, and there's a quad push A coming in. Alarmbot holding the flank as well as a turret. It's going to be really hard to flank this B site. Cascade to deny the info of B, prevent that early peek. Early dash in.
Dude, they don't even test the possibility of the op on the extremities.
Look at that, though. They orbed and coved the plant. They'll break the cove now. They can play post.
They're droning. The Alarmbot spotted. Les is going to be the first one here. Tui's is not far off. Les has to be careful. Kawanzine is now showing up. He has no flashes, though. So it's just going to be a dry gunfight. There's the fault line. Les, patient, Les waiting. And he falls. Kawanzine trying to do what his teammate could not, but in the face of the paranoia, can't deliver either. Louder falling apart here, but it's a 2v2. The op in the hands of Kong delivers. Aspas, can you do it by yourself? Dodging the flash, staying alive. The line is held by Kong. Smoggy getting it to half, and there it is. He's found the timing.
Oh no!
Aspas, can he do it? Dashes forward. Oh my gosh! Aspas, the Red Bull clutch. Loud gets to 10, and that very well may be Dagger.
Oh man, the star duelists. Would you believe it if I told you they met in middle? Oh my god. I can't even believe that. The timing of this swing by Aspas right when Kong leaves the angle. Oh, he can't even believe it. He can't even believe it.
I mean, the money's still so good for Loud. EDG is on the ropes as you could possibly fathom.
Kong pushing through, the Cascade falls to Tui's.
I mean, an aggressive attempt at a play.
Oh, no.
Aspas just getting another kill. And this might be the final verse of the EDG song for the year as Aspas continues to hunt for blood. 4 kills now.
Spike planted.
Chichu just has to sit back and watch.
Chichu now in this impossible 1-on-5, and there you go, the Prime Gaming flawless by Loud. And you could just feel now just all of the air just sucked out of this room. That 1-on-2 that Osbus won. No timeouts in the bank here for EDG.
How does the judge work from that distance, by the way?
The judge can do some silly things.
Yeah, it certainly was that.
A veteran in-game leader hyping up his team, yelling across the stage, and this is where EDG absolutely need to win this round. Kong with the up on this B site. It has been the weak point for the team.
That's big out from Kong.
He's going for more.
Oh,
he hit him.
Oh, he did. You're right. Oh, and the second time is the death blow. Turning the flash as Kawanzine punches back.
Chichu now up close in garage. This will be Trailblaze. How Trailblaze this? He has a lot to do here.
You're right. Oh, but Kong is there to help. He's already gotten 3 on the round. Blades online for the next. This would be such a ridiculous comeback if they can pull it off. But for now, a round at a time, EDG gets 7.
It's a common saying, Doug, round by round. And that's exactly what EDG has to be telling themselves right now. They get no more words from Coach after. This is all on the players now. They're gonna need a lot more from their star players. This off round by Kang's exactly what they needed to get back into this game. I don't think we've seen a C-Plow like this before, Doug. This is going to be a banging round. Look at the setup from the Omen. The Reckoning will certainly be used on this take. This is a very difficult hold, but with the breach here, this is very possible.
Well, it's just the fault line, but you're right. The Reckoning invested. Howdom going aggressive. He pushes into the smoke.
No way, no way, no way.
Slipping. Loud, no idea of what just hit him. Unreal.
A Prime Gaming flawless. They get the Reckoning out of Loud. And just like that, they are absolutely storming back into this game.
The money, though, that Loud have, you see it on your screen right now very quickly. I'm sure we're going to see a replay. There's still so much depth. They've created such a nest egg that they can take a couple of these shots from EDG and still be standing. But honestly, what I just saw in their faces shows that they aren't even thinking about that.
No.
They're not worried about what's on the other side. They're not worried about the money that Loud have amassed. All of a sudden, a spark of hope.
Kong now on this long angle, they're gonna challenge the Cascade yet again. The Dart gets a ping and nobody is here.
Aspas has already fallen.
No!
Kawanzine and last on the counter.
I've got your trail.
That flash was so good. Now Seeker's used. Does Smoggy invest the Rolling Thunder here?
Does he do it? It's stood. No one is even there.
Gosh.
Doug gets wasted.
Much like the Reckoning in the previous round.
The Cypher setup on B, on C, lets them know what's happening in this area, but the cam will go down right now. Sadak has entered garage.
Oh, and I love this. I love this pivot back from Loud. With Sadak's presence being found in C, they commit back to A.
In an Omen breach setup, though, Doug, this is very unlikely to be checked.
You have to clear Smoggy here.
This is very unlikely to be cleared.
No paranoia. Just
He's
the
blind.
flash. Oh my gosh, Smoggy!
Spike down.
Smoggy gets 3! Another disaster for Loud. Sadak has to clutch it back by himself. Can he do so? The leader, the veteran for Loud.
30 seconds left.
Already the recipient of hardware, but he cannot commit this time around.
Smoggy. Can you believe it?
No.
What is that hold? What is that hold? Unreal. Look at this play from the corner. I don't know how he gets the third. Whips into the dark cover. Takes out Tui's. And closes it out with the fourth. Man, my teammates are pretty good. Holy. We absolutely have a game here. And the timeout coming from Fraud here. This is the final timeout from these coaches. After does also get the chance to talk with his team right now. Honestly, he has to be congratulating them on keeping this game alive. The Hunter's Fury on nobody is really nothing to be messed with here on this defensive half. It is great at stalling out plants. Loud has not done a very good job of breaking all this Cypher util, and truthfully, one of the few weaknesses they've found is on the B side. And I think at this point, EDG is very aware. I would love to know what Fraud is saying right now in this timeout. We've seen earlier on in this tournament them take the gloves off and take dry fights. And it worked in spades. But can you do that against a team like EDG?
I don't know, especially with Kong having the op. You mentioned the Hunter's Fury a couple of moments ago. For nobody, that's in play, and this time the op is mid. And it's not just that. I mean, Haodong is here, Chichu's close by.
Doug, nobody is on this site with this Sova ult. It looks like it could be fake pressure, but I will warn you, if this site is lost with this Viper's Pit against the Harbor Viper, the retake, the chances of a win for EDG at that moment plummet. The chances of winning a round with that Viper Pit on this A site, and that's what Loud's aiming to do right now. I think Loud right now are very scared of an aggression across this map. They don't know what to expect right now from EDG. The dart clears long right now, gets no info. It's broken by Aspas after a couple pings. You can see that's kind of confusing Chichu a bit. He's leaning towards this A site. It's looking like we're going into that B pop here, and Kong is here.
End of the op, he's been here the whole time. He was patient at the beginning, the crosshair jiggling, and Kalanzine destroys him. So dependent on that, and it finds no value. Can the rest of EDG deliver? Tui's gets a spike down, nobody investing the Hunter's Fury. Tui's falls, but they're gonna have to get through the pit. Is there an additional flank? No. It's all gonna be a flood out onto the site. The paranoia is good to at least get Aspas, but Smoggy falls. Aspas looking to deal with him, and he can't. Nobody on the counter. Les still playing from far back. Sonic still with the pit up. All of the onus on EDG right now as Kalanzine has gotten 3. Chichu, the 4th. He's so weak, he's gonna fall. Haodong on the flank, and there's nothing found. Loud stay alive. They get to series point.
And Loud absolutely silence this EDG comeback. Huge round by Kalanzine, taking out the star player. And he, of all people, the young initiator onto this team. Joined after champions last year, filling the shoes of someone like Saucy. Insane round from Kalanzine right there. Topping the scoreboard when like Les and Aspas are right behind him. Loud now going back into this A default. The dart again, getting a lot of value here for EDG.
That's becoming so troublesome, and we've seen the punish a couple of times, but not this time around.
Doug, I think they're going to take the gloves off and walk up dry here. This is a Loud-esque play. Is Kong going to be aware of this? They are ready to fight. They are ready to brawl.
It's quiet.
4 players in the most ridiculous high-low I have ever seen.
Smoggy has his fault line back. Up in the hands of Kong. Remember, Kalanzine destroyed him in the previous round. Spotted now. Has to dash away. Do they go fast off this? Kong on the reaggress! And this time it's Sadak! The op is down!
And the cascade blocks the vision of nobody. Both initiators on this A site have it all to do.
Blinded.
Flash confirming some info. Smoggy! Oh, what was that from Smoggy?
He's got the ult!
And that's, I mean, there's nowhere for them to go!
23 seconds, the Omen blind is here.
Look at where the spike is, man! It's out of reach! There's no way for them to scoop it up!
What a play from Smoggy!
10 seconds left.
I mean, the 3K effectively secured the round, but the Rolling Thunder was just icing on the cake.
This A site just seems owned by Smoggy right now. The plays coming out of this man deep into this game. Their tournament lives on the line. After their star offer falls like this to Sadak, holding that sidest angle. Look at this.
So steady. So cold. Another massive round. 4 of the last 5 going in favor of EDG.
Kong's gonna push short right now, Doug. This fault line's coming in. He's up.
He's past it, but he's so weak. Oh, they go 2! Again, the dart and the flash! EDG's utility combo into A main is so good, and they're finally punishing Loud for it.
Loud is so persistent. They continue at this A site. Can they take it?
Smoggy once more. Sadak falls. Aspas in less. A 2v4 to potentially stifle this comeback from EDG. Smoggy on the re-step. Stays alive. There's the paranoia. Aspas falls. That's another 2. Going down. EDG's still alive.
This dart in A lobby. What is it made out of?
Dude, there's no way they go back.
How can they not break this dart?
It's like a ticking time bomb, though. How many times have we talked about it? There's got to be a combo that they're using with the dart, because you see it now. All 3 of them were flashed.
Oh my God, incredible initiator, Yuto, coming out of EDG. And they laid the trap all half long, and at the least expecting time, Kong pushes up short A. Loud now retreating back into this middle of the map default. Early garage control, the dog comes out. The trip is already broken.
Oh
again? No.
Again. Can magic happen once more?
What?
Oh my gosh,
He
but he did not clear it. Such a heavy investment. Life on the line to get the lockdown down.
Oh.
They've lost
Doug, this is the reckoning coming online for Tui. He's waiting for this flood. The orb is down spawn, the cove is in garage. This is where Loud close out games.
Is this it? Are these the final touches on an outrageous series? Counting on the swing, he's gotten 3 on the round. Smoggy only gets 1. Loud defend the throne. They take down EDG in the rematch and advance.
And they are so elated. That took everything out of Loud. The Harbor Viper finally coming into play again. This team proved they can literally beat anyone with this comp. They're currently only running it here on Haven. I don't think EDG has seen a style like that, so you have to give them credit for how close this game was.
What a fight, bro.
What a fight that was.
EDG, an outrageous performance. Pushing Loud to the most extreme possible limits. And it's an unfortunate goodbye. But Loud, I mean, talk about taking a hit in the chin and still being standing when all is said and done.
This Loud team is special, Doug. They are a special team. I think a lot of people doubted them coming into Champions. They lost that opening game to DRX, and they have bounced off of rock bottom like a rocket.
I mean, again, we've got to talk about their performance at Tokyo and all of the questions around this roster. And then you start off this series, as you were saying, you go, what the heck happened to Loud? Where have they gone?
Well, they're back.
They're back.
They are back, and they are really ready to make a run in the lowers.
Again, defending world champs, still in the tournament. They've still got to fight in this thing. We're going to throw it down to the analyst desk to break down that series.
Thank you very much, you guys. What a series that was, and what a way for Loud to be able to hang on, and most importantly, Mimi, close it out before OT.
Yeah, I mean, that's an incredible game. It looked like Loud was going to be able to just hold on cleanly after that first half with this Harbor Viper comp, but they get so tested there by EDG. But still closing things out, a chance to defend the title, a chance to go on another run, but unfortunately that means EDG going home in the most tragic fashion, a round away.
Yeah, that is heartbreaking again. This is a team that has come so close to their own goals and objectives at these global events, and they just cannot get it over that tiny finish line. Multiple times now this has happened, and yeah, they're gonna be kicking themselves over this entire situation. Just one step away, realistically, coming down to that final round. I cannot believe how close it was, but credit to them for pushing Loud when they've been in this championship form. I think I have to give an immense amount of credit to EDG. They've come here at this event when I would argue, I think that the competition has only increased since Tokyo, and they are still putting up the similar performance. I think that has to be respected. They're not going to think about that right now, but they hopefully will reflect upon this tournament and think, yeah, the competition was elevated so much more. So many more teams came online, and we still managed to put up a fight to some of the best of the best.
And this is the tournament where I think we really showed that it wasn't just Kong Kong, it was Smoggy bringing them back into overtime. Yeah. It was Howdong continuing to improve as an IGL every event these guys attend. It was a great run from them, but still, I think this is another moment where you have to start believing in Loud. You can't underestimate these guys. They won last year for a reason, and it looks like it's the same narrative again. You nearly win the first tournament, you bomb out of the second, and you come back so strong at Champions. If the script repeats itself, we could have a back-to-back championship winner.
Yeah, we've never seen it before. I feel like this year has been about record breaking. You know, we saw the first team to do back-to-back, so why not have a defending champion here as well? And speaking of Loud, let's send it down to the stage. Paperthin is standing by with Tui's for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. I am standing here with Tui's of Loud, just coming off of their 2-1 victory over EDG. First of all, big congrats, my man. A great match here today. But I want to start off with the very first map, Bind. EDG comes out with something completely unexpected. You've got Kong Kong on Reyna, something he's never played in an official match before. Did you guys expect this, and how were you able to try and adapt to it as the map went on?
Então, primeiramente, parabéns pela vitória, foi jogo incrível. A gente quer saber, o Kankan trouxe a Reina num embate pela primeira vez oficialmente ali. Vocês esperavam ele trazer esse tipo de composição, esse tipo de gente?
Acho que esperar a Reina a gente não esperava, a gente esperava que seria um Chamber, mas ele acabou vindo com a Reina. Ele surpreendeu bastante a gente em picks e avanços, então ele soube aproveitar muito bem da gente. Foi difícil a Bind, umas adaptações ali, a gente tomou muitos picks, mas foi um mapa da hora, foi pequenos detalhes que resolveram o mapa.
So, yes, we didn't expect him to come up with Reyna, and he was able to take some victories here and there that got them on the upper hand. Overall, the game was really good, very tight in order to be decided in just small things.
Sure, absolutely. A tough matchup for sure. Next, over to Haven. I want to ask you about the Harbor Viper comp, especially since you're a Harbor player on that map. It's something EDG has actually never played against on that map before. You know, what is it about this comp that works so well for Loud?
Então, agora a gente vai falar sobre a composição Harbor Viper que vocês trouxeram e talvez tenha surpreendido eles. O que você acha que dá tão bem, especialmente para você sendo um Harbor player?
Eu acho que a comp é uma comp com muita sinergia nossa, é um conforto, a gente tem bastante conforto nela e também a gente sabe desenvolver bastante rounds, fazer umas plays juntas, sabe? Então, acho que é mais isso, conforto.
Overall, I would say it's a very comfortable composition for her. There's a lot of synergy between the agents, so it's a very comfortable position for us in order to play well.
Awesome, yeah, makes a lot of sense. Okay, last question. Next up, you're gonna face either DRX, who beat you in the group stage, or or Fnatic, who beat you at lock-in. Who do you expect to win out of that match, and who do you think you will be facing at the Kia Forum on Thursday?
Agora no Kia Forum vocês vão estar ou enfrentando a DRX, que pegou vocês logo de primeira, ou a Fnatic. Quem você espera que vai passar para a próxima vez para enfrentar vocês no Kia Forum?
Eu acho que vai ser um jogo muito difícil, vai ser uma batalha de titãs e acho que dá uns 2-1 Fnatic, acho que vai dar Fnatic, mas Eu acho que vai ser 3 mapas muito pegados, porque os dois times são muito fortes.
Overall, I believe we're going to be like a Titan clash, where I believe the Fnatic would have the upper hand, perhaps a 2-1, but it's going to be for sure a very tight match.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Tuis. Congrats again. A great match here today. And we're looking forward to seeing you on Thursday at the Kia Forum. Well, that's going to do it for us for now, guys. We will be back shortly with DRX versus Fnatic. Don't go anywhere.
This is for a shot at that top 4 for Loud, a chance to defend their title, but for EDG it will be uncharted territory. But both teams didn't fight and claw their way just for their journey to end here.
You see that Lear come through the wall from Hookah, getting the first, but less! Less gets best from 13 seconds left, and it all falls on to Chichu. He gets the first, the second is there! Exact spot,
One way at the corner.
One, he's, oh my gosh.
Oh, he does
just
not
disrespects it, bro. One way subsides. It's a no-scope. There are 2 of them. And of course, it's Kong Kong. Who else? Oh, dire strangers. Kawanzin drops Haodong. The rotations are coming through. Kawanzin, 15 HP. Sunk into the soil of the site. Kawanzin with 4. Can Kawanzin pull it off? Yes, he can. The ace for Loud. Sending a shiver down their spine. There's the swing out. Smoggy getting the best of less. Loud in a position to take us to OT, and they've got Asus and Kawanzin corralled. There's nowhere for them to go.
Oh my goodness, what a map from EDG. I can't believe it.
The push, and it's not going to be by utility, it's going to be by the Odin. Kong Kong already dropped, looking for the swing on the second. He's flashed, he's dead, and Kawanzin's already gotten a third. This spam is just so oppressive, Sean.
They didn't break the darts. They didn't break the darts.
And that very well could be their demise. Asus is here as well. He's going for the third. The shorty connects, but Haodong punches back. Bless, 1v2. Oh, and they didn't double swing. They didn't double swing at all, but it's okay. And there are a lot of members weak on the side of Loud, but the crossfire setup that they have is just so devastating. Even if you drop a couple, there are layers to Loud setup. Loud dominate EDG on their map pick and take us to Haven. EDG looking to get the spike down and should succeed as Kong Kong gets another. What? That's all of them. That's a 4K for the star. That flash should have hit everyone. I mean, it should just be open season on members of EDG, and that's exactly what it is. Tuis gets the third. Kong Kong, Smoggy getting it to half, and there it is. He found the timing.
Oh no.
Asus, can he do it? Dashes forward. Oh my gosh. Asus, the Red Bull clutch. No paranoia. Just the flash. Oh my gosh,
Smoggy!
Nobody on the counter. Les still playing from far back. Sonic still with the pit up. All of the onus on EDG right now as Kawanzin has gotten 3. Haodong on the flank, and there's nothing found. Loud defend the throne. They take down EDG in the rematch and advance.
Valorant 冬の陣千秋楽誇りをかけた戦いを
What a clutch from Celsius!
その目で見届けろ 世界との取り組み幕開く両国国技館にて開催
「
moments of joy are not so little. They are pure joy. Therefore, treat yourself. Come to Andalusia.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Headspace, switching my headspace. Same pace, going fast paced. Those carefree days are gone, nothing on my mind. It's been way too long. Those moments are gone, it's been years. I got nothing on my mind. Carefree, same old me. Stuck in a cycle, I'm falling deep. Carefree, same old me. Stuck in a cycle, I'm falling deep. One place again and again. Say space, going the wrong way. I can't understand it, lost inside my head and I can't comprehend it. Seems there's no way to it. Those carefree days are gone, nothing on my mind. It's been way too long. Those moments are gone, it's been years. I got nothing on my mind. Carefree, same old me. Stuck in a cycle, I'm falling deep. Carefree, same old me. Stuck in a cycle, I'm falling deep.
Welcome back to Valorant Champions. There's just one spot left in the top 4, and it'll come down to DRX and Fnatic. I'm your host, Sue. I've got Mimi and Bren back with me. Yes, just one spot left. There's not, I feel like all of the teams left could, like you guys said, take a trophy. But between Fnatic and DRX, I feel like the narratives, Bren, it's all there, isn't it?
Oh, it is. I mean, it's set up, isn't it? I mean, you've got the rematch potential from when we saw Fnatic going down and, you know, having that rebuild process. That was DRX with a team that actually took them down as well. But I am looking so forward to the series overall as well. I just want to see if DRX have corrected some of the common mistakes actually as well to stand a chance, because, I mean, ever since Fnatic has got down to the lower, it just feels like, again, a demon has been unleashed in the lower bracket and no one really stands a chance. That's what it's felt like to me, because Fnatic are that team that you just think and expect them still to be making a good run for the grand finals.
And we've heard from the players on Fnatic, they're saying that it doesn't matter to us that we're in the lower bracket. We're glad we lost. We learned from that experience and are taking that to go and trying to win this 3rd trophy. So it's a really brutal matchup here for DRX, but they have beaten Fnatic in the past.
Yeah, and speaking of that lower bracket, this is exactly what happened at Champions 2022. Fnatic, they lose against Exit, they drop to the lowest. DRX, they drop a little bit later, and they actually, Mimi, send Fnatic home, and this was the end of the old Fnatic. They ended their roster, essentially.
I feel like this is where two paths diverged. It was DRX finally breaking the 5th, 6th curse, making it into a top 4, eventually ending top 3 at that tournament. And it was Fnatic being the team who was always looking for that first trophy, failing at it again towards the final yard. It was the closest that they got in 2022, but they took this loss and they became the super team we know today because of it. They gutted their roster, they picked up probably the 2 best supportive players you possibly could in Chronicle and Leo, and the rest is history. They win 2 trophies.
The piece that we saw earlier today as well, just to build on that, of Chronicle saying, I watched Fnatic lose last time to DRX. I wasn't there.
Yeah.
And like, that is just the most ice cold thing to possibly say heading into this. But yeah, DRX also, you know, no strangers to essentially to go on these lower bracket runs, but it's always ended in a bit of, tragedy for this team, I would say. They've broken past their own, the glass ceiling, which is trying to make that top 4 spot. Typically, it was 5 to 6, but since then, they haven't really been able to aim for a top title spot and being a contender, for a grand finals run, for example.
Yeah, they haven't indeed. But maybe history could repeat itself today. Let's send it down to Paperthin for a quick word with Fnatic's IGL Boaster.
All right, let's see if we can grab Boaster here for a quick interview, my man. What's up? How you doing today? First of all, DRX is the team that eliminated you from Champions in 2022. You've got a rematch coming up here again today. What's the mentality and approach to make sure that that doesn't happen again?
We're not going to underestimate them, obviously. They've beaten us in the past, but we're Fnatic and we're here to win this whole event. And if it's a lower bracket grind, it's a lower bracket grind. Everyone's going to be scared of us, hopefully, so we'll see. We're coming.
All right, good luck today. And that is Fnatic's Boaster. Sending it back to you.
Thank you very much. I think he's hit the nail on the head there. Even when they dropped to the lowers, you heard players like Boostio and a few others still giving them a lot of kudos, Mimi. A lot of other players, they still feel like Fnatic could make a run, even though they didn't look very good against Loud.
I don't think it's just that people feel like they could. I think it's a lot of people still expect them to win this tournament, to still go on a run. After all, at the end of the day, they are Fnatic, but they have shown weakness this tournament. They looked shaky in a few maps. In particular, I think this Ascent versus Loud. Their attacking side, a lot of times not clearing angles when they're going for these market splits, making little mistakes in their coordination that is so unusual for this team.
Yeah, exactly. I do think that, Fnatic have shown signs that they can bleed, you can kill them, you can, bring down this juggernaut team, and it comes down to those maps, which is Ascent and Haven as 2 examples. Now, don't get me wrong, a shaky map pool for Fnatic is still a very good one when you look at other teams, right? Because they're still more than serviceable, they can still pack a punch, but it's not a dominant map. They can lose on them, and what I want to see today from DRX is no more trolling, Termy. I don't know if you're listening, but man, we're going to be locking you up unless you target these bans, because DRX did not do that against EG. They let Fracture completely open. It's the best map for EG, ended up losing on it in a close fashion, and then it was just curtains from that point on in the entire series. I need to see DRX using this map pool advantage this time around. I need to see evidence that they've done their homework and they know exactly which direction to shove this map pool into.
I'm all for dooming on Termy and some of the map choices that DRX have made, because I think they have been pretty troll, especially that EG series. But I also think that those are weaker spots for Fnatic, but it's in no way going to be an easy map or a gimme at all. Because Fnatic, if there's one thing we know about them, it's learning from these losses. It's improving those maps where they've shown weakness, and we've seen them be so strong on Haven, on Ascent in the past. They actually have a lot of faith that this is the team that is going to actually fixate on those maps and have much stronger solutions into the matchup today, which even though those gaps can be seen, it's a question of can you exploit them, or has Fnatic fixed them?
Yeah, as you guys were alluding to it, against EG, DRX left Fracture open. EG, of course, hopped on it straight away, and it ended up being a little bit catastrophic for them. But the question is today, I know you want Termy to kind of tidy up the choices, but what should he be taken away from Fnatic?
Well, I think Fnatic still have some very, very good maps across the board, but Lotus, I think, was a bit of a fluke in terms of them losing it to Loud. And given how poorly DRX played on it, you can see in their matchup against EG, just from that graphic alone, I mean, they got dominated on Lotus the other day. I would like to see them remove Lotus. I think that's a good option for them. There are plenty of other choices. I just want to see them funnel it in a direction that forces Fnatic to play on either, Bind is one that, we haven't really seen too much playtime for Fnatic. I think Bind could be a good option. I think Haven and Ascent could also be good options. I want to see it go into that direction for them to actually have a solid chance here today, because outside of that, it is still Fnatic being the favorites, I would say, in this matchup against DRX.
In particular, I think Ascent would be a great target for DRX in this veto. It's always been one of their best maps where their coordination is on point, and for Fnatic, it's one that even when they've been at their best, they haven't had to play it a ton, and well, they're of course good at it. They're the best team in the world. They still, I think, have some weaknesses that it's very possible for DRX to exploit.
Yeah, DRX did that back last year, 2022. They beat Fnatic on Ascent, and the rest was history. But we do have a little bit of an update, because Mako is back on stage today. He is here, although I felt like the last game we saw him, he was a little bit tilted and getting quite emotional there.
Yeah, we were seeing the passion brought out, I think, I think it was Seth who said, you know, the gentle giant getting a bit angry during his cast, because normally I feel like Mako, he's such a consistent rock for this team in terms of his own individual performances. You're always going to get good showcases out of him, but it wasn't there in the series the other day. But now he's out of isolation. Hopefully that eases a bit of the frustration, I think, as well. You can actually get a bit of that sense of team camaraderie when you're up on the stage and you can stare at each other. Yes, we don't have a crowd because of literally, I mean, biblical weather conditions that are occurring in LA, but I think it will make a big difference for Mako. I think as well, just him being there with the rest of his team, and hopefully that uptick in his own personal performance, because you're going to need it when you're playing against a team like Fnatic.
Yeah, remember how long this DRX roster has been together. They fought through that 5th, 6th curse. They made their way past it at Champions. If they could do that again here, I think having everyone in person, having the team synergy, remembering that you've made that achievement before, and just being in a good mental position, not getting overly focused on the fact that Fnatic has won 2 trophies, that they're the best team in the world. You have to think back that you've done it before, that this is possible for DRX.
Yeah, and that starts from the map. Vito's, you guys mentioned it. Termi needs to get a win here right out the bat. In fact, he's ready right now with Coach Mini, so let's see where we're going to be heading.
All right, DRX will be higher seed for this match since they came from the upper bracket. So Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So Fnatic, you will be Team A. And we will start with your first ban.
Pearl.
Pearl, your first ban.
Then Lotus.
Lotus. And map number 1 from Fnatic.
Bind.
Bind. Side on Bind.
Defense.
Defense. And map number 2?
Pick Haven.
Haven. And side on Haven.
Are you thinking?
Yeah, so I'm trying to think.
Attack. Okay, and next set of bans starting with Fnatic, you have Ascent, Fracture, and Split.
Ban the bottom one? Yeah?
Yeah.
Ban Ascent.
They ban Ascent, so your ban you have Fracture and Split.
Ban Fracture.
Ban Fracture, so map number 3 will be Split, Fnatic side on Split. Attack. Okay, let's run back through this. First set of bans, we have Fnatic with Pearl, DRX with Lotus. Map number 1 is Bind with DRX on defense. Map number 2 is Haven with Fnatic on attack. Next set of bans were Ascent and Fracture. Map number 3, Decider, is Split with Fnatic on attack. Good. All right, good luck to you both.
Good luck. Good luck.
Fnatic. DRX.
DRX, they were the ones to send Fnatic home back at Champs 2022, but this is the EMEA Super Team. They built this roster precisely to defy expectations in moments like these.
And the expectation is now greatness. 2 trophies already lifted this year. Everyone expects them to win at Champions. But there's only 1 slot remaining at the Shrine. And DRX, they're a team that have defied their barriers before. Last year at Champions, like you're mentioning, they upset Fnatic. They break through. If they could achieve something similar today, they would make history yet again.
Well, the important question is, Brent, how satisfied are you with Termi's choices for today? Do you like the map pool?
I'm quite satisfied, I would say. I think, yeah, I mean, they ban out Lotus, which makes a ton of sense to me, because I think Fnatic losing it was a bit of a fluke. Loud were magnificent on that map. I think that they came into it with tons of good ideas, and honestly, it was a bit of an off day for Fnatic. Removing that makes a lot of sense to me, especially given how poor it was for DRX, and they managed to get Haven in there as well. I think Haven is going to be a massive point of contention as a map when we get to that second point as well, just to see if DRX can take it, because that is really where it's going to be the bread and butter of the series, if they can go the distance.
For me, questions are still flying around this first map of Bind. Fnatic have not had to play this in a long time. Didn't lock it in once at Tokyo, haven't played it thus far at Champions. It was all the way back in EMEA, the last time we saw them on this map. Back then, they were running a Raze, Sky, Cypher, Viper, Brim composition, which a lot of teams have stuck with as being fairly meta. But as we've already seen today, there's a lot of innovation around Bind. I think it's the map with the most variety in compositions. So there's a chance here for Fnatic to make a change and surprise DRX.
Well, let's take a look and see if they do, because we are heading into the Prime Gaming Agent Select. Fnatic always been strong on this map, and they make a change with Alpha here, moving from Cypher to Chamber. And of course, Durka was the one that played the majority of Chamber on this map for them.
I am loving this with the form that Alfia has been in. It is red hot. He's making me look like a fool every time they play, and I do not care because, listen, I'll eat my words every day of the week. When Alfia is putting up numbers like he is, put him on a roll like Chamber, where he's going to be able to absolutely take these fights. And DRX, they've gone for the Eurocomp again. I think this didn't show as much thought as well as many reps when I saw them pull this out initially at this tournament, but maybe they have added on to what we've already seen existingly.
If he can keep his form and Fnatic goes on to make a deep run to win this tournament, I think there's a very real discussion around Alphiar being the best player in the world. His performance has just been absurd at the tournament thus far. For DRX though, the questions are, how are you going to shut down that Chamber? I think that more revolves around the defensive half, but on attack too, there's a lot you can do with this agent. Holding down extremities, playing 4-1s where the Chamber is solo set up towards B. DRX, this is the moment where they're going to have to adapt, dig deep against the best team in the world if they want to stay in Champions.
Yeah, as we remember from before, when Durka played this map, he used to call on the defense. They gave him the responsibility on the Chamber to dictate how they play. I wonder if they're going to do the same thing with Alpha here and how it's going to work out. Our teams are ready, and it's time to kick off our final match at the Shrine. Here to cast this one is Pansy and Hypok.
Thank you, Analyst Desk. And yes, the atmosphere in here is indeed electric. Mike's turned up in Fnatic colours. It's all gone off script.
Reddit's kicking off today. Big time.
Reddit's having a field day. I'm meant to be the biased one, not him. However, we do actually have a cracking matchup in front of us, don't we?
And seeing Alpha come out on the Chamber is such an exciting prospect to get our teeth into Bind here. Somebody who's... You put it the same way as when you see Demon 1 go onto the Astor, to the Brimstone. It's like, what would this guy look like if you unleash him? Because Cypher was kind of the cornerstone of what Fnatic have achieved the last few months on Bind here to counter, you know, slow plays around Vipers and whatnot. So this is definitely what I've got my eyes on. That's not even to mention the Yoru on the other side.
The Yoru's there,
Less
by
of
the
a
way.
surprise,
By the way. But hey, it's still there, and it's definitely caught our eyes. But as we go forward, maybe we start seeing that depth of what Fnatic may have. Obviously, we've seen them throughout this tournament being tested more than maybe some expected. And DRX, yes, we know the curse of them hitting that marker in these tournaments and always just faltering. But maybe this time it's different.
Looks like this is the score that's destined to be settled at Champs as well. So the last two head-to-head sets. Zest actually does open up onto Durka here. Able to slip away. I'll be cautious towards long. We'll probably hear the orb being retrieved here. Boaster.
Oh, he's got a chance at that.
No ping on the minimap, so I don't actually believe Marco's...
I don't think you've seen him.
No. Oh. That's a big indicator to find Alpha on the other side. Again, expected position, but Boaster trying to slip in there's caught.
Yeah, so this is now being quite telling. You're seeing a lot of what Fnatic were trying to keep subtle. Leo having a little bit of a look. Getting a little bit closer. This is going to need someone to deliver them 2, maybe even 3 here. And Marco's position's lovely. And keep in mind, he has support in there too. Buzz actually dedicated towards Shower. So the map quite small for Fnatic. Hard to break back in here. If they can get the plant, they at least get a little bit of comfort.
Ooh, the spam's good,
It's
but
off,
it
it's
doesn't
off, it's off.
actually.
Okay, plant. All right. 3v5 post plant. Chronicle took a fair crack of damage through that though, and a lovely pop flash. He eats a fair bit of himself, but for Chronicle he ate more. So now down to the 2. Fuse started, first connected, but a trade. So it's all on Leo. And he is a marvel, but this is a lot to achieve with 8 bullets left in this, and no real need to stop that defuse. DRX, great start. Now, having a chat kind of before this game, Mike, they were kind of discussing the mentality for DRX coming into this, and I had the opportunity to see him walking in as well.
Yeah,
and
this is
no
really
pressure.
interesting. Yeah, that's really interesting to hear that. I mean, it comes straight from Kangyang, right?
Yeah.
There's kind of, we're going to go out, we're going to play fast, we're going to play loose. And,
Little aggressive.
and try and catch Fnatic off guard, which is an objective. Well, it's an objective in itself, but with being kind of disappointed in DRX the last couple of events.
Yeah.
In terms, I guess, of that historical pedigree.
Of course.
Then I'm actually here to see it. If they do want to switch things up, obviously this composition on Bind in particular, definitely a catalyst to try and achieve that.
And again, I think we've kind of discussed this till, you know, we're sick. It's just, it's like you can't beat Fnatic by playing traditional Valorant, I feel. I don't think there's many teams, if any, who can. You have to play something out of the ordinary. And that's why all of us are very excited with the idea of like Paper X facing off against them, someone who's very aggressive. And I don't think it's a bad concept for DRX to toy with. As it stands though, being quite patient about this.
They get tagged up though. We'll find Boaster. The paint shell, follow-up headshot, Marco.
Clean.
Closing the door on Shaw, but Leo slipped through the smoke, still finds it.
Okay, that's one.
Spike down.
Should be able to get that rifle back, and they have found Alpha. Good start for DRX here. Second round, nice and clean. Bulldogs kept in check, so no financial losses. I'll be happy with that one. Now we see the first real challenge after the pistol.
DRX going to be bringing in 4 Bulldogs here. Marco will see where he settles. Pretty well invested nonetheless. 2 away from the orbital strike. It's about the only ult progress to write home about. You know, I guess the counterpart for that, 3 off the Seekers. Fnatic gonna maybe slow things down a little bit for their first buy round. Activity here for DRX though. Stacks are gonna get very aggressive.
Again, kind of holding true to what we were discussing, that this is something they want to toy with, play with, try and attempt. Dirk is having none of it though. He's dealt with Stacks very quickly. Didn't quite get the timing to catch the second, but success elsewhere. And Alpha, the Wonder Kid, for a reason, gonna find 2. That's huge value.
Down to 56 HP though. Probably gonna wait for a regroup here to get healed. It's just Zest and RB try and recover something. I mean, at this point, some damage, sure, but it's going to be difficult for either of them to really prevent the plant, actually, unless RB stays here.
It could be a real nuisance. They've got to be aware of it. Yeah. Doubling down on it, 2. Headshot made, but still falls. Boaster, less than comfortable, but this round is. Fnatic answer back perfectly. A Prime Gaming flawless here in the third. 5 rifles remain, and making, I guess, no real mistakes there.
Stacks just desperate to try and find an opening here.
I like the idea.
So crispy. And towards showers. Marco one away from the orbital strike now. Again, in this round, we're looking at some of the key ultimates, but Alpha doesn't necessarily need the tour de force just yet. So the rifle coming through. 1 away from the Seekers for Leo, though. He found himself a kill to kick things off here. DRX starting with 3-man towards B, and it looks like Fnatic might actually step the pace up a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit of a gear shift. Not completely, but you can see the pressure that Marco's under with this sort of sight hit. Dirk is already above, so looking to maybe isolate Buzz. Does, oh, the timing. Oh, and he doesn't get punished on it. That's just, seems outrageous that Dirk gets away with that. Caught with the paint shell in hand, but Buzz couldn't do much about it. But there's bodies here. DRX pulling everyone over. 3 now present on the site, and 1 on that long route around the back lines.
Nobody's going to be stuck behind the trap for a little while. They're going to try and TP past it. Should be out of earshot as well, but Fnatic still trying to fight. Yeah, Alpha responds with 2. Zest will find Leo. Comes down to a 2v2 now.
And with that lack of presence coming out from RB, they're questioning the flank, and Alpha rightly has already turned. Yes, Zest is deep on the site, but you can see how safe they're playing. Trying to find that last... Oh, come on, Alpha! Such a nasty player mechanically, seeing that in full force here. Zest now taking space, but flipped sides.
30 seconds
28 seconds. Can he find Boaster? Yes. He's got to know Alpha was somewhat nearby. And he gets him. Fabulous work from Zest. Back in the game.
A 4K and the Red Bull clutch to close things out here as Fnatic. He said Durka able to lead the charge here. Unpunished initially. You know, he was spotted, and awful timing for the paint shell to come out, but course correction from DRX. Alpha just spots him at the last second. Yeah, a little bit of confusion actually as to where Alpha was still residing there. With that HP, very, very audacious for him to be pushing up. Tour de Force online now. Seeker's available for Fnatic, and on the other side, Orbital Strike.
Buzz.
And the pits, yeah.
Buzz is holding his breath,
Yep.
right? Just suck it in, just hope he doesn't get spotted. And he doesn't. But it's a similar look, right? We saw this before. But Buzz willing to maybe challenge on the cross of this wall. A little bit of a hop up, but look who's waiting on the other side. So a nice little exchange here. Pop flash through the TP. Buzz does find Alpha, so that's Tour de Force gone. Big pick up from RB. This is beautiful work from DRX. Zero fear, taking all the fights. And yeah, Durka standing tall on his tower, but does Buzz fall for it again? He does! Found for a second time. There's Durka and Chronicle. Both in a similar position here. Hard to clear this backside, but Durka, always clean, but not clean enough now. Down to Chronicle. Tough situation, and yeah, beautiful from Marco. Very, very just dug in positions, kept composed, but I've got to be honest here. DRX are playing very good Valorant.
They are, yeah. And Fnatic are kind of testing the waters here. Wow.
Where's Coach
testing the
Minnie?
waters initially towards
Show me
A,
that
maybe
cam.
to force an extra player across here, with something in mind towards B side. That's yeah, a little awkward to see Alpha tied up in that sort of engagement, especially with the Tour de Force.
And I was going to say, even just in the round before this, you know, Zest having a great start here. I think he was sitting on maybe 7-2 at that point. I don't think he was the one involved in this, but Marco springing up the board, and great to see Marco back out on stage, obviously. Totally different today. Keep in mind, the
out of the
cameras...
echo chamber.
Yeah, yes. And into another somewhat isolated arena.
Yes.
But, you know, the 7 fans are here. They're mostly crew. But still, at this point, I'm looking at kind of the fact that we're seeing Marco looking happy, confident, because keep in mind, he was the one who was slamming the desk.
Happy.
He was he was furious, and you don't see that from Marco.
And it's tough to be the one kind of, I guess, outside of this environment, away from the atmosphere of the team
Absolutely.
as well. And obviously, I mean, there were other issues in that series.
Yes,
which
yes.
we won't go into now, but
No.
definitely probably feeling rejuvenated internally for DRX today. And absolutely necessary versus an opponent like Fnatic.
Oh, yeah.
But already off to a flying start in my eyes, Lauren.
Couldn't ask
4-1.
for a better beginning. This is dreamy stuff. You've kept Durka relatively calm. You've got Alpha under the thumb. You're not having Boaster clutching up. A couple of those key things that had been working really nicely for Fnatic. Not quite kicking in yet, but it's still Fnatic. They get wiggle room. We give them a bit of time. They have depth. They've had a mini timeout. Let's see the value in this as DRX instantly back to the aggression.
I love this on the back of the timeout.
So disruptive, but Chronicle's so aware, and he follows up as well. Finding RB, putting up a massive man advantage here for Fnatic.
I do love being proactive, but a little lazy on approach.
Toxins going up.
Fnatic don't make moves on the back of it, still awaiting further aggression. Marco to hold down the fort here. Does have his ultimate, but a 3v5, they're going to need some sort of damage or a kill to make that feasible. The pings on the minimap here. Leo obviously pinging out that he's going to be dogging up towards Hookah. Spike not committed just yet. 55 seconds left on the clock. Fnatic still looking to plant seeds.
Marco's position is making me wildly anxious, but maybe to try and deal with this sort of play. We've seen Fnatic trying to creep off this. Oh my
He's
god,
got further.
Marco, that's mental. He's sitting on the other side of this. He's the only one here, the other two are on the flank. And how long does he wait? How patient is he?
Oh.
It's connected, he knows the flash connected, but he's done everything! Everything you could ask for, and Stacks in the back gonna get Alpha down. It's all on Chronicle. He's got his ult though, and that should keep him safe for the plant. What can Stacks do? He's got the dog, he's got 2 flashes, and he's quick to this. He wants to find out where Chronicle is. Can't quite connect on the dog, and the slow gets invested. He's gonna try and buy as much time, and Chronicle be such a king in these moments.
Does he wrap all the way back into the backside of this ultimate?
Oh, he doesn't catch it.
Yeah, it's dropped.
So that's quite telling. Stacks is just a couple of steps behind though, and that flash shows where he is, but he still thinks he might be in towards... Wait, he's still paranoid about it. He hasn't even thought about it. Chronicle hasn't stopped walking. Patient the whole time. Through, turn, fight! He gets the tag, down at 20, and Stacks needs to close this gap. He's got to get to him, and he does! DRX! And I've got to say, Marco being masterful, but the time...
Yeah, he's just
he's
got it.
He's...
Oh. Wow.
He's got it.
What a round from Stacks. What a round from Marco before that as well.
Shifting up to that smoke, just sitting on the other side, and the flash catching doesn't give it away. You could see Leo thinking something's weird, that what's gone on to be able to connect that flash. But he still did so well.
Absolute heroics from the two power players of DRX. Get themselves a 5-1 lead here on Bind.
This is...
And just to come back to that same point, you said playing with no pressure and stuff today. It's not often you see Marco in kind of these high-risk, high-reward situations. Usually
He's
a
a
solid
safety net.
backline player. Yeah, he's the safe pair of hands. So it's key, actually, if it's going to throw off some of the... Ooh, Wabi actually trying to get into the TP, but... Yeah, if it throws off some of Fnatic's, I guess, expected protocols, then that could be a concern. I mean, it already is a concern.
At 5-1, it definitely is. And they're trying something out with, obviously, this chamber coming in that they don't have massive amounts of reps on. Maybe not finding as much comfort as they'd like in that, but obviously DRX on a switch up too, but making it look much better for them here. But now we do see Durka with the ult. Gonna have the Guardian out. Chronicle has very little. Coming in, Frenzy for Boaster, Stinger for Leo, and the kind of hero rifle for Alpha. The late flash is revealing that Fnatic's intention is creeping towards B long here. Gorgeous from Buzz. Gives Alpha the haircut and slips away. Pop flash and pop on through. Zest and Stacks. Look at this aggression from DRX. I love it. The re-aggress through the wall, not being afraid to take these challenges. And it's hard to do that against Fnatic. We gave the credit to the likes of Billy for this sort of aggression, to EDG for these sort of aggressive looks they brought out here. But all of them would have fumbled against Fnatic as Billy did. But be able to do it here for DRX, this is a lovely addition to their playbook.
And it's really well coordinated as well. Wow. They're able to construct some of these pieces on the fly. Chronicle just going to get this up. 10 seconds left, obviously.
Yeah.
No chance of fighting back in here, because look at the left side of the screen. Ultimates are plenty here for DRX. Fnatic obviously coming in with a lesser purchase.
God, this is so impressive. It's just not, I think you rightly highlighted it just a couple of rounds ago, but the traditional protocol list of trying to play DRX doesn't really include this often. You're not keeping that very much at the forefront of your mind. Now, can Fnatic handle it? Absolutely. But it's a different challenge.
Well, also, to take this as an example on Bind, when we did see this composition previously, there wasn't an awful lot of proactivity. It was still very DRX-esque. There was no desperation. There was no kind of pin everything on one opening engagement and hope that we can kind of snowball rounds through that. Well, proactivity is the name of the game. Here, Chronicle, sharp to it. We'll deal with the showstopper. Buzz removed right off the rip.
But he wasn't alone in this. They were creeping up. Now, the map's looking kind of curiously divided, isn't it? Because they've taken over that A space, even though they did lose a player for it, so they can't stick around too long. And you do have Alpha kind of clearing that a little bit deeper, trying to keep a little bit of a track on the back of Showers. But Fnatic need to re-clear this now, because aggression comes in and it slows down the clock. You can't play hyper-late executes because of this. It will hinder you on time. Now, with the re-clear coming out from DRX towards short, they're having a look down towards B. They could catch some godly timing. But look at Leo, waiting and actually receives. So he notes the play, he notes the intention, but does he even estimate there could be two players here?
Obviously, reveal the presence here, or not Stacks flashing this.
It is, and he's all alone, but he's still got value. He's just taking a brawl. Marco's still somewhat unchecked on here.
Ultimate, though, so if he can stand up to the test of Alpha yet.
It's only a little pocket to play in.
30 seconds left.
It should be expiring about now as well, so the wall will drop.
Zest is in support. There's the ult. Burst comes in. Side gets taken. Zest still stands. Cross gets watched. Marco gets the punish. And where was Alpha in this? Maybe delayed, maybe late. But it gives Marco a second lease of life. And now to the 3v3. Look at the time. Trying to re-clear this. All that stall. All of this work from DRX has stopped Fnatic in their tracks. Spike's loose on the site. This round is wraps. And DRX are doing everything that they need to against Fnatic.
What a beautiful split with the orbital strike kit. And then the layers as well, the snake bite comes through, the molly's there. There's no chance of anybody swinging on to complement Alpha's position, who, I don't know if he's just very, very paranoid of a hookah stack or something, but there was no pressure onto the backside of Marco. He shoots Durka in the back of the head. And this is on the back of, don't get me wrong, the orbital strike splitting things, but
he's pulling an Aspas.
the timing just... The timing's just a little bit off there.
Wow. Well, I do want to eventually play the game of guess when Fnatic win or lose a round just off of Mini's reaction. At this point, though, we're going to have the ults being cycled through for DRX. They've noted one. And Alpha's not loving that. He actually bests RB. Oh, but Buzz! They're so confident, but they're not fighting alone. This isn't individual challenges. They're being very comprehensive in this.
But the way DRX are playing so far, you take these trades every day of the
100%.
week. If you're going to approach the defense like this on Bind, sure, you're happy with that. Especially to remove a lot of information in terms of Alpha yet, lurking outside showers, controlling both entrances to A site. It's going to be awkward. I was going to say, if Durka doesn't get spotted by the Trailblazer, but...
Is it enough to pull a rotation over, or are they still happy leaving Marco here? Fnatic haven't fully committed. They're trying to maybe pick up the pace a bit here, because they ran out of time, basically, in that last round. So here you can see them trying to work a little bit earlier towards it. Chronicle could be the challenge for Marco. Now, for the last round's impact, he has to be aware of the chance of this. They want to get him gone. And this time they succeed. Chronicle takes him down and isolates one on the side. It's just Stacks. One flash to play with, eats that. He's trying to slip ahead. He's trying to be in an unexpected angle here.
This
cubby,
could be
this cubby.
devastating.
Oh, not again! Stacks! This is madness! Pop flash and he lives!
got the spike!
The spike is down as well! Durka and Leo will be furious about this. With 20 seconds, what are they meant to do now? So on the best in the game, known for their roles, but right now, they have recovered the spike. It's the small silver lining. The zest is closing in. It's not like they have safety here. Leo's going to be just melting away. Durka on the defense. Leo looking vulnerable, but he still stands. Durka defending this with everything he's got. And now Leo on the site, and Stacks has a look. Can he find Leo first? He's looking for him. He's not being given much, but a pixel was all it took.
Plant's not good for Durka.
Certainly not, and the fake flash gives Stacks the angle. Gets the cross, and now he gets started toying with him. Teasing, and he gets him! Stacks with an audacious, outstanding round. We're seeing that aggression. We're seeing that re-aggress time and time again.
Another position that's just so unorthodox.
He played up to that.
I'll be honest, Marco, the exception to the rule. Stacks, occasionally he'll be in a spot like this, but it's another situation where Fnatic are just completely blindsided by aggression ahead of a site execute.
And this is, I love seeing it though. We saw it on Long not too... We saw it on Long, like not too long ago, right? That pop flash through the wall, the re-aggress towards it. Fnatic are facing a team who aren't afraid of them. And we haven't seen that for a minute, and there's reason why, but DRX are giving them no quarter.
Absolutely not.
Wow.
Small adjustments, but you can see the massive value they've garnered here in the first half of Bind. Fnatic's map pick, nonetheless.
God.
And we're looking at an 8-1 scoreline, a second mini timeout in round 10.
You don't see those often.
Nope.
You do not see them often. Wow. This feels a little surreal, if I'm honest. We're sat in an empty venue, near on empty. Audience, you've done very well. Coaches and staff, appreciate you.
There's somebody
Shout out to
waving
you.
at us in a Fnatic jersey.
There we go. The Fnatic fans are all together. That's good. Yeah, well, maybe we'll find them by the bar soon at this point.
That's this side.
Yeah, that side.
Yep.
That's also lights out. It's very strange in here. I hope we get a little crowd shot at some point. The jib cam operator's there like, Jesus, so coming. But the operator is in hand. But it does feel a little, it feels very surreal to be seeing this scoreline in this environment. It just feels bizarre, but it's so well done.
I mean, the concern is, coming out of that timeout, the response is, hey guys, we need to kind of slow down and control a little more, because it's been the same default pretty much time and time again.
And look who's
Maybe
in the spot.
expecting RB here.
Pop flash! Does he go? Second time, he does, and the flash is fantastic, and so's the spray. Zero threat, zero trade, he's out of there.
It's just another situation where it's a solo mission from RB. Leo flashed into another dimension. And it's 2 kills in favor of DRX. And this is a scenario where if they can continue to get aggressive on the extremity, even just isolating one person,
sure.
I'm not saying it should be Alpha. Again, he's stood up to the test a couple of times, been traded out previously by Buzz, sure, but this is another thing where here, ahead of the 60-second mark, Boaster's shaking his head and we're on a save.
I mean, this could we potentially see just Boaster's POV if possible? I'm kind of interested if he's doing not
If
a
you're using this
tactical
downtime,
timeout,
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
as a kind of mid-round timeout. As it stands, just kind of going through it. Hand off the kit. Yeah, it looks like
Right
it. Yeah,
here.
absolutely. So
30 seconds
if you're kind of
left.
wondering, again, you usually see, especially in other games, you know, the French teams do this. A lot of other teams would do this. You take basically a timeout in a round that's basically cooked, right? They have 3 weapons to come into play with, and they need to kind of maybe further that discussion on that Mini just had, maybe build it through, because once again, they've been put off kilter by a smoke play.
10 seconds left.
You know, very confident space, very high risk, high reward. But
I mean, even
I say that it's not even high risk particularly because it's Yoru.
Even when you think back to the kind of the flash and dash that Vision Strikers themselves trademarked, they kind of embraced that themselves. You didn't see plays like this. It wasn't flashing out of smokes. It wasn't. It wasn't that sort of aggression. It was drilled set pieces.
Leo.
Like I said, Leo's spraying towards heaven on split, just somewhere completely different. But yeah, this is a completely different sort of aggression that we're seeing from DRX. It's unorthodox. They're not necessarily a very unorthodox team.
No, they're not.
We always credit the structure and how well coordinated they are on set pieces, and this is what I think's throwing Fnatic aloof.
But I absolutely love the fact of it is still quite well crafted. And now you're going to be wanting to be anti-flash if you're alpha. I'm slipping away. Yeah, exactly. Oh my god, they've done it again! Every time there's a wall of smoke, anything, go anti-flash, please, because DRX are walking through all of this. And now they get to sit back in a 5v4. They've taken away alpha. Fortunately, at least the operator gets to be kept in hand, but Boaster now has to be the one to try and wield it and slowly take space towards Shower.
But it's so rare that we actually see this. Like,
look at Mako. Oh,
for a
that
moment,
time
I
got
think
caught.
the rifle just sticking into the poison orb.
This is better. Chronicle trying to challenge on it, but RB's here. Now the Seeker's going to come down, reveal there's still a lurk in play. We're going to have the ult coming through as well. Buzz going to buy a second. Exactly, they couldn't capitalize on the space they may have just earned. Seeker lazily making its way through, and it's Boaster still looking for an opportunity. Doesn't clear close, and Buzz gets what he wants.
That's the spike. Look at the minimap.
No one can do anything. Dirk has got a sight. Brilliant. He's got to get to the other side of the map with 35 seconds. He can't give too much away. And look at Zest.
30 seconds
With
left.
Alpha down, it unlocked the map, and Leo is surrounded. Can't escape. And this man can make miracles happen, but this round won't be the one.
This is not going to be it, no. And just to come back to a point I was about to make, that it's so rare you actually see Fnatic fail to respond to what's going on across the map time and time again. This default hasn't really stood up to the test of DRX's aggression. All they're doing is they're spinning the wheel, picking an extremity, and fighting for it. Yeah. The only time we've really seen them get shut down was the double swing on short. After the timeout, and Chronicle found 2 headshots, that was it.
Last round
we haven't seen Fnatic stack up as 2 and actually fight for some space. They've been set up outside it. We haven't actually seen them have the opportunity to engage. And then you see, again, you can't fault Chronicle in this position, but somebody has to make a hero play, which isn't Fnatic's strong point. No. That's not what we usually look towards it.
No, we don't go, oh, love that individual aspect of Fnatic is normally that machine, right? It's all of it coming together.
The well-oiled machine, yeah.
Absolutely, and this is the first time I'm seeing them challenged in this sort of way, and it's not gonna, again, the flash gives Buzz the angle. Look at this. Counter flash comes in, turns it, can't get back in time. First time they've really got an opening pick here to create a chance. But again, look at the scoreline. At this point, 10-1. You're trying to maybe put together anything you can, but nice upgrade for Durka there. Couple of ults as well to play with.
I mean, you're right. This does just feel like a GG go defense.
Yeah.
And hope for the best, really. Fnatic still don't commit behind that pick. Cautious of any further stack here.
And it's a rare day I'm seeing all these players in these positions. Leo, 3-9, bizarre. It's just so strange, but Marco's immovable. They still don't have any access to the site. The spike's down once again, and they're struggling. Stack's trying to support over towards Shower, and DRX just close in and absolutely decimate Fnatic. Alpha, last one alive, hunted down. DRX with a new lease of life. 11-1 on the half.
Switching sides.
Just caught a little bit of frustration on stage as well. It's actually Durka to be the one trying to calm everybody down here. Keep their heads in the game, but it's a tall order with that scoreline. 11-1. absolutely unprecedented.
Yeah, this is truly out of realm of like any expectation I had for this. I wanted a close game, a close affair, but this reinvention of DRX has completely derailed Fnatic. Yep.
Just ult.
The little mini montage, I'll let him have that. This has been outstanding as a half, something that certainly caught almost all of us off guard. I cannot imagine a single person who expected this.
It doesn't really affect us that we are in lower bracket. It's just like almost the same right now as lock-in. You need to win 5 matches in a row and you will be the winner. We can just do it with the same approach. We just need to go one by one. We will see in the next matches how we will play for the fans. As always, we love you all. Thank you everyone who is supporting us. I mean, it really matters. We love everyone who is supporting us in Champions also. I love you all. See you in the next match.
Still don't know what world we're living in here, Mike, because, as said, I want to give all the credit in the world for DRX reinventing themselves after another... I mean, honestly, let's roll back to the EG game, for example. You know, roll back to where you want to. The pick was awful, the veto was awful.
The veto was borderline hint.
It was a shocker.
Yeah.
It was a shocker. And that loss wasn't a pretty one, if I'm honest. It was not a nice loss. It's not one you come away with going, brilliant, we've learned something. No, it was nasty. And I can't stress enough how much credit I want to give to DRX for reinventing themselves here in this scenario. It feels like, keep in mind, they've often faltered here, right? This has always been that last stop for them. They've never really been able to push beyond
they always hit that choke threshold. They basically get to a point where it's like, yeah, we've kind of blown our steam throughout the first stages of a tournament. And how many times are we talking about DRX? This is the event. This is the event where they can carry through the momentum.
This might just be the one. One round for Fnatic.
You come into this cursed lower bracket, and you open up versus Fnatic in an 11-1 scoreline on their map pick. Have I woken up yet today?
It doesn't feel like it.
So we're in a fever dream.
We've had ridiculous weather and then also an earthquake. Maybe something's got a little topsy-turvy here. But it's so good to watch. I think any fans of Valorant will love seeing this because you get to see what you can do when you reinvent a couple of aspects of your team. A couple of different looks here. A little bit of a pace change here and there. A confidence upgrade. We're seeing this kind of freedom to DRX we do not see at this point. Normally that pressure mounts. And to do it against Fnatic, I mean, come on. Now we go back in. Can Fnatic make a game out of this? As always, it starts with one round. We have a 4-to-1 stack.
There's going to be one member of DRX Zest here to try and create a little bit of pressure. Alpha put in a position to feel the heat here. The TP comes through. Zest can get behind this. Chronicle actually catches him. Marco with the response onto Alpha, though. It's a 4v4.
So they're going to have the site, right? So plants in, time's on their side. A little bit of kit left on Marco to reinvest a smoke. Where's he going for? CT, it looks like. And up towards Hookah. That's where the pressure's coming from. It's going to be a late presence from Durka. That could be essential. Look at him as well.
Still got good utility from Durka. Probably in. Yeah, Stax is going to figure it out with the flash.
Big. Timing on that is huge. But they can't overcommit to just dealing with Durka. Everyone else is on the other side of the map here, and it's clean enough for Stax. They can turn their attention elsewhere. Great trade for Marco. Swings out after Leo punishes Buzz. Opens up long, but RB's there. Oh, the catch on this cross. Marco working those trades, working that angle perfectly.
Match point.
And that's map point already in round 14 for DRX. I said another situation where sure you can hope for the best at the side switch, but doesn't look like it's going to happen. Obviously, we will see the investment come through from Fnatic here. We'll try and get something done with Stingers, maybe a Spectre here and there. But there's very little to pin your hopes to right now. DRX looking to seal the deal here on map 1.
And Alpha not finding much there. Well, he found a lot, but he didn't find what he wanted, which would have been the kill. The space now being filled already. Look at Buzz. Straight down to business. RB already going to find Durka. He's down to 4. Boast is here, yes. Maybe the molly could dissuade the plant at least by a couple of seconds. They just jump! And so does Boaster. Big shot towards RB. Bring it back down to a 4v4, but this is not comfortable at all.
Difficult as well terms of the weaponry here. Boaster only a sheriff in hand. Alpha only got the headhunter.
Smoke down.
The next point of contact is Stacks, pressured a little deeper, but Buzz with the judge causing massive problems right now.
Fnatic need to start kind of building back towards this. Noted, no one on the defuse, but Boaster doing the heroics if he has to. Takes down Marco and looks for that next player to come through that smoke. The
vulnerable!
Tap, it's huge! Oh, and Stacks got Leo! Alpha's there! Boaster's falling, it's all on Alpha! A 1v2, and the time is not on his side! History is being rewritten today with a scoreline like that. 13-1, DRX besting Fnatic on map 1.
I'm at an absolute loss for words. What a performance from DRX to come out swinging like that.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Well, we gotta find some way to save, so say hi to Glenn from work. Hey, that's my mom.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon for just $25 per line.
And that price is guaranteed for 3 years.
All on the network we can count on.
It's a good plan.
It is a good plan. Glenn, looks like we're not gonna be needing you, so I'll see you at work.
Oh, later, Glenn.
Save big with my plan, starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Guaranteed for 3 years. It's your Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Okay, I'm sorry, trying to make it touch the all that did me wrong. I'm fucking trying, that's all I can show. But you made me so close. I'm guiding, crying to some stupid show. Trying to let you go, yeah, I'm so white from what you know. It's so why did I follow you, the side of you the wrong way? Then why did I talk to you, the things I do to get you out? I'm all alone and I'm broken through my heartbeat now. Why did you hurt me so down well? So down well, yeah. So down well. Why did you hurt me so down well? So down well, yeah. So down well.
And what's up, everybody? Paper Thin here with DRX's coach Termi after a big win on map 1 here against Fnatic. Termi, I want to ask you, you've off of a short rest, you guys come out here and dominate on map number 1. You know, what did it take to come through here and take this map away from Fnatic?
어제 저희가 소극적으로 플레이하면서 무너지는 모습을 보면서 선수한테 오늘은 좀 잃을 거 없다는 마인드로 공격적으로 플레이하자라고 주문을 했고 그런 것들이 선수들이 수행을 너무 잘해준 것 같아서 좀 생각보다 너무 쉽게 이겼던 것 같습니다.
I think yesterday we were playing too passive and that cost us that win. So coming in today, I just told the players, you know, let's be in that mindset where we got nothing to lose. It's either we do this or go home. So I asked them to be more proactive, more aggressive, and I guess, you know, that explains the 13-1.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you very much for your time, Termi, and good luck the rest of the way. Interview 감사합니다. All right, and we'll send it on back.
Oh, you can't ask for a better start for DRX than that. As Termi said there, Brandon Mimi, welcome back, by the way, that he asked his players to be more aggressive, more proactive, and you got to give it to him. They did everything right on that defense side.
13-1, they're playing Fnatic. It's the tied most dominant map of the event thus far, and it's against the team that's won both trophies thus far this year, the team that is looking like the best team in the world. It's insane. And talk of aggression, talk of proactivity. The DRX players looked like a completely new beast in this one. RB going for solo plays down long, double flashing out. They're just so confident.
I have been loving what I've been seeing from DRX because not only have they, again, kind of drifted this map pool in a direction that works for them as well, but it is that proactivity, like Termi was saying. Look at these little pockets that they're finding themselves in over and over again. Stacks in this instance as well. It's a slow play by Fnatic that was punished so consistently. They didn't really play fast at all. The slow spread out defaults, where there was just pockets of play that Mako found himself in, Stacks found himself in, sometimes over-aggressing a little bit, going for a one-for-one trade, but it didn't matter. The rest of the team was firing off on all cylinders and keeping Fnatic in check. And that's coupled with the fact that Fnatic, despite finding themselves in multiple first kill advantages, they weren't able to convert it again because it was that proactivity of DRX, again, just vacuuming up whatever space they could find on the other side of the section of the map, whatever. It doesn't matter about the advantages. They were completely derailing it away from Fnatic. This was pure domination, and I am loving what we're seeing, honestly, because out of all the top 6 teams, you know, we were saying there's so many storylines, all these teams have really leveled up for this event. DRX were one team at the back of my mind, maybe EDG as well, where I was thinking, okay, maybe they really can do it. Maybe they haven't shown as much strength. This is a fantastic sign, honestly. Signs of life from DRX. They can potentially really be a massive heavy hitter even deeper into this tournament. They have put Fnatic on the verge of being knocked out in a lower bracket.
Again.
It's unthinkable. It's honestly unthinkable that that is the case here up against DRX. Not only is it a win, it's the worst map loss Fnatic has ever suffered in this iteration. So an incredible moment here for DRX. They have to be feeling on top of the world. And if they can continue that energy through, sure, you're Fnatic. Sure, you've come back from crazy things before, that 11-3 to win lock-in. But no matter who you are, it's so hard to recover from a map like that.
Yeah, it is. And especially, you know, Mako being back on stage as well. We talked about how he was a little bit more emotional when he was playing from isolation, but my God, this man, he's one of the best controllers in the world. We keep saying that for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, you can just feel how much better he's playing. I don't know if it's a stage or what, but it is a complete turnaround. It's a 180 from the other day. And when Mako's playing well, there's so much less emphasis being placed on the rest of his team to really turn up and shoulder the responsibility of turning up. Because Mako is normally so damn consistent, but when you got Mako popping off, Zest popping off, Stacks is making ridiculous plays, RB's double flashing out of smokes as well. Everything is coming online right now for DRX, and they are dominating. I mean, if they can carry it forwards into Haven, I've seen Fnatic, they've been doing a little stretches and they're warming up, trying to get the mental reset going as well. And I've previously said with Fnatic, you know, listen, you've never quite been tested like this before when they've been down, and they did prove me wrong then. They were able to actually bring it all the way back. They're going to have to do the same again right here.
It seems impossible that they are in that position again. For DRX, though, these guys, it's been so long together. You think they were one of the first best teams back in Korea years ago. They've never really been a contender internationally. They've always been here. They've always done well. They broke through last year in Champions 2022 by beating Fnatic, by making it to the top 3. If they could do that again against a Fnatic in even better form, that would be wild. But now it's this question of how can Fnatic avoid that history happening again? How can they change for map number 2?
Yeah, of course. Mini, we saw a lot of frustration from him as well from map 1. So I'm looking forward to this one and see what Mini had to say ahead of map 2.
and I'm here with Fnatic's coach, Minnie. Now, Minnie, bit of a rough start here on Vine. Coming into this next map, man, how do you bounce back from a loss like this against a team like DRX?
I mean, we lost 12-1, so it's pretty easy because it's like, it wasn't even close. So it's like, you know, if it was a close game where like we struggled all the way through, then like maybe it would be harder. But I think it was such an easy, just, you know, versus got no kills.
yeah, gotcha. All right, we'll just, you know, GG go next, right?
Easy, yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much, man. Good luck the rest of the way, and we'll send it on back to you.
Talk about laughing through the pain. Minnie had more smiles and laughs there than the entirety of him being in the coach room throughout these games. But we are going to head to the Prime Gaming Agent Select now for Haven. Of course, Mimi, this was DRX's map pick.
It was, and it's a map that DRX has always been excellent on. They play the basic composition, the Breach Sova here, or excuse me, they used to play that one, but they actually did pick up this Viper composition recently, which I feel has looked really good. Zest in particular coming in now is the full-time 5th member of this DRX roster. He's really comfortable in this role. It's great on their defensive side to use for Flood retakes and also to help them deny extremity control against the default comp, which Fnatic is running here.
Yeah, this comp really tests your ability to be able to read it. I feel like a bit of a broken record because I was talking about this just a moment ago with EDG playing against Loud in terms of the Viper, the double war comp, but it's the same things apply. I mean, Fnatic really need to be on top of the ball when it comes to playing against this composition. It allows you to take slow map control. Now, DRX are on the defense side first, so we'll see how this gets played out as well, but really this could, I mean, it all hinges essentially on Haven. I think this map is a good one for DRX. I think that Fnatic have looked shaky over this tournament on this map. It's still not a horrible map for them. There's definite chances for them to really battle back, but this could be the last we see of Fnatic this year.
If you look last year, everybody remembers Loud, the team that won it all at the end. You think back to the first 2 Masters tournament. Who won those? Who was the team? What was their legacy? It's not the same. Fnatic has had a fantastic year, but if they go out like this, if they end their run early at Champions, it might just be all people remember.
Well, they've been here before. Last year, they were knocked out by DRX in the exact same fashion. So hopefully, Pansy and Hypok history will not repeat itself.
But we'll find out, won't we? Mike, this does feel out of the ordinary. Yes. However, we're in map 2, right? Have they been able to mentally reset? Has Fnatic been able to reinvigorate from map 1?
And this is the question. I mean, Boaster and Durka, players that historically have been forged through failures, right? And they come in with the super roster. They deliver this year so far. With elimination here on the line, can they channel their inner strength to answer back on Haven? Again, thinking back to the historical strong point actually for that Vision Strikers roster, we don't see a similar composition here with the Viper coming in. But I'm very nervous. A map loss, sure, but a 13-1.
Oh yeah. That's the real caveat to this, isn't it? It's how it got there. But big info there for Zest. At least going to note a player on top. Not sure how many spotted, but it should ring the dinner bell to get over towards B. 2 players are in response as Dirk is going to take towards the site.
Spam going through. Stacks lucky to be alive. That's 10 HP, but full 5v5 as the spike will be planted. Now this swarm set up and Fnatic already looking to disengage here, leave Durka posted up.
Let's see how they deal with that pressure in middle. This is where they want to clear from. Swing needs to come in, but the spacing's a little uncomfortable there. Buzz could not adjust in time. Boaster finds a good shot, and now Fnatic's digging their heels in. They're not getting the success here for DRX and Miller they wanted. A little bit of damage, yes, but now down to 2. Marco and Zest, what do you have to work with here? Zest has a whole lot, apparently, and now it's all on Boaster. Can he buy the time? Yeah. Balled away, perfectly played. Running out of pressure, seconds here, down to 28. I don't think they've got a chance. Boaster secures Fnatic their first.
Red Bull clutch in the pistol round to get themselves on the board. That one slipping through DRX's fingers.
Came down to the back line though.
It really did, yeah, with the nano swarms going down so early as well. It felt like it took an eternity for DRX to really pin down any single member of Fnatic and find a kill. And a sigh of relief. Frustration on the face of Marco. Well, yeah, speaking of relief,
Jesus,
his
that
eyes
eye
roll
roll.
back into the back of his head.
Oh, I just want permanent mini cam. I can't help it. Again, aggression though. Boaster picking up where he left off from the last. Already nice amount of impact here. Going to catch that backline pressure from the C site. As Fnatic take towards A. Boaster, another opportunity and another kill. Fantastic from him. Eventually overwhelmed, but he's done lovely work.
And Alpha and Leo stacked up towards Sewer here. Imagine DRX is going to try and hold. Find an exit or two if they can. The wall actually really awkward for Alpha. Zest actually takes a tag as well.
Player standing.
There we go, lovely. Good stability now for Fnatic. 4-stand. Making out with what really is the lion's share of the purchase anyway. They still keep the Vandal, the Guardian, the Bulldog. They'll be happy enough with that. The first fight back now from DRX coming into this, well, bonus for Fnatic and the first real buy for DRX.
And the question now that should be answered is, what approach do we see? Do we see the same sort of ferocious approach to the defense on Haven that we did on Bind? Well, DRX want to potentially test Fnatic even further. Let's go towards Zest, an adjustment of the Viper wall. He's over towards C right now. Durka quickly into sewers.
Oh!
Wow. Zest rewarded on the other side of things immediately with the Boaster.
Scout destroyed.
No smokes here.
Yeah, that's an issue. They're going to stall out here, going to depend a little bit more on, I guess, just raw aim and openings and hoping that you find that value. Very hard to slip late game without those smokes. Maybe looking to fold back to that B pressure. Marco's the one on this. And that nice little angle over the top there is going to be rewarded by taking down Leo. Yes, Alpha's crept closer, but what sort of mayhem can this man cause? Still going to be checked on, so they know the position. Alpha, paranoia. Yep, that's found him. Marco, so diligent in holding this.
It's just rock solid.
That's the backbone we're talking about. The more standardized Marco, where he'll get you two very critical kills. But now the map just doesn't feel safe at all for the remainder of Fnatic, down to Durka and Chronicle.
I'll be playing contact inside double doors here.
Enemy
Rewarded,
remaining.
that's a spike in hand.
Spike down
Durka.
mid. 30 seconds
Chance
left.
to maybe get a consolation in the form of an orb. But with 25 seconds left, a Bulldog in hand and a 1v5.
Yeah.
The timing as well. Forced through. Now just 10 seconds left.
10 seconds left.
See if even he's able to mop up anybody from DRX here.
Yeah. No one's on the site, so gets a creep around the back a bit, but no real chance of an upgrade. Close. Oh, didn't get it. Okay, so bonus not going to be converted. They did have, I think Chronicle at least had the rifle as well, so there's some little bits and pieces they would have probably liked to be able to kind of do impact with, but not to be. So DRX first posted. No big ults here for them to depend on. We do have that divide early for Boaster after that phenomenal start from him. He really leading the way for them. I do want to see Durka get into this matchup as well. He was quite absent on map one. Well, I mean, most of them were
yeah,
absent.
I don't think many of them were present,
Yeah.
to be honest.
Oh. Paranoia. No follow-up.
The early exchange of utility will force out the drone as well from Leo. Can't find anything in terms of information, but we'll clear some space. Spike not committed just yet, so this feels like a little bit of a probe from Fnatic. Alpha trying to catch somebody getting curious in mid.
But I like this adjustment as well. Buzz playing it a little bit differently, but he won't be rewarded the way Marco was.
Distracted by the shock dart coming through to bounce. Beautiful timing from Alpha. But Fnatic immediately regrouping outside A.
So DRX.
Weird that they shift walk back into A lobby and then it feels like there's a counter call to come back once again. Because they were 4 in lobby here with Spike.
Yeah.
And an audible has been called.
And I don't know what if it's really off the back of. Zest is trying to backfill towards B. This is probably the light. Oh
my god.
That was so quick. That's Durka gone. Now can Zest live? It's looking unlikely. The spam's there, they've got him. But the support's there as well. RB couldn't quite be clean on the first, but Stacks waits to pull the trigger. Spots out another. RB now played in. It's Boaster and Leo, and this has suddenly gone chaotic. Look at Leo at the back. He's got to defend, and he does. Keeps Boaster safe. Popping down some smokes, trying to create themselves some avenues of safety, but Marco leans on in. Again, critical value, and it's all on Leo. Back of the side, backbone of the team!
Never give up. Absolute madness. You put him in a cage and he keeps on swinging. What a round from Leo. And a must need in that situation as well.
Watch it back. Because this was, it was looking like a, DRX coming in, they're clearing everyone up, they've divided and conquered, but this man refusing to go down.
Man.
Nice. Good job, Leo.
Yeah, they need a bit of that.
Yeah.
They need a little bit more of that as well. Okay, let's see if they can keep it going now, Fnatic. They've given themselves a nice little springboard forward, a confidence builder, but not something you want to depend upon. Leo's not going to bail you out every round, and it's not what we normally credit Fnatic for. Can DRX still be a nuisance, still with a very good buy here. Operator is in hand for Buzz.
Yeah. See, getting closer and closer to some ultimates. Proactivity from Buzz. He's getting very curious down C-Long. They did find Boaster there previously, but the wall, again, adjusted on the side of Zest, kind of enables this to happen. See the pings coming through, Fnatic trying to set up towards A site. Problem being, coming up against a Killjoy and a Viper. There's so much utility to stall. Flash goes through. Actually misses, but Stack still finds Alpha. That's the green light. Fnatic have to push towards A now.
Yeah, but nothing's really affecting them on the site. They're still able to hold these positions. Don't think they cleared the close corner, but they might be aware of its chance. But look at Zest fighting ahead, stalled out again. Fnatic finding it hard to make any sort of impact towards the site. Boaster finally succeeds. Zest goes down, but look at the bodies here. DRX putting life on the line. Backline is being filled as well by Buzz. He will be there. There is no escaping from Fnatic now. They are forced into this situation. RB checked on, yes, but still standing. And Stacks has his back.
Try and double swing onto this, but amounts to nothing. RB and Marco to clean up. DRX find their second. And this was a similar sort of approach we saw on Bind. Prioritize finding somebody, the solo player in the default from Fnatic. Removing that. And already, I mean, it's a solo mission. Yeah, Buzz is elsewhere on the map, but so quickly are they there to stall out an A hit. They're ready for that to be the immediate pivot from Fnatic. The util goes up, the snakebite slows down any push from long, and they can just post up towards short.
Ults here for Fnatic, and obviously on the other side for DRX, but the purchase remaining far healthier for the DRX squad.
The pings imply a fast B piece.
They've been having a little bit of success here, so maybe not, going back to it isn't a bad idea, but the counter seeker's going to come out, the counter paranoia, and look at the slowdown on this. Durka's in, but to what sort of value? Zest gonna be isolated now, vulnerable swing. Durka's got him, gets to keep his life too. Spam works, it takes down Stacks, and a couple of upgrades now available. Site is theirs.
This will be difficult for DRX to break back through here. Cosmic Divide to close off A link here.
Spike planted.
The help command always gets me a little bit. Ooh. Leo shifts back a little bit.
I think this should just be a save, honestly,
Yep.
with the operator. Looking healthy in terms of the finances behind this. Have to concede a fourth to Fnatic. And we see Fnatic rely on a similar sort of execution repeatedly on the pistol round here.
Yep.
But on a buy round, it never usually amounts to 2 kills on top of that. Traditionally, concede this, especially with a Rolling Thunder here. I mean, B-site is a no-go in terms of holding it when that ultimate is available.
Okay, Fnatic are carving a lead for themselves. And it feels fragile still. I feel like, yes, this B hit's working, but there will eventually be a downside to it, and it's very hard to keep finding that repetition of success. And the rest of the map isn't looking as good. I mean, you're getting great value out of Durka here. Everyone's kind of firing up. The ult, yes, as well. Plenty invested into it, but still, I don't want to just see Fnatic depend on this. They're going to force DRX to have to respect it, yes. But where do Fnatic then lean towards off the back of it? They have to find another viable option.
Right there.
Buzz hasn't necessarily been rewarded too much with this operator.
Oh!
Well, he heard
There's
me.
the reward.
He heard me.
Gonna claim Durka for his own and control towards C-Long. They could be drifting away from this till they go back to another B hit.
I think these sorts of rounds where DRX find a free first blood and there's kind of 10 to 15 seconds after it haven't suited Fnatic on map 1.
Oh, a pixel. Buzz. His opportunities are going to start dwindling, though. They're going to lose a little bit of that burst power, though, because Durka's the one who's been clearing the back line. Going to make it harder to find that.
Not ready yet. They don't actually follow through here, so...
But also look at the push-up from Stacks.
Yeah.
They can't... Oh, no, it's just Chronicle on his own.
If they split 3-1 here and Chronicle loses the spike, we saw this situation a couple of times on Bind. Chronicle has to find this kill, Lauren.
He's trying to clear. He's clearing really, really diligently, and he gets it. Takes down Stacks now. Marco knows he's in danger. Going to try and put up his defenses, put down a couple of smokes, trying to keep himself safe and secure. But you can already see the site is being closed in on Marco, cleaning up with one. And Buzz dives in, and now it's on Leo. Still standing. Can he get them another? Can he give them one more round as well? He's got the spike, and he's got 20 seconds to play with. Long is not going to be safe. RB is going to fill that space.
Round, but will he be able to slip away here?
No!
Zest just catches Leo glancing elsewhere. DRX will find their third. It's a situation where, if you just look at that from kind of
bird's eye perspective sort of deal.
DRX is so well equipped with pushing players up time and time again on extremities to catch early information. Even here, I mentioned on Vine where it's like the way they're playing, going for these one-for-one trades actually is favoring them.
It's
which
really...
isn't something you typically say about the defensive side on any map.
No, absolutely, and it's quite nice to see Buzz being... I just want to listen to Minnie. But because I'm not used to seeing Buzz being that kind of combat operator player. Normally quite a safe pair of hands. He'll get you what his normal work. He'll play that out, but seeing him here being quite aggressive, again, kind of re-aggressing towards the site as soon as Marco got traded. He's right there. We're seeing Buzz like really putting life on it, and I love seeing it.
Those are the situations where it's almost like DRX are happy to give up Stacks in a deep position to obviously obtain the information. Marco, do what you can, go one-for-one, sure. You never then usually see DRX throwing bodies to pre-take a site or prevent a spike from going down. They're usually coordinating for a retake.
Well, that was what they were notorious for, especially on this map. They were one of the most diligent teams at that. So seeing that variety, that depth coming in here, that small adjustment, it's working really well. And Minnie deciding now's the time to try and get a grip back on this game, feeling the last couple of rounds a little too contested, and you can see it there on the timeline. I mean, it has been back and forth. But my issue is that Fnatic aren't finding comfort on these sites. They're still having such a scrap on it here. And for DRX, I mean, they're living in Fnatic's head rent-free at this point after map 1. You can see it already. The way they're playing, as soon as they start toying with that idea of that mid kind of pre-take aggression or mid-round aggression, it's going to start bringing back nightmares for Fnatic.
Without a star, I can pulling them in.
Both trying to coordinate a little bit of a fake over towards A. But again, look at the minimap. Marco not respecting the utility whatsoever with a deep smoke. He's proactively clearing this space.
I love this. Other side of the map too. We haven't seen this side being as kind of pressured. But here's the, maybe the adjustment from Fnatic, looking to try and take garage control, utilize lockdown. That does force a couple of players into a really uncomfortable spot. The ult from Zest there.
Yeah, this is going to prevent the spike from coming down comfortably just yet.
Oh, but can he survive?
Under pressure.
Oh, 5 HP. 5
what?
HP. He's still standing. How's he alive? Hey, I think he knows the Dirk is above him, or at least he looked that way. He's managed to keep himself standing. 5 HP he's found. Leo's got him dead. Pit now drops, but look at the scrap. Look at the brawling on the site. This is the new DNA to DRX that Fnatic did not expect. This is massive. Man advantage, and they've had to halt the plot. The spike is lost. DRX looking like a whole new team.
Born again here on Haven. What a hold. Again, the Viper's Spit not necessarily amounting to value, but in terms of slowing down, preventing the spike from being planted comfortably is absolutely key to their success. And you mentioned it as well, the scrap that ensues after that is beautiful to witness.
Oh, what a terrifying team if they can learn to shift gear from the disciplined, passive side that DRX can be, that kind of meticulous team, to this chaos, getting into teams' faces, making Fnatic falter. I mean, who is this team? But it ain't done yet, it's 4 apiece. Buzz, a chance, and it's connected again. Gets away. Look at Stacks. Look at Stacks! This is outrageous stuff, Mike.
Looking for more as well. He knows that
he's still going.
He's planted a little bit of fear in Fnatic's heads.
They're terrified. They're trying to run away. Zest is taking the rest of the map. They are herding them round. This is unthinkable scenes. Yes, Alpha will trade him. Yes, that's a rifle. But look at what they are doing to Fnatic.
Forcing him into a very, very uncomfortable position time and time again. And now they're about to contact back into an operator potentially outside 8. Thinking better of it, though. But look at the extremity control. Look where Zest is once again.
Alpha, get your gun out. Chronicle kept you alive by clearing that diligently. You didn't. Zest gonna find him. Pulls back Boaster. Has to try and clear this with what, a sheriff? And Boaster's been pretty good for it, and he still is. Nice work from him. But this is a very tall task. Does he even get a fair fight on the site? Trying to. Desperate for it. Got to go on it. 15 seconds. Tries to get on in 8 HP. He's barely breathing. And he's been caught and put to bed. DRX take the lead.
Could that C-site execute be the turning point of this entire half?
Because it looks like it set him alight.
Yeah. And the difference being now there's some absence across the map. Time and time again, DRX are the ones to take the space. They've continued that trend where they weren't necessarily winning out on that front in the early rounds. Here. They've caused a little bit of hesitation, a little bit of caution in Fnatic's approach here. And they're doubling down.
Get out of my way.
This time, I mean, Dirk is having a nightmare of a game. 1-6, not a traditional performance from him. Normally quite key for Fnatic and rarely underperforms. On the other side, Buzz being quite pivotal to these retakes, and this operator's positioning again finds reward. That's Chronicle gone down.
Again, setting some homework. Go back and just look at the minimap when some of these first bloods are conceded by Fnatic. Very out of character. Ton of information there. Snakebite will bounce. Plucks Durka from the skies.
And he wants a bit more. The timing on this could be everything, though. Yeah, he's been caught on that one. Both are going to drift through the wall, but they're going to be losing. They're going to be, look at what they're left down to. It's just one player. Alpha! This guy is the wonder kid, but he's going to need something more than what we've been expecting from him so far. 5 kills. He's going to need 3 more here. 37 seconds. Oh, he's got 1. Here we go, down to the 1v2. Gonna force Buzz off this angle. You can see him trying to work this. 15 bullets, 25 seconds now. Trying to toy with the timing, trying to catch Marco, but they're closing the gap. The net's getting tighter. He's looking for a fight. He spotted a leg. He knows he's got a bit of time here.
Buzz still hasn't shifted, though.
He's trying to find the fight. Oh, Buzz got him! DRX now taking the lead further from Fnatic. Is this happening?
I almost can't believe what we're witnessing. Again, you put Fnatic in a couple of coin toss rounds, and with this roster, what we've seen time and time again is them digging themselves out of those spots.
Yeah.
I mean, I come back to the same point. Look at map 1's scoreline. The first bloods were actually 7-7. I was so surprised to actually see that in terms of the stats and how DRX, like I said, they were playing towards trades that usually wouldn't favor a team, but isolating 1 or 2 players time and time again on Fnatic is such a hard task, particularly when the default is so robust for them. We've seen him run the same thing once again. Is this another
Marco,
attempt at the
it's going to be the
B-side
B,
here?
yeah, because it's all that's worked for them. But Marco this time, he did really well before, bear in mind, and that's when Leo just kind of popped off. That was one of the 4 rounds they've been given. Paranoia, nice. Going to slow down and isolate Durka a little. And this time, Marco notes him. The divide's gone in as well.
Durka stepped into the gravity well there. I don't know if he was maybe just caught in it and committed to the peak, but punished here, and Fnatic have to freeze.
They don't know what they've lost. Complete sight of the map now. They don't know what's happening. You could already see that Stacks adjusted towards C just in case that rotation was coming in, but actually it is just the pause, as you highlighted for Fnatic. They just take a second here, but the divide's now gone. They're working back in without Durka and without a lot of that utility.
Right there.
Marco trying to get back up into this same spot once again. We're back B site.
They're so paranoid about the flank too. God, they're getting nothing.
But look at what Fnatic usually do with this sort of time, is to fake somewhere. They've just cut time, cut noise, and sat outside B. Alpha's the only person that's active on the map right now, and he's moving in spawn.
Left.
Okay, they've been noted again. Re-smoke towards main. They have to go on this 20 seconds. They've got to try and make this work. And Marco is still a problem. Going to be forced out here, but can he take one with him? Not yet. Boaster removes Zest, but Marco's still here! There's still no spike plant. The lockdown's coming in now. This is all getting a little topsy-turvy. 8 seconds. Fnatic, what are you going to be doing here? This is Alpha's time, apparently, but it's still RB alive. They're going to find a plant just in time, and it's a 1v2.
Jesus. RB left to try and recover here. Alpha with a lockdown, very healthy. Chronicle down to 51 HP. No utility to work with here.
Can he get that clean fight? I don't think he does. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
And Alpha left it a little late there to re-swing on it. Luckily, still finds the kill. Lockdown retained as well. A 5th on the board for Fnatic.
30 seconds left.
And a chance to tie things up on the half.
My ultimate is one enemy
I mean,
Like I
Alpha
said,
saved him.
just go back and watch some of these rounds. Cover the scoreboard, cover the names, because it doesn't look like Fnatic.
It does.
That just becomes so chaotic on B site, where they're usually so good at maximizing, you know, that downtime, that freeze time in some of the mid rounding. The Boaster's fantastic at. We know that.
Zest, that's players seen. Ready for the pressure. Durka has not been having a good time on these entries. He's been really struggling here. You can see them trying to isolate and fight him out, but Alpha's the one to be rewarded. Leo on the follow-up, and this time, finally, Fnatic start to get everything in a line. Speaking of a line, the back line about to be tested here. Leo flashed off, comes back around. This is the Fnatic you want to be seeing. The clean, meticulous machine that could just eviscerate players. DRX this time, not finding that comfort.
Buzz, a 1v5, operator in hand. One off the Blade Storm. But time ticking away here. Looks like Fnatic will be granted the chance to tie things up. The lockdown just to seal the deal. Buzz, a spring in his step now, but Leo good for the third.
Standing ahead.
A Prime Gaming flawless to round out the half.
Switching sides.
And some hope left for Fnatic.
Absolutely. They are never out of it. This team is high quality. You've got to say, those last couple of rounds that were taken across the line, a lot of that off the back of Alpha activating, Leo giving them around here and there. This has been an uphill struggle for Fnatic. But at a 6-6 scoreline, they are certainly still in this matchup. And DRX will have to deliver on this second half.
뭔가 기분이 뭔가 나쁘지도 않고 좋지도 않고 묘한 것 같아요. 저희가 또 좀 잠을 초크해서 좀 졌던 것 같아서 뭔가 아무것도 못하고 진 것 같아서 뭔가 조금 그런 것보다는 일단은 저희는 조금 똑같이 하고 있는 것 같지만 상대팀이 더 성장했다라는 느낌이 더 많이 강했고요. 뭔가 자신이 없다라고 하기는 좀 그런 게 이번 챔피언스는 뭔가 저번과 다르게 확실히 더 강한 팀들이 많아가지고 확실히 좀 힘들 것 같지만 그래도 이제 자신은 있고 그래도 저희가 뚫어서 이제 탑 4안에 드는 게 목표긴 합니다. 시도를 해보고 싶고요. 어차피 잃을 게 없으니까 이제.
Called in, Seth makes his exit, everybody pulling away in time. Dogamo eating some damage just to try to rush forward, sends him the showstopper, doesn't manage to find him, and says with a sheriff, comes up with one. Lucia, however, drops it, the shorty kill, comes across, made it out, buzz, headshot, point blank on the comm, finds the elimination, gets another paint shell, sends it over towards the diffuser, trying to buy some time. Demon 1 gonna be taken down, and they realize there's just no time remaining. RB, he assists, they get the kill, they get the round win.
일단 확실히 요즘에 조금 제 게임에 집중을 많이 못하고 있다는 느낌이 들어서 그냥 저희가 우승을 하지 않는 이상은 만족하지 못할 것 같은 느낌입니다. Fnatic 일단은 굉장히 좋은 친구들도 많고 좋은 플레이어들도 많고 그만큼 행실도 좋은 선수들이 많아서 정말 좋아하는 팀이고요. 배울 점도 굉장히 많다고 생각해서 지금은 제가 이제 도전하는 입장에서 저희는 이제 기쁜 마음으로 해볼 생각입니다.
coming for the crown. 6-6. This is really what's going to be the big storyline going forward in this, in my mind, Mike, is this pistol round. It gives you 3, it gives you that, well, maybe it gives you 3, should give you 3, could, who knows at this point. They're going back and forth, but it should give you a gap, right? Because this game is so close now. It's 6 apiece. Fnatic trying to fight to stay alive. DRX have that map in the pocket. They have that one advantage.
Fight to stay alive, on the back foot, time and time again in the first half. Coming out here, all even, is actually a big positive for me, because I felt like DRX were just winning out in terms of the information game, in terms of the macro game.
Yep.
Fnatic were actually striking back. What will the approach be here? We see that same hesitation, same caution shown by Fnatic. Can DRX continue to punish that sort of tempo?
Which version of DRX do we get too? A couple of other questions with this. As Buzz taking towards middle. Chronicle going to be shouldering the angle and fall off from this, but early contact. Still above a minute here.
Not necessarily any wins across the map just yet. Zest with a deep position here. Durka doesn't know what sort of danger he's in right now. As RB a chance to find Boaster, but he's showing presence here. Be able to retreat away. And now actually that pressure on Durka becomes a real possibility.
He needs a big round here. Perfect start to find Marco, but falls. And now they've got a bit of safety towards long. They've been able to note that. They know exactly what's going on. What? Come on, Buzz! You have no right to be doing that. And yes, chip damage achieved, but still 4 players to the 3. We need to see Fnatic looking faultless. This play back through, 2 towards Hell, 1 tuck towards Graffiti. Chronicle's got his work cut out here. Hard to divide and conquer. A couple of flashes, yes, but slowed down. Hindered.
This poison orb just causes so many issues, though.
And look at Zest. He's backfilled the space. He's cleared this. He's making sure no one's coming through here. And Alpha's not getting what he wants either. The turret's going to go through, maybe turn some attention away, but that's given a chance. Enough for Leo to find 2. Buzz still standing, still fighting. Nero with the 5, but it's down to the 1v1, and look at the time. RB, the Reaper in the end, gives DRX their 7th and starts the second half off.
Fnatic just forced to huddle behind the poison orb. And then when it blooms, I mean, a pistol round, that decay becomes such an issue for them.
Yeah.
I mean, the key kill here for me is this one. That is just
unfair.
Outrageous.
Felt unfair. Go.
Even there, Stax is tagged up. An extra body in the trades there for Fnatic on the retake is huge. Pistol on the board for DRX.
You just get that weighty feeling on your chest for Fnatic. You know that now you got your work cut out.
Especially when you look at initial C-site stack here. DRX, no chance to really figure it out. Window of opportunity of a free A site, rapidly closing with this rotation. Stax has got the spike here. Don't want to see him to be the forward probe here, especially being the only one with a ghost as well.
Because there's a couple of sheriffs out here, isn't there?
How deep does Boaster go exploring?
Oh.
Don't think he's spotted on the cross there. This is pre-fire now, he will be. You can see Zest immediately relaying that information.
Oh, big shot from Durka. Takes out Marco and alleviates the pressure from long. So they can...
has to get this weapon now.
Yeah,
yes,
he did.
yeah.
Cool. Okay, so that doesn't slip away from them. And I like this kind of like pack mentality we're seeing from Fnatic here. Bringing all 3 players, now going to make it 4 if you kind of throw Leo into the mix towards this B site. And do they try and pressure? They've been stalled, they can't. But it has denied the plant.
And DRX left to try and recover now with 30 seconds left.
Now there
I mean, look at the lurk on A though. Zest has found a ton of room.
But you have to take these risks if you're Fnatic in this round. You only have a pistol, so you're not going to be able to do too much on your own. It's whether or not they're even considering it. And there was a little bit of a step there towards Chronicle, maybe considering the factor, but the Bulldog still wins. And yeah, the orb's there. CT ain't happening for him.
Once again, forced into a retake position here on A site. A 4v4 this time around, but the weapon's heavily favoring DRX. Able to set up another vice-like grip here towards CT.
No,
tries to get something done.
No one swung with him either. It was all solo endeavors and probably a frustrating moment. But Buzz getting away with murder, basically. Yeah, not a problem. Not a problem at all at the end there. Liked the idea initially, but it fizzled out.
Another example of how much value DRX get from the Viper here. The wall to allow a lurk up into sewers, but also a late presence into B site as well. As soon as that rotation comes through, they feel a little bit of pressure on A site. They know that they have room to work with on the other side of that wall.
What's Buzz got? What's that?
A nice gun.
And he's got knives too.
Yeah.
Oh, please don't break Fnatic's mental with a buggy of all things. Feels near on poetic. See if it comes in. Oh, I see. Durka, yeah.
Is that a challenge you take at 3 and 10? Yes, you do. Buzz will fall. Knives removed here.
And one of the biggest credits that you'll ever see with Durka is his ability to mentally reset. Bad game or not, he can reinvent himself. In this round, you're seeing a reinvention of Fnatic. 5 standing, not looking pressured in these solo endeavors. Now, Marco's found space. How much can he do with it?
2v4 here, 35 HP for Marco.
If they lose
Bulldog,
this.
yeah, a Bulldog in hand for Stacks.
Mental would go so severely in the bin that... Oh.
It does keep it in check as well, because ultimately this has forced Fnatic back down to a shaky purchase. You've got to argue it should be 10 on the board for DRX. The heal will come through, yes. I'm curious if Stacks can actually get towards a... Was there another full rifle invested here?
Not sure. So it looks like they're going to be leaning towards Alpha and Durka as the two.
30 seconds
You can
left.
see the position that Alpha's holding, tucked towards a corner. Jump spot should be heard here. Stacks noting this. 4 seconds on his flash. Close corner checked.
Alpha's not out here. No, he's not.
No, he's not. Alpha's gone away with it. So he should get played in perfectly, and he has the spray. Oh, that's not good, but Durka is there, safe in the end. With 3 standing, they weather the storm.
Both to an Alpha. Forced into an awkward position in terms of the finances.
Nice.
Utility being the first question on the back of that. Beautiful confirmation on the second as well with the recon assist from Leon. Leon.
Who's Leon?
Leon with the recon.
Is he your mate?
Yeah.
Oh, Leon, give him a call.
You don't know him like that.
Apparently not.
But Fnatic building towards the lockdown and the Blade Storm of their own.
Look at the early moves.
And the thing I'm conscious of is actually, Fnatic are actually addressing here. They're preventing anybody from finding success outside B. But in the buy rounds particularly, Zest's value from his utility.
Oh, this is nice. There we go. There's that combination you want to be seeing as well. Durka and Leo, or Leon, however you want to call him, working in unison. Really nice throughout that regular season. And we're seeing that starting to be built in here, some of those key pillars of what make Fnatic so hard to handle. But speaking of, DRX have freedom and sold a bit of a ruse. So Zest goes down. No one's taken the full bait to this, but they have a completely free C site.
Spike will go down. See a 3v5 here. To DRX. Paranoia
Good
invested
paranoia.
early to try and find something. Buzz has found the first, he's got the second.
Finding more than something, he finds 2. Bringing it back down to at least touching distance here. Oh, Alpha doesn't want any of it. They finally got a grip. Vice-like grip coming back in for Fnatic, tying up the scoreline. Starting to see Durka activate, Alpha coming online, Leo setting up those plays that we love to see. This is Fnatic starting to build back in.
Tie things up, DRX should have an opportunity to purchase back in here. Marco the only concern really at 3,500, but the big positive, Fnatic actually preemptively setting up to deny some space.
Yep.
So saw DRX run away with that game on bind. And denying a key piece of utility in the form of Zest's wall, at least in terms of the B site application. Lockdown available, Blade Storm here for Fnatic.
It's a similar look, isn't it? Adjusted turret. A lot of pressure on RB there, and it looks like it just
Look
got
at
smoked
Alpha.
off. Yeah, it's been
Alpha's-
smoked off as well.
He's put an alarm bot in sewers, and he's just waiting to put the lockdown. Look at how deep Fnatic are exploring.
I don't know how much he knows or how much he considers. Maybe just Durka's doing this sort of walk, and the stall comes in as well over towards
They're
A.
going to pinch the
They
backside of the
are
lockdown.
herding them around. This is Fnatic in full force here. Beautiful pinch work, trying to pull him in. Maybe get Durka to be able to see him. Has to smoke it off though. Dash comes in, spots another. Durka delivering on all fronts as DRX now cornered. Oh, this is what you want to be seeing. Oh, easy, Tiger. Zest almost had him there. Still. Run that back for me, step by step this, because that was a Fnatic piece.
Absolutely beautiful. A textbook hallmark Fnatic round. The preemptive lockdown to almost shepherd DRX back into A lobby, and the utility is just perfection. Chronicle even the first to strike with the aftershock here.
Marvelous. Again, and that's always the thing when we look at Fnatic, seeing those rounds come out is just brilliant.
And that's a return to character. We haven't had many examples of that so far.
That's true.
In the first map particularly, but Haven, like I said, constantly playing from behind, testing the Leo clutches. Leon the Professional, that was the reference, if you're curious.
I'm glad you made that one. Yeah, intentional.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like in time with a knife. However, DRX have opportunities here, right? It's still within touching distance, so let's kind of flip the script a little. What can they do? They've kind of, it feels like they've fallen back into a more traditional approach to the map, not quite, oh, is that KJ?
It is KJ, yeah.
Oh, look, hey fans.
We sound crazy because I don't think
I know you can't see on the stream, yeah, but it's just for in-house. But shout out to the crew.
Dance.
Yeah, true, yeah, dance cam. But shout out to the crew who've come and chilled out in the audience. Appreciate you guys. However, 8 to 9. We can focus in front of us a little bit here. Let's kind of drill in on this. Yeah, DRX kind of going back to more of a traditional look, it seems. Not quite as hyper-aggressive, not in that same sort of way. So playing a more standardized game, yes, it's still testing Fnatic, but you're starting to see that game getting a little bit more par for the course.
You're seeing that kind of refinement come back to some of these rounds from Fnatic. The intention, very clear at the start, and it's executed. As I said, we were talking about in the first half how cautious, how hesitant some of the rounds look. See it have as much pressure in terms of the scoreline. This adjustment of Alpha over towards A now. It's the second prong to really addressing this wall of Zest. But this time around, DRX is going to try and find that value towards B. Boaster could be isolated here.
Leo and Chronicle quite nearby. Not fully paying attention here, but a big gear shift, right? This is a very passive, deeper hold, excluding Alpha's little excursion towards sewer. Chronicle in a bit of trouble, but bailed out by Boaster as Zest goes down. Oh, that's a nice follow-up there for Boaster. Calling in the cavalry, you got the rest of them flooding the side, but now we look towards C, a quick pivot, but it's Durka. Just slipping ahead. Stacks though! Thought he got a bit of timing there on Leo, he didn't, and no one got the drop on Durka. There we go, starting to get back into it. The Prime Gaming Flawless.
Double digits on the board for Fnatic. Viper's Pit available. Couple of ultimates within touching distance. Marco does have the TP. DRX almost walking into this expecting a very, very loose B-side hold, but Chronicle actively peeking, and then Boaster very preemptive. Stop any sort of threat from, starting to develop there.
And I just love how slippery Fnatic are with that sort of thing. Like, let's say you were starting to try and address that mid-aggression we've been seeing coming out. Okay, now they've got a really passive hold. Very hard to keep a little bit of a beat on, but actually Buzz getting backhanded there, I think just from the spam alone.
Heal up, squad.
Take the heal from Stacks, who's basically the entirety of it. Boaster posted up now towards C, actually retreating away. We'll re-explore maybe towards Garage with Leo. And we'll leave C site open, and DRX poised to take that space.
Yeah, no info middle should be quite indicative that C site should be probably the next target here, but Zest, oh, now this is different. Zest with a late challenge over towards A. He does. Oh, Alpha.
Take the kill, please take the kill.
Alpha, don't.
This is their audible. Oh my word.
This is, I'm actually at a loss of words. See, he could play this incredibly smart, right?
Destroyed.
Get the clear, get all of this, call it in. But the problem is the DRX are going
They're
B.
faking A.
This was all a fake. They've got the site. Yes, Stacks is there. Yes, that's fine. But they got B for free.
Palmer come through. And Boast are now the one that's really at risk. But respecting it for the time being. Sitting all the way back on C site. In towards Garage now. Buzz got to be careful.
Both in a weird way, because otherwise they're all funneling in from that A connector side. So it's going to be RB. Has to turn the flash. He does. Comes back around. Catches both players. Huge work from DRX. And Alpha slowly creeping around himself here. There's a monumental task at hand, and I think he knows it ain't this round. DRX. Fabulous, but my God, did Fnatic take the bait on that one.
I mean, we saw some examples of this on Bind as well, where DRX just have so many options at their disposal, making absolute use of the dead time, the space around the map. Even there, you're hoping Alpha takes it.
You kind of are. Obviously,
early
he
enough. I mean,
know.
that didn't really become a factor in the round regardless, but...
I mean, I guess it pulled 3 players over towards that A connector. You know, is what it is. Maybe playing out, hoping he'd get that, God tier trigger discipline, but...
I mean, he removes the A lurk from a B site execute, so
yeah,
call it a tick in the box regardless. DRX starting slow once again.
But that was just a moment in what felt like a drought of rounds for DRX. They haven't been stringing these together as much. A couple of key ultimates now. Very close by. Buzz not far off his. You do have the pit for Zest, but Durka on the angle, and he's delivered it. Buzz goes down. That's the first hit. As Fnatic starting to really tilt the scales again.
See if Stacks and Zest decide to try and find something towards B. They have Marco in close proximity now as well. Do have the pit available. That can be very difficult to deal with on B side. Boaster, yeah. Force back here, but doesn't really feel any pressure.
Well, he's been given freedom on this, yeah. Well, I guess the movement there from Stacks almost caught him off guard, but he's done really well, and there was no follow-up check towards that. No backing up that paranoia as Durka takes away RB as well, leaving it all down to Zest. Nothing more to be doing here. Fnatic, real stability coming in, and a couple of faults with DRX there.
Prime gaming flawless for Fnatic. Get themselves up to 11. Force DRX back down to an uncomfortable position in terms of options here. I feel like this A site hold by Alpha's really been tested. DRX beginning to look a little linear and the frustration starting to show for Stacks. Got some options here with ultimates though. A lockdown may be the answer to Alpha's A site hold, or at least to force him off the site. Maybe even the Viper's pit. We know how much pressure they're able to create just on the back of the poison orb towards spawn. Could be something else that DRX may be considering coming into round 21.
I'm really quite interested in what the plan is coming back out. And just a pause for a second, I also do want to give a little bit of a nod to the mental reset that Durka went through in the second half, especially coming in. I mean, he had a shocking start to the map. Didn't have masses of impact even on map 1, but now to be seen towards the top end with Alpha, who is always going to be just rock solid. He's just one of those players. So at this point, going forward, we look towards what the buy is as well for DRX. Going to be suffering in some areas, but wonder if they can fashion a full purchase.
Swarm grenade. Alarm bot out.
Similar setup. Slight adjustment on the utility from Alpha. Might just be an early dart from Leo. Actually looking to split this, a hold from Short Cubby and Heaven. TP's coming through, it's a pace change for DRX. I don't think he's noted yet. Alpha's gonna go for the punish. It's such a beautiful read.
Alpha is just holding this one so safe. And now they're struggling to find the impact. And look at Leo's position. Gets rewarded. Boast is there by his side. And now down to the last two. They're not going to be having the time of their lives here. Buzz can't isolate the kill. And now just down to RB on the run. Slipping back towards Sewer. Scurrying away. Fnatic force 12 on the board. Now one more They've made it away from the horror show of map 1.
It's just fantastic to see them set up like that and DRX play straight into it. Punishment here on the TP. Obviously Leo being the second layer this time around. Not really even relied upon too much.
Wow! 2 frags! Let's go!
Really well read by Fnatic, who we're up to map point now to force a map 3, which will be split. Double up.
Double up.
There's one noted here, and maybe a question mark actually if it's Alpha that's noted with an operator in hand. It could be a little bit of a red herring. Blade Storm's available, so out of the realm of possibility that the operator is passed over.
Careful.
The more they drift, the closer they get towards Durga, who does have that other op. So if they decide to go towards B, you've got Boaster, who's been actually very, very solid. And a re-explore down towards short. This time does Zest get the better of Alpha? Oh, Alpha. This position between the two of them, I think he is going to be rewarded. Checked on a little late, but Alpha, I mean, you just don't get in towards A with him there. He has been absolutely rock solid. DRX looking to burst towards the B side, trying to be stalled out by Chronicle. Buzz going to be able to close the gap. No, he can't! Fnatic, send them! Packing it! Stacks now, the last one alive. And this has been a masterclass. Brilliant mental reset from map 1, coming back out, firing on all cylinders. This game deserved a third, and we are going the distance.
And it closes out with a Prime Gaming flawless. Seems almost fitting for Fnatic's performance here on Haven. DRX time and time again just trying to post somebody up in an awkward position, cause problems for Fnatic, but the structure standing up to the test this time around. What a response from Fnatic.
You know,
Let's play some demo.
Fnatic, they are on the board after that Haven against DRX. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Mimi and Bren. It was very, very close at the half, but Bren, with the side switch, it was just all Fnatic.
Yeah, they needed that. They really did. I mean, after a 13-1 flattening in the first map, you know, they've never quite been tested like that before, except in the lock-in finals. And yeah, I mean, they managed to bring it back mentally, which you would expect from a team like Fnatic. And I think this is real good signs of life for them as well. Haven, it has been a shaky map for them. It's still a reasonable map for them. You saw why right there and then.
And we even saw struggles in the first half. Durka started off only getting 1 kill the entire first half, but Fnatic still really rallied back in that one. In the second half, I think they were showcasing why they're always so good on this map, giving us some of those set plays that define this team, some of those aggressive mid pushes, setting Durka up really well. It felt like for the first time this series, Fnatic was the team in control of the pace.
I mean, we didn't see any of that on Bind, Mimi. We know they could do all these like quirky set plays, the nerdy stuff, but it just felt like they didn't have anything prepped there.
And where Bind, you know, Alpha was picking out a chamber and he was getting caught out pretty much. I think he was 1 of 3, I believe, on the first kills, the first test. This time he was catching his S-Lux a ton on the defensive side. He was really pivotal in terms of them shutting down all the options that DRX were going for on our attack side, slower defaults.
Yeah, there's one round I feel like summed up how this second half went, which was, of course, round 17. Mimi, we've seen them do this before, and they brought it out again.
Yeah, it's a great strategy, right? You expect your opponent to go towards an A exec or just an A default, and you set up to early on use this Killjoy ultimate to push your opponent into players that are already set flanking. The util they use to follow this one up is excellent with an aftershock, a suck coming through. It's just really well executed. And understanding when your opponent's going to go A, when you have an opportunity to implement these set plays, and when to go back to slow things down, to play your default. It's, I think, what makes Fnatic so good on this map and what makes Boaster's defensive calling always so stellar here.
Yeah, counter evidence to the it's an FPS game narrative as well. When you see that, you think you're playing a different game. You get caught in that. You saw Stax' POV. He didn't know where to run or hide. There was a stun, there was a pull, there was the aftershock, just everything being loaded into them there as well, just being perfectly pushed into the right positions. Yeah, world-class round from Fnatic and what they needed to really get them back into this.
Yeah, 8-8 as well. That kind of snowballed in the end into them having a win, but also in the first half, Leo returning to prime form. Leo here in the Verizon high-speed moment of the match. I didn't think he was going to win this, but Bren, it was my fault for doubting him.
Yeah, Leo, you know, he's been missing ever so slightly, but my God, has he been consistent at moments in this Haven map. And this one here was just ridiculous. I mean, do not give this guy opportunities to clutch it up at all. He didn't really need to in this round here, but we did see instances where he was clutching it up in a 1v2. But yeah, rock solid in terms of the form. I mean, I've been loving everything I've been seeing from this guy.
Yeah, and I think these were the 2 rounds that were really the catalyst of their respective half. In the second half, it was that great set play. Here it was this Leo clutch that I think really reinvigorated Fnatic, and that's normally what we see from them. This is a super team. Everyone was picking out their top 20 players, and for most people, 4 of them in the top 5 were Fnatic players, and that's for a reason, and we're seeing that reason in this second map.
I mean, Brent, for you, it was 3 out of the 5, so we won't talk about that too much. We won't talk about that. Yeah. But let's talk about map 3 here, because we are going to go to Split. Honestly, I felt like Fnatic probably should have picked Split to start with if Lotus isn't up there for them, because the last time we saw them play, they looked really solid.
Yeah, either Lotus or Fracture just decided to go into that one, but it was banned in the second round for Fracture, so Split is the decider. DRX need to, I think, focus as well on removing Alphea's utility. If they're playing a default Cypher comp, they love to play that. It gets them so much good information. Boaster is given the entire world to play with, essentially, in terms of information off of it, and it's really crucial, I think, when teams go up against that comp, that they break that utility so they just don't give the options over to a team like Fnatic, because they are going to just run all over you. They are so good at this map right here. I still think there's opportunities for DRX to win it, but now we're getting into territory where it is getting more and more favor for Fnatic.
One of the biggest issues against this comp as well, besides just the information the Cypher gives for that mid-round defensive calling that we were already talking about being stellar on Haven, is also the trap plays. Fnatic is so good at setting those up, enabling Durka to get tons of value out of his nade on this map. And if DRX are doing what they did towards the end of Haven, where they're just going for these hard executes, 1 stage instead of 2, and just getting ran down by utility, which is kind of the issue that cropped up for DRX when they were looking worse earlier in this tournament, that's where I start to get worried. There's always this gap between the teams that can play the top dogs close. You can take a map, you can find an upset here and there, but if you can't close out the series, if you still go home only in the top 6, none of that matters.
Yeah, and we've seen evidence of that. I mean, DRX have been in this position where they've had their backs up against the wall. Last year, they were able to break through and make that top 4 spot. This time, things are a little bit different because the Fnatic they're up against past is a different beast entirely. They literally pushed Fnatic into the direction where they reformed this super team for this year, and now they have to go up against them again. It is really, I mean, just historic and history waiting to happen.
Well, we're about to go into the Prime Gaming Agent Select once again here. Fnatic, they're going to be starting again on the attack side. And Mimi, I like to see them go a little bit faster here and not have such a slow half.
Yeah, I think they do have that momentum coming from map number 2 and always feel confident in this composition. Alphair is great at holding down the extremities, and while the trap plays on the defense are good, on the attacking side as well, Fnatic has a lot of great setups to enable Durka. DRX, though, this is a map where I think they are solid with this Viper Omen composition. You get a lot of value out of your side anchors in Zest and Mako, and we already saw what Buzz could achieve in that second map.
Yeah, it all just depends on how well prepped they are for this as well. I think it comes down to the individual form, actually, as well, for players like Zest. He kind of fell off a little bit with the second half of Haven, and normally he's been that heavy hitter for them. He's going to be so important as well. The Viper this entire tournament for Zest has been amazing and fantastic, but everybody needs to step up now. This is it. Your back's up against the wall. It is the elimination. You're up against Fnatic, and this is the time to shine and prove that you deserve a spot in that top 4.
DRX have had so many moments where they're close to greatness, where they almost break through, almost make a run for themselves, for their region. They've been together for so long, but there's only one spot left at the Kiev Forum. They've gotten this series close, but at the end of the day, it is Fnatic, and the thing they are best at is rallying in these series, and they have a chance to do it again.
Well, this last map determines who will be moving on to face Loud this Thursday at the Kiev Forum. One more time, here's Pansy and Hypok with a cast.
Thank you, Sue. And yeah, this is now the end of the line for one of these two, taking the series the whole distance. So we get to map 3, Mike. We get split. Where's your mind going?
Honestly, it's really hard to call. The response on Haven from Fnatic felt more in character, right? More in terms of in line with expectations, but with what DRX showed us on Bind, makes me feel like there might be some sort of adjustment here. Especially now, if you have the opportunity, you come away from a map lost now and really kind of look internally and ask what worked for us on Bind. Why was this such an uphill struggle on Haven? If there is anything that they can switch up here, for me, it rides around Buzz and Stacks here on Split to be the ones to set DRX to cause a massive upset.
Marco, run, boy, run. They are on your heels. And actually, Dirk is the one who finds Buzz first, but the response is quick. DRX get 2, 3 back on the board. And now looking at what remains, we've got Chronicle, last one alive, who's putting up a damn good fight. Gets the upgrade to the Ghost and now has a big opportunity to maybe divide and conquer. But look at, oh wait, Stack's just got spotted as well. Has another go of it. Stack gets it. Chronicle could not make it away in time, and DRX, pistol round found.
Classic desperate to try and pin Marco down, create an opening, create an advantage very early on in the pistol round. Just can't get it done with the fault line going through. A beautiful response with a snake bite from Zest. The paint shell coming through from Buzz as well, just to hold them in the choke point. We'll try and, well, at least set a few bodies to set up outside A. Well, the camera, not sure how much it's going to spot. Will spot towards Heaven.
My camera is
Stacks will deal with it.
RB's response so far, trying to do some chip damage on the cross, but they've managed to make it through unscathed. Beyond that, the mid pressure's starting to build. Buzz gonna be hurt on this.
Gotta be careful. Chronicle does have a Sheriff. Zest decapitated in vents.
Well, that's opened up a big chance. Could isolate these two players on A, keep the likes of Marco and Buzz further back. Quick little hill for Chronicle. That pressure sign him out, but where did Fnatic take this?
Did he get stunned there?
It looked like he did for a second. You can still see a little bit of it. Pop flashes, wonderful. Judge couldn't quite get to hand fast enough as Durka gonna find him. And the 3 now under pressure. You can see them deep held here, 2 towards CT, and Buzz's position is one that is worth noting.
Yeah, he's gonna hear this as well. Spike not committed either direction just yet. Leo.
30 seconds left.
cautious in approach here. Fnatic want to try and find information on another player or two on the side of DRX, especially with some time allowed here for a rotation, but setting up towards A site here. RB will be tested.
The one factor, I guess, is he does have a Bulldog, a little bit of stall with his kit, but time.
10 seconds
They're
left.
down at 8 seconds here. They've left this so damn late, and Boaster's been punished. The next could follow up, and it does. Can he deny the plant? No! Kept safe by Durka. They get the spike down.
Problem being as well, Leo's still got this judge. Dirk has now found himself an upgrade towards the Bulldog. Does have the paint shell as well. But Elbow's going to be locked down by Leo.
Paint shells towards the back of screen, so they're not going to get the freedom towards it. Hard to clear now. Paint shell back, and Buzz going to move forward. There's that judge, though, wildly in play. Buzz on the trade out, puts it down to a 1v1, but time is ticking. And Buzz got to find the fight, and he does! And he's got the time for this. They recover well after what was a pretty disastrous round.
A costly round. Added bonus on top for Fnatic, the 300 credits for the plant, and kills coming across. Some ultimate progress maybe for a few members. Yeah, Chronicle already building towards the Rolling Thunder. 3 away in an 0-2 scoreline. Definitely happy about that. It's another situation we saw. Stacks just desperate to try and upgrade from the pistol and try and police that weapon.
A bit of a scramble on it, but I don't think we've seen enough from this yet to tell what DRX we're getting. Like if it's going to be that kind of aggressive one yet, or where I want to see how the dust settles a little more.
And especially not here as well, with
not
3
in
pistols
these
coming
rounds.
in, a Guardian and a Bulldog in the hands of Stacks and Buzz. 3 people posted up pretty deep here. Trying to counter some presence outside A here. The Trailblazer spot out the Stack.
Duck's got to turn the flash as well, but the smoke going to keep them without falling as they try and back away. DRX get to keep their life after what was a real attempt at that.
I think the expectation is maybe they find Alpha outside here. Boaster will spot Zest. Adjustment here in terms of RB's utility. Positioned over towards B site. That's a lethal combo between him and Zest. In terms of the stall opportunities. 45 seconds, Fnatic don't really have any tangibles to act upon here. Slowly making their way towards splitting A.
I don't like how late they're leaving this. A couple of these rounds now, down to about that 30-second marker. Going in blind, a re-smoke towards A main makes this tricky. They're going to have to disrespect it or go in front of it or just risk it. They have heavy control, yes, but they need to get towards the site. 20 seconds now. They need to make this work. Paranoia gets posted. Buzz going to take down Alpha. This is not good enough from Fnatic. A rare slip, maybe. 10 seconds, but look at the bodies from DRX. They have players on the site still. Marco being one of them, and this is a wrap. Wait, no way. Oh, they line up.
There's no time.
Standing.
You just got to play to the clock. RB just has to live. It's done.
Oh my God. When Marco starts whiffing there, I get seriously worried.
Yeah, I was about to call it a masterclass, and he made an absolute meal of it. Look at it again. Look at this. Perfect play. Oh, no.
It's a Bulldog moment. I hate to see it. And then Chronicle's the one that dies behind
Always.
Marco, of course.
I just don't like how late they're leaving these rounds, Mike.
Fnatic, they let this round pass them by. They had such a good position early on, 45 seconds. They were already collapsing towards the split.
Yeah. I don't know what the hold-up was. I'm not sure if they're trying to maybe pause for some of that aggression to come in, maybe try and catch that, but again, hard to preempt it. And now punished on it. They're going to get the buy back, but it will be missing. Depending on the ult maybe here. Boaster in with him, but they've evacuated the site pretty handily, but they didn't find RB. How did RB get away with just staying there the whole time? Buzz still standing. Boaster gets cleared. Does do damage though. Down to a 3v3. A scrappy, brawly round.
Alpha not necessarily played in just yet. Zest playing just on the back of this wall. Be able to pop it up, maybe on the back of some contact. A minute left for Fnatic to work with, but you don't want to see the same mistake again.
No. Okay, so they're going to leave Alpha here. Rotate the rest around towards B.
When did DRX realise that I mean, do they actively clear ahead of this?
Well, Fnatic have been playing that very slow style, so they're not going to be early on it, I feel. They're going to have to wait out and respect this, and if Alpha makes a step or something, kind of reaffirms a little bit of that doubt.
I think Zest is considering the rotation now.
Yeah, this
Marco
time
too.
30 seconds
There's
left.
enough there. Now, could there be a backstab? Sure. But again, this is very indicative of it. So now how much value does Alpha get?
Buzz did take a glance
He
back
looked.
towards Heaven, yeah.
He had a little look on that.
Spike.
But it's Alpha's turn. He's so close. 3. Oh!
Zest
turned. That terrifies me. Zest had a look behind him, but now there's another target, and Alpha is punishing all of them. Marco can no longer survive. Fnatic gets on the board.
Beautiful recovery from Fnatic. They're making use of the time early on here, leaving Alpha up in a deadly position to backstab the rotation towards B site.
Kira penny dropping it.
3-1 now to start things off on the decider. DRX actually left licking their wounds in terms of the finances, actually.
Yeah, how are they so skint? Some of these rounds have been pretty back and forth.
Yeah.
And Marco, up to mischief. Got real close to that. Buzz not going to get away with any sort of naughtiness now. Pressured here though, there are other players, but he's got support coming around. They don't want to make any sort of mistakes, and they don't. So Fnatic really just making sure they're crossing all the T's, dotting the I's.
Really quick response as well to get Leo some support, just in case there was further aggression.
Last player standing.
Speaking of that, Stacks
Recalling my bot.
will be found, punished. Stinger from this range.
Flawless.
Never looks pretty when you try. Second on the board for Fnatic, but throwaway round, a Prime Gaming flawless nonetheless.
Good to see them concise though. Diligent. Clear cut. I say. Cross those T's, dot the I's. No funny business here. That's their second now. Consecutive. Can they make it a third? Any big ults coming through? I mean,
Seekers are here. They're one away from the pit for Zest. 2 off the lockdown for RB. On the other side of things, Neural Theft in the TP. Not necessarily playmakers, but certainly 2 big opportunities to find some information across the map.
we're winning out this early fight. This time Marco deciding against it.
Shadows traveling.
And that pressure is going to be insurmountable. Can he slow it down? Paranoia should dissuade at least a quick close down for DeRuuuu. Slows him at least towards Pillar, and the support's there, so we look towards the lurk. What can Alpha achieve?
Alpha took a shot, because we noted here very early on. DRX actively try and clear him here. They prioritize sight.
DeRuuuu trying to get back around to be supportive, but he's been stunned. Almost gets caught up. Buzz dives in, takes out Chronicle. Big find. Out from the trader, and now we're down to the 4v4. DeRuuuu took a lot of damage, but he's trying to get back on his feet here. Stacks to clear out Boaster. Now look at the back line. That pain shell has to be pivotal. Going to be posted now as Zest going to back away. Couldn't get it to half now.
Alpha's actually re-lurked back towards Heaven.
The
There's no way
reflag.
DRX read this.
Not a chance in hell. And once again, those backlines are being determined by Alpha. Always present, always a problem.
One
the pop
enemy
flash
remaining.
to boot. It's perfect from Fnatic.
So proactive in the post plant here. Alpha even finds a kill from B main, by the way. So it's the perfect distraction. They note it in the kill feed. They know where the spams come from. Immediately rotating back towards mid. Tie things up 3 apiece here. DRX back down to pistols, maybe a couple
One
of
enemy
SMGs here and
remaining.
there. That's for Buzz, maybe.
Love it.
We've seen a lot of Judge gameplay here.
We have. Return to it.
Good to see it back.
Ah, you missed it. Vocalize that for the people at home, please.
Actually, just going to be 2 stingers here for DRX. Zest and Marco.
Fully.
Looking to follow through with the
They're
same
so
momentum
close.
here. Marco does catch the paranoia though. He's going to get 2!
Marco finding both. I thought Boaster had him dead, the near sight only. Surely Boaster could have seen him in that, but Marco, the success. Oh, come off it, Marco. The third is just
B.
feels almost unfair. As Alpha this time, no chance for that flank or that lurk. And this is one of I guess uncharacteristic round to turn around, but you take him when you get him. Leo and Alpha. 3 players on pillar. And a slow creep of a lurk and Buzz.
The triple face.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
All right, Leo. Show me something. Show me what you got. This just is... Slipped on over. No one's there.
Just making sure. There's a flank coming through here, but
30 seconds
RB
left.
going to be just holding for information. DRX very disciplined here in the hole. Flashed up, but still 96 HP to work with. 20 seconds left, though. Seeming inevitable here for DRX to find their 4th.
And they're not giving it. Yeah, the triple swing again. Mastercard, thrifty coming on through, but at the start of that, Mike, how's he gotten away with that?
Yeah, because Marco's actually, he's recovering from throwing the paranoia here. Eats this. And the problem is, Marco's just running back and forth.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got the stinger he can do in that situation. The timing on the smoke dropping, swapping to the Phantom, punishing Chronicle. Sorry, that really caught me off guard.
Can we get that one again? Is there a chance? It's a Fnatic timeout. If I could get a run it back of Mini doing that. What do you think he was referring to in that? Or like, what do you think made that happen? Do you think it was the paranoia?
Yeah, that's the, is that the hand signal for the...
Oh, do we get it again? Yeah. There it is. And crunch. Yeah, it's a paranoia.
Yeah, it's definitely. Or maybe one of their hand warm-ups from the
Oh, it could
stage.
be.
Yeah, yeah. It's got a little bit of cramp.
But being serious.
A tilt timeout coming through. Honestly,
feels
after
like
a round like that, Marco getting away with absolute murder.
Yeah. Quite surprised to see it. The first, I mean, you know, boast a tricky position to be in, sure. And as you said, kind of running back and forth, but the follow-up and then the drop on the smoke. Not feeling happy about that. And maybe just trying to get a little bit of a beat on what DRX we're seeing, because Fnatic look quite capable. They strung those 3 rounds together, but the breakback is here. I always look towards consistency in the rifle rounds, obviously, and we're yet to see that fully fall into place, but Purchase now going to be in a nice spot for DRX. They've got plenty of ults to play with as well. The lockdown there,
Yeah,
the Viper's Pit.
decent
lovely.
cushion behind this as well, and that's key. Same thing could be said for Fnatic as well, so not necessarily a concern on either side just yet. 3 over towards Sushi here, 4th outside B main. Proactive clearance here on the back of Stax' utility. Doesn't find a trip though outside. And there's no ping coming through, so I don't even think he notes the deep trip. I think the flash just missed as well.
Yeah, it did.
Attempt to throw it over the top of A main. It maybe got stuck on the sign, but there'll be no confirmation of Alpha's presence. But still committing towards 3 members on A side.
The second flash went in. I don't know if it caught Alpha either, because he's very deep on this position. But where are Fnatic off to? We've got 50 seconds. They're re-exploring middle. They haven't really tested a site just yet. Yes, they could go through heaven, but Zest will have stall. And he's got the Viper's Pit too, if he really wants to be a problem. Maybe try and draw it out a little early on here, but...
Zest can stall this with the snake
He
bite.
absolutely can. 35 seconds. I'm getting nervous here. You can already see the fallback as well coming in. Slipping a little bit deeper there. RB maybe preparing for that lockdown as well if he fancies that instead.
No snake bite from Zest actually. Will allow safe passage. Maybe something built around the lockdown here in a retake.
So he seemed very aware of this quite early on because, again, RB slipped CT super early. 13 seconds, Plant going to come through.
10
no
seconds
lockdown.
left.
They should stay committed here, I think, just wait for everybody to come through.
Are they
It
going
will
to try and
It
fight?
will cut off backside actually.
That's pretty nice, yeah, so they can kind of filter through towards main, but that's it.
Problem is, it's open sight lines towards the spike. They have to dig out some of these Fnatic players from B main.
2 smokes still for Marco as well, so they can make it a little bit of a problem. 1 towards the site, and the Viper's Pit to go on top of this. Nabi's already got it towards halfway. Forced off, yes, but they've got a great deal of work done early. Fnatic need to fight on this, and there, finally, they start drawing blood. And this time it's a back and forth between all of them, and it's just a straight up stand and deliver, and Stax does. Diffuse denied! Leo, he lives! He gets to fall away, it gets towards half, so back to business. Stax can't do it, Leo! Holding it together for Fnatic.
A really bizarre, if that's the intention, they have to dig Fnatic out of this comfortable, open sight line towards the site. Again, the Viper's Pit, you understand trying to block, but you even noted there were smokes available for Marco. I'm not sold by it. Maybe an adjustment here of Zest pushing a little further towards Pillar, investing the Viper's Pit towards that choke point and forcing Fnatic a little deeper, but for that to be the intention from the get-go, and it's solved entirely by an open plant by Fnatic. And the other thing was, because they were given a clean site, they didn't expend any utility. They had the paint shell, they had the aftershock, they had plenty of things to actually deal with that very scenario.
Yeah, lots of tools to be played in with. Leo. Checking through towards Mel, sees nothing towards Ben. So they got a bit of a green light towards middle if they want to explore it, but peeling away. Maybe considering their options, but the B site now is the additional player. Buzz is over here. 2 judges on this as well. One up towards heaven.
Flipping RB back over towards A site.
Buzz.
I mean, Chronicles one away from the Rolling Thunder as well.
The paranoid. Okay, smoke goes towards deep heaven. Flash is there. Buzz. He's given a chance on this. Marco, can he bait him in? The paranoia is great. Durka wins that fight, come off it. Marco's still going to make it work from the back of sight. He's got a small lifeline to play off of the TP taken. Marco, this man is a magician, reappears on the site and keeps going. Oh, I thought he had him as well. Chronicle bailing out Leo, but now the 2 rifles come on over and they found Alpha, and now there's issues. A 2v2 and no plant, and now look at Stacks. Big pickup from Chronicle. And the 1v2 RB, that's not gonna happen. Leo is there, Chronicle there. It's keeping Fnatic breathing.
There's a moment there, Leo getting caught by the Rolling Thunder where Marco can potentially find a third once again in a round that he brings a stinger into. It was just so difficult to pin down.
God.
Perfect bait and switch here as well, with Zest dropping from rafters, but a crucial headshot. Stacks slightly overzealous, trying to punish the plant there.
Yeah.
Could potentially be anticipating a safe plant on default, but...
Sure. 4 to 5 though. These are strung together rounds now for Fnatic though. They are starting to come alive in these buy rounds, which is pretty important. SDRX got that great start converting bonuses and all that good stuff, but still, once we've got into the real meat of this, it has been the Fnatic display. And they go again. Boaster played in off the back of the flash through the cage. That's lovely work. Trailblazing their way into the site. And it is a complete and utter shutdown. DRX sent back away from this.
Starting here.
Find a clean plant here, Durka. Was in a position to get very, very
Spike dropped.
Curious towards spawn already. I mean, it's no reason that Fnatic shouldn't hunt for these rifles as well. Apply further pressure onto the finances. Stacks and Zest at 850 and 950 respectively. But Fnatic firmly back in control. The home stretch of this half will actually be, on the brink of getting the Showstopper and the Seekers available in the next. Buzz obviously one away from his. Have to wait and see exactly how the old progress lies elsewhere, but another pace change that with DRX constantly kind of flip-flop back and forth into 2 different setups. Caught off guard here. See, obviously we had options previously in the half. There's none actually in the form of ultimates, and no surprises to see a timeout being called here, because the last few rounds of, a couple of them come down to the wire, but the game plan seems a little off here from DRX on split. Let's see if they have a late response in this half, Lauren.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see a little bit of that realization set in. As much as you can come into map 1, play kind of fast and loose, have all that confidence, all that pressure starts to mount then to close out. You had a good chance in map 2, that slipped away. Now map 3, you're starting to feel all of those worries come back around. To try and play the playstyle from map 1 here, near on impossible now.
Sure, and in terms of, I guess, the outcome of some of these rounds, look at this series where Fnatic were able to actually excel in terms of recovery mode on Haven. Now where, DRX don't have the benefit of, I guess being the ones to really switch things up, throw off the early protocols of Fnatic. Now they're really struggling to formulate many plans, many set pieces to create advantages the same way they did on Bind. Saw elements of the same sort of gameplay on Haven as well.
What's the breaking point here for DRX? What can they do?
I mean, the concern is as well, with this composition, we know how Fnatic play on the defense. It's going to be very difficult for DRX to play into that. We've seen very few teams actually able to overcome the way that Fnatic defend split. So if this scoreline deficit becomes any worse, it's definitely concerning. Marco, beautiful opener this time around though. Durka, dead off the rip.
Anyone willing to follow that up here? Looking like a mid walk. Stacks and Zest. Are we seeing them trying to rekindle some of this aggression? It looks like it is, but Leo sidestepped it. Oh, and the follow-up as well for Boaster. Reading that adjustment very clearly.
But still posted up a rifle in hand. RB the only one with a frenzy. He's playing in a tricky spot. The discipline corner over on A site. But yeah, the re-aggress here from DRX. Anticipated perfectly by Fnatic.
And I wish we'd seen a little more of that earlier on, so it wasn't such an obvious read.
Okay, this is awkward. Seeker will highlight that. Boaster's actually not clearing Suez. Alpha
Alpha
to come across.
What is going on? This round's really bizarre. And Buzz gets a little bit of a shot at catching this. Oh my god, what is this round?
30 seconds left.
Plant now going to come down. Smoke goes in, and I'm looking towards if Marco plays ahead. He does. He's getting quite close to this because the paranoia got posted towards the back of the site, so he gets a little bit of a moment. Try and catch Chronicle, and he does. TP takes it. Buzz now, 30 HP, looks towards Alpha, tags him up as well. Now they're closing the gap, but Boaster straight through the smoke. Doing serious work here. Even with Leo low, Alpha still standing. Double swing happens. Marco, the magician again, pulling.
What?
Just a rabbit out of his hat, but it's still down to the 1v1. Can he find it for the ace? Can he find Boaster? Doesn't see him for the first. The second, Boaster's got him.
Oh my god.
Fnatic keep moving forward.
Marco just a constant threat in all of these rounds for DRX. I have no clue how he found that fourth.
I don't know.
The TP here,
yeah,
ridiculous. Just
catches
a glimpse of Leo. And Boaster with a crucial clutch.
Hey, we were highlighting how clutch Boaster was early in this tournament. Nice to see a little bit of that re-emerging here. Certainly could have done with it there. Keep that confidence from building. Keep DRX on the 4. Fnatic making it up to 7 here. 8 could be very possible.
Fnatic doubling down on this slower pace as well. Now 2 operators on the board.
What?
In the hands of Durka and Alpha yet. I mean,
on
like
the
I said,
attacking side of split.
They're investing into the same previous read, which is DRX feeling a little bit antsy. Waiting for the overstep. Although earlier on in the half we did have some concerns with the clock passing Fnatic by. We haven't seen that rear its head once again.
Marco is once again going to be asked to do so damn much if they carried on that way. Looks like they're adjusting though here, Mike. They're exploring the rest of the map a little. It's not going to just be Alpha here. Now you've got Leo trying to sell him something, right? It looks like a site hit. But there is only one player.
Yeah, the smoke of the Trailblazer is drawing Zest away. Buzz considering it as well. Does he post up on Mail though?
Oh.
He's got the showstopper here.
I'm still looking at the spike. It's in the hands of Chronicle.
Yeah, he's actually now looking to follow up on the fake because there's been no resistance.
It's drawn out the ult as well. 25 seconds here. Zest still in a good spot.
Watching this spot.
Still got RB down below. He's going to hear all these steps. Spike is on the way. Can RB hold? Can he be as valuable as he looks like he can be? Takes down Durka. Stacks for the follow-up. 13 seconds. Oh, RB holds him back and gives them a chance.
Brings it to a 7-5 on the half.
Respectable.
Definitely a great recovery towards the end there for DRX after almost going blow for blow with Fnatic early on in that half.
This is a really close game. Just a glimpse back at this for RB. Even getting checked on there. Yes, Durka had a look, but it wasn't enough. 5-7. Fnatic in the gun rounds had been meticulous, if I'm honest. They looked very, very solid. But Marco making magic happen. DRX still with a lifeline going forward.
Oh, this series is really delivering 7-5 at the half. But Brent, in the beginning of that half, it looked like DRX had it all figured out.
They really did. Pistol round win and a bonus win conversion as well. I mean, only really getting 2 rounds off the back of that as well. It was the Mako magical moments, really, that was being pulled out over and over again. But this is what made this half a bit more competitive. And I feel like we're going to have to see the exact same thing again getting into the second half, because it was entirely in the control of Fnatic when it comes to the gun rounds. Pansy was talking about that as well. It was from top to bottom, Fnatic in control as soon as they got those first 3 rounds out of the way.
They had really good mid-round decision-making throughout this map, I think, getting a lot of control in mid, and these late-round side executes, especially towards B, were excellent, contending with DRX's retakes consistently. But the thing is, because of this bonus round win, it's competitive, and DRX picking up those last few rounds towards the end of the half means that if they get another pistol round, they have a real chance of coming back into this for DRX.
Yeah, it could go even, and even a bit further beyond that as well. And I think that, you know, the conversation was being brought up about the attack side, I guess, for DRX now as we're heading into the second half. And I really do think that they have to put a focus, a premium on breaking Althea's camera setups, because Boaster loves to call off that information. The mid-rounding needs to be really, really good here from DRX if they want to stand a chance here at causing this upset and bringing down Fnatic the 2-time back-to-back.
On the attack side, this is where DRX crumbled on Haven, but they have an opportunity here to do something incredible. They could be the first team to knock Fnatic out of a tournament this year, and they could have another opportunity to repeat history, to go on a run deep into this tournament and find that last slot at the Kia Forum. If not, Fnatic is going to stay alive. They're going to do it again and have a chance to make it a 3-peat.
Oh, I can't wait to see who's going to come out alive on the other side for the last time today. Pansy and Hypok, take it away.
5-7, it could be anyone's game, but Mike, I look at that streak right in the middle of things. Fnatic, when they came alive, those gun rounds suited them well, but as the desk said, 1 pistol and it can be back game on for DRX.
Absolutely, and definitely a more comfortable position here with the 7-5 conversion for DRX. Able to get this pistol. Themselves starting off here in the second half on the right foot. Early exploration towards mid. Nobody on the other side of this for Fnatic. Adjustment, actually. I often see Alpha positioned towards B site on the pistol rounds.
That's true. How interesting.
Maybe this is a little bit of a red herring because, you know, early on you want to see that protocol list of going and dealing with the utility, figuring out. Because the main objective playing versus Fnatic on split, particularly when they're defending, is to force an adjustment. Because they're so comfortable to sit back. Trailblazer dealt with it.
And I think camera too.
I mean, it drew Chronicle back for a moment, but Fnatic are very quickly in a position to greet this A site here once again.
Yeah. Seeing the kind of counter pendulum swing, right? It goes back around. The flash. Going to identify that someone has made progress towards ramp. The dog to really ensure in 35 seconds, DRX need to kind of get themselves together and get a bit of a move on. You got 4 players now. Chronicle just holding down Mouse 1, trying to do a bit of chip damage, trying to catch him on the way through. Wait, Durka walks in and gets to lose his life, but Fnatic follow it up. 3 quick kills. And Fnatic's in a huge advantage and now just stacks with an army against him. And 3 bullets to be left into play with 15 seconds. This would be a monumental 1v3 for the young man. And he makes a damn good start at it. 1 flash, and Alpha's got him.
There's a chance there if he finds that kill. Leo down on 10 HP, but Fnatic post the pistol here in the second half.
Yeah, I'm really interested in the adjustment of Alpha's setup. Does he continue like this? Is it going to be a new back and forth sort of deal? Does he go back to what works? This is going to change the protocol list if they kept that in mind.
Yeah, I'm sure. Even conceding the pistol here, you do still want to see that awareness from DRX. They've done their homework and they have a plan formulated to really address the comfort that Fnatic have playing the Cypher. Because already round 2, this is literally carbon copy from what we see time and time again for Fnatic.
I mean, roll your mind back to that EG matchup where it all looked kind of exciting, grand final, and then you get split. Like, you're still not dealing with the setup, you're not going to get away with anything. Alpha is probably one of the big aspects of this map that sits very well for Fnatic.
We talked about this constantly throughout the regular season as well. Looking for the utility, but we know it's not here. Buzz back down to 23. Force a little deeper with the fault line as well. Only a frenzy coming in here. DRX in the hands of Stacks. It's going to be difficult for them really to find a comfortable engagement if it's not towards Mail or towards Vents. We'll see how concerning that is.
Here.
Bye-bye.
Nerd.
So now we see, is there any potential to this? Pop Flash finds nothing. Stacks is very blind. Hold on, that's a little much from Boaster, but it works out. He does have a couple of players with him, so he wasn't alone. And Fnatic farm up the second round here. No threats really made and no plants in sight.
The Prime Gaming Floors give themselves a cushion here to kick off the second half. Need the response here in round 3 from DRX to keep this one interesting. Got to argue if this one goes in favor of Fnatic. It's 11 on the board.
Yep.
And it becomes very, very dicey. You see the pressure starting to weigh
And this was the
on
team.
the faces of DRX.
They were all smiles at the start, Mike. Yep. Relaxed, having fun coming into it. I'd love to see them try and get that back on, but it's easier said than done, right? This round so very important. Durka on an island, but it's Leo, the one to deal the killing blow towards Buzz. Take him away from this, and that's a rifle gone.
DRX have to respect this. The possibility that Fnatic in any given round have 4 people to explore mid at the start. Buzz the one to have that reality check this time around. Flash will confirm, but Stacks actually gets the better of Boaster.
And it really is just Stacks kind of being an aggressive towards Heaven, just trying to get all that attention, because again, look towards where RB is, look to where initially Zest was. It's trying to drift away now, but going late into this setup is never really a good idea.
Because already Leo's here as well.
Exactly. Okay. I don't like this from DRX, but let's see, do they have a plan in mind? Alpha does get all this information, and he's, oh, the paranoia, the timing, very clinical on the clear. But Leo is here, and he does have 2 flashes. He's going to find the fight first, takes down another. Leo once more. This could be his 3 on the round. It is a triple for Leo. Darker in support, and again, you don't hit this A site late. DRX learning these lessons in the worst way, but it ain't over yet. Marco still alive in a 1v2. Gonna give himself the smoke, but look at it, Leo prowling around! Getting Fnatic up to double digits and dashing DRX's hopes.
That could be the beginning of the end for DRX. Forced back down now to a lighter purchase, if any. Just be SMGs or Sheriffs to come into this one. Leo up to the Seekers already.
Down A.
And it's 60 seconds left. You see them slow creeping around the map, drifting closer and closer towards Vents in Heaven. You're playing into Fnatic's backyard, their stomping ground.
Blinded.
Leo's got those Seekers now ready, whenever he wants them.
Cover going out.
Might be the goal here for DRX. A little bit more simplistic, a little bit more clear cut as Buzz. That's uncomfortable with the judge. There's those Seekers, there's the flash of Boaster with both! Takes down Zest, RB's gone, and now Marco, yeah, I mean, that gun looked good before, but not against Leo.
Down B.
Oh, it's all coming together for Fnatic now. A flawless round, and DRX are in real trouble.
Saving grace, the Seekers here. Maybe an opportunity for DRX to come out with a bang here in round 17, but I gotta say, this is just, it's textbook from Fnatic. It's the same thing again. It's just so comfortable to watch them play defense here on split.
Gotta say it, Mike, I think we're in agreement. This is the one really, isn't it? It's gotta be something now. I'm seeing a 3-play stack having a wander over towards A for Fnatic too.
Looking to actually switch things up now. Just at the point where you think DRX might be learning a thing or two, Fnatic are the ones to adjust. They should find Zest.
Oh, Zest in so much danger. Oh dear.
I've got
Durka.
your trail.
controlling one side of the map, and they quickly adjust because you can see the springboard, the attempt wanted, but Boaster on the stall, Paranoia exchanged. Stall comes in, Alpha's about to swing, and he does, catching Buzz in the heels, and it's looking clear-cut, it's looking decisive. It's looking like 12's about to be there. This one might be all over as DRX stunned and put down. 12 now, just one away, Mike.
Match point.
DRX will call a timeout in the 11th hour.
One enemy remaining.
And this is the issue really with any sort of scoreline deficit. Fnatic having the opportunity to step onto the second half here on the defense. You have to bring your A game. Like I said, we've seen so many teams fall short or run out of ideas or not even really have any ideas to address the way that Fnatic like to play. And it's so simplistic. It's not just like a second layer. There's 4 different second layers to some of these setups, with Chronicle constantly rotating, being in a position to stun anywhere across the map, from vents, set in motion, any sort of set piece on the back of DRX showing their hand. And it's heartbreaking to see a map 3 go like this. And that's to even say with how Bind went. Feels like a completely different universe.
It does.
But the resilience on display here by Fnatic to bounce back from such a loss. When we saw the frustration on stage, saw the frustration from Mini as well.
Absolutely. It's rare you can make the Titans look so human. And on map 1, they look very flawed, very human indeed. However, going forward, the recovery has been pretty much insurmountable. I mean, just round after round getting back to their strength. And at 5-12, just one more round for Fnatic and the last chance to dance for DRX here. Can they determine the outcome? Can they change the way this looks? Already aggression being started, and the ult there for Durka.
A big tool at their disposal now. Paranoia to clear through Heaven, but already with proactivity into Garage. Not necessarily a concern right here for Fnatic. Durka going to get contact here on Buzz, yep. He'll spot out. Actually catches Leo's flash. But DRX have to have a response to address this. Zest still trying to lurk up into ramps.
It's not going to work. He knows the camera's there. It's being pinged out.
Yeah, another situation. 60 seconds left on the clock here. And DRX are shift walking around to try and split A. They have to deal with the camera now. There's already a preemptive rotation come through. Leo's here. Chronicle's ready to reinforce this A site hold.
And the spike's coming this way, so it does look like it's an A end at 40 seconds. I can't really see them walking away from this. And yes, they've got a little bit of space. Yes, they've got a little bit of control. But, I mean, Fnatic are just allowing it to happen, really, if anything. Smoke going in towards CT. And it's Chronicle to find Zest. Down to 4 now. This might be the whimper they're going out with, but it looks like a quick rotation.
20
a
seconds.
last-ditch attempt. Nothing can deny this. Nothing can stop it. And actually, Durka falls. Now, can Chronicle slow this down? The last across will be the one with the spike. Oh, dear. Marco has to TP away. Quick defense. They got to try and protect him. Allow the plant to go through and give him an opportunity. A 4v4 post-plant. Life on the line for DRX. And Fnatic have their chance.
Cam will go through. I don't think it will confirm any information. Potentially that there's one on default. Paranoia should set things in motion here.
Stax is out of it for the next couple of seconds. TP on the side. Hello and goodbye. Marco still surviving, still standing, but finally falls, goes down. Great swing from RB, times it well. Stax now has his vision back. He's got RB in unison, and Buzz's position is everything. They've holding on for another. But that was a 20 seconds mad dash throughout the map.
Yeah, DRX get the 6th on the board, but it's hard to really justify saying that you get 7 opportunities like that, especially in the late round. Even questions about the purchase coming back into this, a judge in hand for Buzz, one away from the showstopper, one away from the lockdown for RB as well. How far can DRX take this, if anywhere? Showstopper on the other side for Durka as well. One off the Rolling Thunder, one from the Seeker, so plenty of tools available for Fnatic.
Yeah, certainly not out of the woods at all for DRX. It was a moment of respite, if anything. You got got to find succession to it. More of these rounds will be needed if they want to try and bring this back to something that threatens Fnatic, who sit at 12. At the cusp of booking their ticket into the arena, Boaster, the one to be challenged initially. You can see Buzz waiting, biding his time, but the TP gets taken, and Boaster going to take the scalp. Fnatic now in unison, starting to get that vice-like grip on the go, and it's down to just 2, make it 1. Stax has to just stand and accept his fate. Yes, Fnatic proven to be human, that they do indeed bleed. But DRX were not enough to deal the fatal blow.
And heartbreak for DRX here. To go out like this, once again a 2-1 scoreline at a Champions event versus Fnatic. But what a recovery. With how things started here, a total sucker punch, almost blindsided by the approach from DRX on Bind. That resilience, that championship resilience that we've all grown to understand across 2023 on full display here.
DRX, that map 1 could be one of the most valuable maps we've seen. No one has ever put Fnatic in that position before. They're gonna have their heads held high here. A challenging matchup for Fnatic, and again, not many players, not many teams would want to face Fnatic in the lowers. They had to work through that, and on the other side, Fnatic, again, forced to have to adjust on the fly, forced to come up with new plans and keep their cool, keep their head about themselves.
And respect shown on the stage as well.
Absolutely.
You make Fnatic bleed, as you said. You have to tip your hat to DRX today. But it's hard to really deny the standard, the class on display from these guys. Time and time again. As they continue a lower bracket run, by the way. Some of that